Up, guys? Welcome to Law Explaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me this morning already is Tug, that umbrella guy.
Hey there, that intro scared the bejesus out of me. I wasn't paying attention and we went live.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't.
all good, man. Hey, did you
I
catch up
didn't.
on that Eve Barlow madness then? Have you seen what happened with all that?
A little bit. I was hoping you could help explain it to me a bit this morning. Um,
So you remember Gina Deuters getting kicked out, the witness that got removed?
yes, I remember that, and I heard. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard the reason was because she had clicked like on allegedly clicked like on a an Instagram post that was a clip of Legal Bites'
Nope,
coverage.
it's wrong. We found out the reason this weekend. So check this out. I'm sharing my screen.
Holy shit! Just a
Oh,
second.
this is good stuff, man.
Okay, here we
All
go.
right, so this is so Eve Barlow, who is sitting behind Rottenborn, hands him a phone, and it has this on it. Eve Barlow says, "Look, this is what Gina Deuters is posting right now."
Wait, this
So
post is from months ago. I know what
yeah,
post
right
this
there.
is.
Yep,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, they used this to get her kicked out of the courtroom. So Eve
Okay,
Barlow
why
has
did
been
she?
banned from the court because of this and two other things. Because they had a meeting on the day we were off, I guess Friday the 15th. They had a
Yeah,
meeting about this. The transcript is out there as well. So this is what got her
okay.
kicked out, though.
That's crazy. She the problem, of course, is that Gina admitted on stand that she was watching the trial,
Yep.
right? So what the hell was she admitting to? Did she just not know?
She probably got scared. She probably thought she got caught doing something. Like if you or I like for myself, maybe not you, but like me, if I were up there, I might panic if somebody was like, "Oh, we know what you did." She's like,
Yeah,
"Oh
I mean,
yeah,
I would certainly be you know, you'd be a little bit rattled,
yeah."
so to speak.
And
So,
most people probably are keeping up with the trial. I mean, let's be honest about it. They're
oh
they're
yeah.
keeping up. They just don't want to get caught.
No, that's what I said was that I think most people would, and what you would have to do to catch them is to have some sort of evidence that they were, right? And because otherwise people would just lie. Oh no, I'm not watching this. Well, turns out turns out you were. But no,
Yeah,
it
here's
sounds.
the transcript. What was interesting is the transcript ended up going public too. So the transcript was fascinating because it didn't just bring up that. Apparently, Eve Barlow was kicked out. Okay, so what happened after the phone and all of the interruption? Apparently, Depp's team got frustrated with Eve Barlow. She's been passing notes, she's been doing all of this, and the
Right.
judge thought that she was part of their legal team. She didn't realize who she was, and apparently she's, according to this document, she's Amber Heard's girlfriend. So
Oh, is she?
yeah, that's what it says. Like at the beginning, it's
I thought she
Eve
was
Barlow.
dating some other chick.
It says right, Eve Barlow is a journalist and Miss Heard's current girlfriend. So
There you go.
yeah. So, but we found out in this document that Eve Barlow, after all of that happened, the judge shifted the friends and family and that first row. She pushed them all to the back, which means no legal team, so you can't have devices at all. Well, she ends up getting kicked out at 4:31 because she's tweeting, live tweeting essentially, which the judge, you remember at the beginning, said no live tweeting at all. So she gets
Yeah.
kicked out. She leaves. She comes back in and sits down again, and she had an Apple Watch on, and she started doing the same thing. So apparently, she got kicked out twice, and then they had a meeting, and they had her banned from the proceedings.
Shit.
Yeah, big time, fun stuff.
God, that's
It's been an
crazy.
exciting weekend.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, that's a big update. I'll have to consolidate something and put it out for it, because that is wild
I'll,
news. I know you did some coverage of it, right? Did you do a short video of it, or do you have
I
just a stream, or what?
I'll put the transcript in a video. I put it in a video as well. So if people want to check
Okay.
that out, there's also
Yeah.
there's a site that's uploading all those videos that we saw. We have access to all of those too. That whole day of boring video, they all went up, and there's some pretty interesting videos that I've never seen before. You have video. You don't have body cam footage from the two cops that came to the last incident. There were four cops that go to it, and you have body cam footage for the last set. But the first set you didn't have body cam footage of. What you do though is you have them entering and exiting the building. You see them on surveillance. When they come in, they're serious. They expect there's something to be wrong, something wrong there. When they're leaving, they're all smiles. They're joking. I mean, their demeanor says nothing happened. So it's fascinating when you combine all of that together with body cam footage and everything else. The cops are pretty much telling you from their actions, from what they recorded, she lied.
That's fucking crazy. Man, I would be so pissed. But you can't. Unfortunately, you can't get her back in there, right? Like, you can't get Gina Duders back in there, probably, because she'd have to explain why she told the court something that wasn't true. I mean, she could go up and say, I was really nervous. I thought they meant the other trial. I thought they meant, did I watch testimony from the English, proceedings, stuff like that. I mean, she could try, but now it's like, since she's been dismissed, I don't think the court would let her back.
From what I understood from
What?
sourcing on that, anyway, she didn't have a lot to add. She's not, she's she's going to say drug use, he can control himself. When she met people, she was horrible. Like, he's a really nice guy. I mean, and she's going to prep the way for her husband, who's going to come in. He will be a huge witness in this, but she was not a crucial one.
Well, that's good. That's good. That's if they seem to be comfortable with it, that would be ideal. Speaking of comfortable, and actually specifically not being comfortable, man, I was finishing up my taxes last night.
Oh no. Oh no.
I got done at 5 a.m, and I'm ready. 1776. I'm ready, guys. I'm ready. I'm gonna fish my guns right out of the lake. I'm ready to go. I'm done, man.
I can't believe, I got all my emergency alarms. Those are my, you can hear them going off. Those are my get out of bed now. You're late, Lord.
Dude, I had tons of that. I had tons of that this morning. My wife eventually is like, "Are you gonna get up?" I'm like, "I'm trying. It's 5 a.m. I'm so tired. Oh God.
Yeah, we put a extension on I was like, I cannot, I can't do this right now. I cannot do my taxes. They are depressing, man.
Dude, here's how bad it was. So I ended up extending also, but you got to pay still.
Mm-hmm.
You still got to make your estimated payment by today. I paid more to the government this morning at 5 a.m. than Ethan Ralph inflated that he gets paid. So I paid more to the government last night than Ethan Ralph lies and claims that he makes.
It's hilarious.
I was like, oh, now that I'm done, I'm going to take up noose weaving. I'll be right back.
It is depressing when you file, though. It's like, man, I never realized how much money I give away until,
I hate it. It was brutal. But hey, that's the game, right? That's the nature of the beast. And you and I live very charmed lives in a respect. This is what we get to do. I mean, this is my primary job. This isn't your primary job, but it's still a nice set of gravy on the side.
Dude, it's life changing. So I mean, there is no
Yeah.
complaint in it. It is definitely giving me a life I never thought I could have, and I appreciate the hell out of it. But it's still robbery when,
Oh
when you
yeah.
look at how much money.
It still sucks, and I still want to take an axe and chop down the cherry tree that'll crush the White House. Right? Like, that's what I want to do. I was so mad last night. No, that's not even true. I was just defeated. I was like, oh,
It does
okay.
feel like
Because
you're like, man, I'm getting ahead, and wait a minute, you're taking how much of my money again?
yeah, I was. I have a tradition I started a couple years ago. I do my taxes while doing a live chat with my Discord because it's like therapy. Um, and it gives you something to be mad at other than the taxes, because doing a live chat in my Discord is horrifying. It's a disaster of 19,000 people talking at once, and then like people getting into random arguments and screaming at each other, which is great. I mean, that's funny. But it's like, oh my God. But yeah. So I had a bunch of bros with me while I was doing my taxes. It was nice. It was like, it was like they were holding my hand while the government was railing me to death from behind.
Oh, that's so sweet.
You can do it, buddy. You'll be fine.
Clench and hold.
you need to go deep into the bench. Oh,
What's
Jesus.
funny is when you were saying, speaking of uncomfortable, I thought you were like got a shield time from Lazy Boy or something. You're like, I got a new sponsor.
No. But anyway, it was a fun time. Oh yeah. So by the way, guys, I wasn't responsible with my money, and as you know, I've been doing the vet streams over and over. And look, I'm gonna need you guys to pony up to pay my taxes. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's a reference to Dark Side Phil.
Yeah, it actually was a good Dark Side feel, to be honest. It was pretty good.
I would never ask other people to like, I need you guys to come to the. Wait a minute. No, the people already came to your support. That's why you had to pay taxes. You should have budgeted a little bit. Goodness gracious.
I'd have to be in a desperate place for that to. I have to be very desperate in life to have anything.
Yeah.
Oh God, please! I'm gonna go to jail. Maybe then.
Yeah, and even then, man, I don't know. Do something. Like, draw a comic or something. Give people something. Okay, with that, let me go ahead and start hitting some of these super chats that came in, so that the tax man can be satiated. I mean, they literally already have the money, so it's not like that matters. But Tom Bombathrill says, times this super chat, but 10,000 look familiar. USA. Son of a bitch. He sent this right after I finished doing my taxes. He was in the Discord. Ryu D says, so glad you survived getting robs. You're a survivor. Andrew War Snowboard, thank you for always trying to make sense of this absolutely crazy world. I know I say this a lot, but I don't know where I'd be if I didn't have your perspective to consider in regards to politics and society. Hey, thank you, Andrew. That's very kind of you, brother. I hope things are going well with you, man. I need to check in. It's been a while since I've talked with you privately. Dragon's Treasure says, I've decided to turn Legal Bites versus Rekieta coupon code into a competition. Total sales per subscriber will win something. I haven't decided what yet. I don't know what total sales per subscriber means on the Dragon's Treasure, if it's like a per capita thing. So like, wait, am I getting kneecapped here? Am I getting ham boned here? But you could check, you could go to thedragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers, and you can use promo code Amber Poops in Beds at checkout and get 10% off of your next order. So go ahead and do that. The Dragon's Treasure also says, but head over to the Dragon's Treasure, use code and help your streamer of choice. No, you use Amber Poops in Beds. That's the one you use to help your streamer of choice crush their competition in the name of calming tea. By the way, I heard Amber Heard also poops in beds. Nico says late and 76,000. What's up, Nico? Thank you. Let's see. What do we have here? Ocean Redux is late and gay at the same time, no less. SMH. Marhat, is there a pool? I place 842. I think I was a little bit after 842. Just barely. That was really close. Good guess.
Hey, that was the fastest you've gotten here. So that boom,
dude,
closer
it was
on time.
Well, yeah. I've got assistance today. You know, I've mentioned a couple times that I don't usually I have not taken ProVigil in a long time when I'm not driving, but last night when it was when I was looking down the barrel of a 2.5 hour nap before this show, I was like, all right, we're doing a ProVigil today. So took one of those bad boys. The cool thing about ProVigil is it takes about an hour to really kick in. So you can actually go to sleep after taking one and wake up kind of juiced. So I'm ready to go. Yellow Flash 2 says late and bisexual. Thank you, Yellow Flash. At least I'm not as bisexual as Lofty Pixels and Camelot.
Oh my god! I got like I'm gonna say 24 messages saying a lot of people tuned into Flashcast, I guess, for the first time that had never seen it before, and the first thing they hear about is Camelot's his little time with a certain male organ. Yeah, that was something. It was like, what kind of degeneracy is this?
Yeah. To the people saying the court is on, it's actually not on. Believe it or not, I am watching. I am watching. No, it is.
Uh-oh.
Why don't the other channels have it on yet? I mean, here we go. Okay. We'll pull it up. Sorry. 2 different channels that I was monitoring just have the outside going, but we got it now. Here we go. Oh, well, let me crank the volume on this bad boy here, and I'll try and balance the audio a little bit better today, guys. I heard some people still complaining about it, but we'll see. I might turn us down, Tug, if that's what we need to do. Yeah. But that'll be fine. I'll manage all that. We'll get there. Oh, guys, we will be joined by another attorney later, I think this afternoon. Hold on, I'll get her name. Andrea Burkhart is an attorney who's been covering this case. I don't want to put words in her mouth. I believe
Good morning, ladies
she's
and gentlemen.
pro Depp on her assessment so far.
Mr. Nadel,
she is. Yeah. She's been
so
you might remember we're in the middle of Dr. Kipper's testimony per deposition, but I think there's some exhibits that need to be moved in.
So she'll be the parties on soon, or this
discussed
afternoon.
over the weekend, and we have agreement as to plaintiffs' exhibits 41, 42, 47, 48, and 49 of plaintiffs' exhibits. I do believe that there are some slight redactions that I think they have copies of that they can provide to you. And then we also have defendants 1063, which is redacted, and I can provide you a copy, and they also have the redactions.
Okay.
Same for defendants 283, defendants 405, defendants 455, defendants 304, defendants 307, and in addition, 395 and 414 would come in without any redactions, but I can provide you copies of the ones that we.
All right, and have you already done the redactions?
I have to pull this off the screen for just a second, but I'll keep the audio
Your
on.
Honor, we have agreed on the redactions except for one document, which we will
Okay,
address at
and
that
now
time.
42 I already have in evidence. I was just waiting for redactions for that one. So we're still waiting for redactions for that one, correct? Or do you have that for me?
So 42 is,
Okay.
I believe, defendants.
Defendants 42.
Oh, I think we
Okay,
decided
no.
we
Okay,
agreed
there we
for
go.
that one that there would be no redactions.
Plaintiffs 42?
Sorry, plaintiffs 42, we
No
agreed
redactions.
after discussion that there would be no redactions.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so all those are entered into evidence, is that correct, with the redactions that you've agreed upon?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's no objection?
And there's no objection.
Okay.
If I may, did you address ours?
I think I addressed hers.
I like Johnny Depp with the slicked hair
All right.
today.
We can
with
provide
the
you, would you?
ponytail. I think
so
it's
they
a
have
good look.
They have the electronic
him.
copies, which are going to be shown while the deposition is being played, and we can provide you copies. I can provide you copies now of the redacted
Right, if
ones.
they're redacted ones, I need copies. If they're not redacted, I have them.
Right,
So
Okay.
yes, okay,
okay.
that'll be fine.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Your Honor.
thank you. All right, I think we're ready. Thank you.
If I may, just before we begin, Your Honor.
Okay,
Just as an explanation for the jury, what you have seen from Dr. Kipper up until this point has been Ms. Hurd's counsel examining him. At some point, it'll switch over and it'll be Mr. Depp's counsel examining him.
all right, thank you.
Mr. Depp informing you that he was upset with Dr. Cowan.
Yes, I remember clearly that he was upset with Dr. Cowan at a certain point.
You know, do you recall this text message from Mr. Depp that I just read to you?
Yes, when, in reading it, I do.
Okay.
All right.
And then
I love these video things because they're terrible.
Mr. Depp wrote to
There
you
will be a lot of these.
July 5th, 2015, and said, "You're a great man and a great friend. As much as I would love to see you, ... be a waste of your time, ... I've just got quite a lot going on with business stuff, my Keith film, and some Amber issues, ... By the way, I'll try not to be too subtle about this, ... Cowan should be stripped of his license to practice his supposed profession, ... And then he should be stripped and spray painted whilst handcuffed to a stop sign. 3 exclamation points. He is at best a fraudulent, irresponsible turd of monumental proportions. 3 exclamation points. I love you, Johnny." You recall this text message from Mr. Depp?
Again, I do upon reading this. I don't remember all the specific messages I got from him, but I certainly remember the gestalt of his feelings.
Okay. And do you continue to work with Dr. Cowan? Do you continue to refer patients to Dr. Cowan? Let me ask it differently.
Yes. I have great respect for Dr. Cowan.
And Mr. Depp sent you another text message on July 24th, 2015 that says, "Hey, dear pal, Amber is happy with Cowan, ... I just don't know what truth he gets, and I don't know what his manners and strengths are, ... I think she listens to him because when we argue, she slathers me up in those condescending psychiatric trophy lines like, ... Your fear is so visible, ... What are you scared of, ... 3 exclamation points. Why are you letting your fear and your ego control your life, etc., ... Hippie shit, ... Makes me want to rampage against anyone, all capitals, wearing Birkenstocks, 3 exclamation points. Love you large, Jay." I assume you recall this text message as well?
No, but I recall when I'm looking at it, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to another text message. On August 3rd, 2015, Mr. Depp texts you, "You can flog me soon for waiting until now, for having not
Ooh.
properly given my kind apparatus the appropriate and adequate general
Flog
cock
me.
love, ... I've tried and mostly failed, ... Many unpleasant things happening with my business world going on that are attempting to give me the funny, pained face that could render me no more and send me headfirst straight into the bowl of minestrone, or worse, a green curry, ... So most necessary PRNs are all headache meds, Xanax, Adderall, and whatever this magical ointment for that traitorous redness in the much valued and region of significance. Thanks and love, XJD. Do you recall this text message?
No.
Talking to
but
Johnny
I'm,
Depp is
once
like
again, reminded
reading
by
an
looking at it.
obscure romance novel.
You recall not being paid for 3 months.
I recall not being paid. I don't remember how long, and it always turned back around. But specifically that issue, no, I can't give you specifics.
So there was a period of time where Mr. Depp was not paying you for your services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So as of February 10th, 2016, you were very concerned about Mr. Depp's health, correct?
In the document, I'm also serving as his internist, managing some medical issues, and that's the nature of these concerns.
You weren't concerned at all about Mr. Depp's continuing with his treatment plan for drug and alcohol use?
You can't separate those two issues. They're not two distinct issues. But in order for me to assess how he was doing in general with his general health, these metrics that I identify in the second paragraph were things that I needed to have follow-up on. And I wasn't getting that follow-up, and I needed to know that we were on the right course medically.
And do you recall being concerned about Mr. Depp in June 2018?
Yes.
What, if any, concerns did you have about Mr. Depp taking drugs or alcohol that were not part of the protocol?
I was concerned that that could be potentially an issue.
Dr. Kipper, Kipper 28.
Your Honor, at this point, there's an exhibit of which the parties are still in dispute. I believe it's okay to continue playing at this point, and we can resolve it
All right.
after the fact.
Is that,
Yeah, we can resolve it after that.
okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Are invoices that you produced from February 2015 through from February 6, 2015 to February 1st, 2021. Do you recall producing these documents?
No.
No.
Those would have come from my accountant's office.
Okay. Are you still working for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the bottom here, there's a lot that just say case management fee. Do you know what that refers to as opposed to nursing services and doctor services?
That's a retainer fee that I have with him on a monthly basis.
Now, Dr. Kipper,
What's the
we
amount
received
of that
invoices
retainer fee?
for you from Mr. Depp
So-
from Fireman's Insurance Fund for 2014. Does this look like an invoice from your office to Mr. Depp? Dr. Kipper, you've already testified that these are invoices to Mr. Depp, correct?
I've testified that these are invoices. This is something generated from my accountant. Yes.
Have you spoken to Mr. Depp's legal counsel since the beginning of this year?
Yes.
Who have you spoken to?
I've spoken to Camille on 2 occasions.
Anybody else?
No.
What did you speak to Camille about?
About the deposition.
Dr. Kipper, I think you're incorrect. I think also Ms. Myers was in one of those telephone conversations.
That's right.
And other than the scheduling of the deposition, did they talk about the issues that you were going to be asked about?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
How long
it
were
was
the
Depo
conversations?
prep. Hours?
45 minutes each.
Oh,
Were
that's
they
it?
over phone or by Zoom or in person?
The
They probably
first
didn't want to pay his
conversation
hourly
was in
rate.
person,
For real.
and the
He only
second-
got 75,000 that time.
And you thought there were about 2 45-minute calls?
about that.
Are you paying for your counsel in this case?
Yes, I am.
First of all, Dr. Kipper,
Okay,
do you
we've switched
remember
now.
seeing this document earlier,
Yes, I do.
and you recognize it as your initial consultation notes with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the third page. Excuse me. One moment. Okay. You see here where it says impressions.
Yes.
Now, what could you describe what the items listed under this heading are?
So the first one, primary dopamine imbalance. This in general terms, I don't know, primary dopamine imbalance, ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, bipolar 1, depression secondary to above, insomnia, chronic substance abuse disorder,
God.
chronic reflux.
With
He's
respect
got
to
almost as
these
much shit
items,
wrong with him
are
as
these
I
an
do.
Official diagnosis of Mr. Depp?
You can't diagnose substance
These are
abuse
my
as a primary and
impressions.
bill it either. That's why he does that.
Yeah.
I know. I do. I have to do the same thing.
Because you have to justify the medication, right?
Yeah, yeah. And with
Depression,
insurance
is that
companies,
considered a
they don't
would you
consider
that a diagnosis?
substance abuse as a primary factor.
Yes.
It has to be a secondary.
That's my diagnostic impression.
I'd like to pull up what's already been marked as Kipper Exhibit 4, please.
I hope we get some in-person testimony today, though. I mean, I just think that, or at least by Zoom, but live. You know, I just think the dynamic is better. Deposition dynamics are weird because we get an edited video, but they sometimes sit down
Dr.
6, 7
Kipper,
hours.
I believe we've already established, but could you confirm you recognize this document?
Yes.
And these are also notes of a consultation you had with Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And it appears from these notes that Miss Debbie Lloyd was at the meeting, correct?
Yes.
And she's a registered nurse?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp's treatment plan contemplate Miss Lloyd remaining with Mr. Depp during his therapy?
Yes.
And was it contemplated that Miss Lloyd would personally distribute his medications to him?
Yes.
Did Miss Lloyd personally dispense medications to Mr. Depp?
Yes, she did.
And how regular was Miss Lloyd's contact with Mr. Depp?
She had contact with him daily, either physically or by phone.
How often would you estimate that she was physically in contact with him?
I would say 80%, 90% of the time, somewhere in there.
And Mr. Depp agreed to this supervision by Miss Lloyd?
Yes.
Alex, could we please pull up what's been marked as Kipper
So,
Exhibit 6?
A good question. The chat says the depositions are edited to only crucial stuff. That's not quite accurate. They edit out a lot of extraneous stuff, but not everything in there is crucial. Like you'll still have a bunch of downtime. But during a deposition, they object to almost every question and have arguments
Dr.
over
Kipper, could you please
all of those
confirm that
objections
these are your
on
notes
tape
from,
because there's no judge there.
the consultation you had with Mr. Depp in Boston in June of 2014.
So that's why there's a
This is
lot of cuts.
summary from June 22nd to June 24th of that consult, of that time with him.
And if we scroll down, I guess I have.
So that's why they
The
cut
note
all this
reflects
stuff as
here
it's
that you
an
met
objection
with
and argument
Ms.
that
Heard
doesn't
at that
belong
time,
before a
correct?
jury.
Yes.
Heard tell you that she was concerned about Mr. Depp being violent with her at this conversation?
No.
If she had told you that, is that something you would have documented in these notes?
Yes.
See, like there was an argument about that question. It cuts to him saying yes.
Your note here states that Amber has a strong family history of drug and alcohol abuse and is particularly sensitive to his behaviors and potential for abuse. The phrase potential for abuse, is that referring to substance abuse?
Yes.
It's not referring to physical abuse.
No.
And what do you mean when you state that Ms. Heard is particularly sensitive to Mr. Depp's behaviors?
Having grown up in that environment, she's used to seeing the trauma that it inflicts and is not only able to recognize it, but also it affects her. She has the ability to understand what that looks like.
And was this your observation of her or something she told you?
This is something she told me.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 5, please?
The clackety clack, the typing, that's on the source video, by the way. That's not us.
No.
I
had to unmute to deny.
Yeah.
I could just mute up the screen.
Dr. Kipper, you recognize these as, I believe you testified, a combination of your own patient notes and Miss Lloyd's patient notes for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified you compiled them together. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you, for the notes that were taken by Miss Lloyd, did you specifically request that she maintain these notes?
Yes, that's part of her responsibility.
And did you advise her on what types of information she should include in those notes?
No, I'll tell you when I'm typing. Fuck you.
Is there any in particular that you asked her to include in the notes?
They sound like they have a diseased keyboard or something. It sounds terrible.
And she knew what the important metrics were in notation.
Someone needs to come up with a mechanical keyboard that
And
sounds
I
like an
believe
old
you
typewriter.
testified that you have reviewed these notes in their entirety before, correct?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've reviewed these notes?
I reviewed them at the time they were written, and I reviewed them probably a couple weeks ago, so twice.
I'm going to turn to the last page now. And do you see this note marked June 30th?
Yes.
And so do you understand that to be June 30th, 2015?
Yes.
Did Miss Lloyd stop attending to Mr. Depp around this time?
I'm going to refer to my timetable just because I'll have a better sense of where the treatment was.
All right, I'd like to talk to you briefly about the detox process on Mr. Depp's island in August 2014.
Man, I wish if I was going to detox, I'd want it to
I
be
believe
on
you
my
said
private
that
island.
You traveled down to attend to Mr. Depp during this time, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived on,
I'd like to do anything on my private island.
he was,
Yeah.
he was present.
Mr. Depp, Miss Heard, Miss Lloyd, and assistants for Mr. Depp, and I can't recall which assistants.
Do you recall how many?
No. There were people that I think lived or serviced that island when he was there. There were probably 4 of those people. And I'm not sure if he had 1 or 2 of his own assistants.
Dr. Kipper, when you arrived on the island in August 2014,
I'll talk a little bit
did
more
you see
about
where Mr.
the
Depp
deposition
was
process
staying
when we get a break,
during that
guys.
time?
Yes.
And what did these accommodations look like?
He had a little home structure. It was a small structure, a bedroom and a kitchen and a little sitting area.
And was Ms. Heard staying there with him?
Yes.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where was Ms. Lloyd staying?
She was staying on another part of the island in a structure called a yurt, which is like a tent.
Private island sounding less and
And,
less glamorous.
How far away, how long would it take Ms. Lloyd to get to where Mr. Depp was staying?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Would that be walking?
No, that would be on a motorized vehicle.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where did you stay when you were on the island?
Stayed on the other side of that yurt.
Okay. Also in a yurt?
Yes.
I would put my doctor in a yurt too.
Um,
Get out of my house.
Had
Go get in a damn
had
yurt.
Mr. Depp's detoxification process already started when you arrived on the island?
Yes.
And had Ms. Lloyd been overseeing that process?
Yes.
Did she report any issues to you upon your arrival?
She certainly updated. I was updated. He started on the 10th. I arrived on the 12th. So I was in full communication with her from the beginning.
After you arrived on the island, did you personally oversee Mr. Depp's detoxification process?
Yes.
And how often would you check in on him?
Several times a day.
And was this physically going to see him?
No, this would be seeing him physically once a day and then checking on.
Guys, got to be 40 minutes of this deposition left.
So during the detoxification process, you did see Mr. Depp at least once a day?
Yes.
And was Ms. Lloyd checking on Mr. Depp daily?
Yes.
And she was seeing him in person daily as well?
Yes.
You went and saw Mr. Depp after receiving that message, correct?
Yes.
And did Ms. Lloyd go with you?
Yes.
And where did you see Mr. Depp after receiving that message?
I believe I saw him outside of his little home. It was either across from this little home was like a little cantina where one would eat. And it was, I think, around the cantina.
And what was his physical condition at that time?
He was frustrated. He was uncomfortable.
How was his demeanor?
One of being frustrated and uncomfortable.
And was Ms. Heard with him at that time?
Okay, she's got her hair
When
down
I
a little bit
saw
today.
Mr. Depp at that point, no, she was not.
And at this time, this was in the middle of
Did
his
she borrow every
detoxification
outfit she's wearing from a Sharon
Yes.
Stone 90s movie?
She does look like it. She looks like one of
that
those.
evening.
I mean, she does look like a murderer from one of those for
remember.
sure. God.
Dude, she resembles Sharon Stone a lot to me.
Recall Ms. Heard seeking medical treatment from you?
I bet she owns some ice pigs.
While you were on the island in August 2014. Okay, go ahead.
No, I don't.
If Ms. Heard had sought treatment from you for injuries, is that something you would have documented?
Yes, I would have.
Is that something you would have remembered her telling you?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard after this evening of August 17th?
On that particular evening, that I can't remember. But I did see Ms. Heard pretty much daily during my time on the island.
So did you see her at some point, perhaps, did you see her the next day?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries to Ms. Heard at that time?
No.
She didn't have any bruises that you observed?
No.
They muted it out for a second, but the guy objected to that question.
August 17th. Did you go back to his accommodations at some point?
No. I think we resolved the issues where we were outside of his little hut, his home.
So you didn't go and attend to him again in his home after that time?
No.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 8?
So someone asked who adjudicates objections during deposition. No one. They actually fully argue the objections and preserve them for the record, but there isn't a judge there. So a judge can rule on objections later if they matter,
Dr. Kipper,
if they're going to be entered into
do you remember
evidence.
this email from earlier in your deposition?
Yes, I do.
And I believe you testified that you recall sending this email to Ms. Dombrowski on August 18th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
At the time you wrote
Which
this
means you
email, how
have
long
to
had you known
answer the
Mr. Depp?
question, even if it's not, even if we don't see it. They answer all of them.
Approximately 4 months.
And in those 4 months, how much time had you spent with Mr. Depp in person?
I couldn't give you a cumulative number of hours, but I would say, I would estimate that including up until August 18, I would guesstimate 20 hours.
Is it fair to say that when you wrote this email, most of the time you had known Mr. Depp or spent with Mr. Depp was while he was in detox?
Yes.
During the time that you were with Mr. Depp on the island for his detox process, did you ever witness him physically abuse Ms. Heard?
No, never.
Did you ever see any physical evidence that Mr. Depp had abused Ms. Heard?
No. Same answer, never.
And during your time on the island, did you witness Ms. Heard abuse Mr. Depp in any way?
No.
Do you recall when Ms. Heard first became your patient?
Oh,
No,
shit.
I couldn't give you a definitive.
It was both of their doctors.
It would have been before October 2014, though, correct?
Yes.
And it would have been after Mr. Depp's detox on the island in August 2014. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you started treating Ms. Heard, did you assign a nurse to her? When you started treating Ms. Heard, was there a nurse that you assigned to her?
I can't recall whether Ms. Myers, it was when I started to treat her. At some point, I did assign a nurse to her, but I can't tell you which came first. I believe I was treating her before I had recommended a nurse for her.
So your recollection is that you started treating her and after that a nurse was assigned?
That's my memory, yes.
Do you have a sense of how close in time to you beginning your treatment the nurse was assigned to Ms. Heard?
Did she
It
kill the
couldn't have
nurse
been
and stuff her into a
too
Volvo?
long. But I honestly can't give you a specific
They
reference.
only choose Honda Civics.
Do you remember that nurse's name?
Aaron Borum.
And is Ms. Borum a registered nurse?
Yes.
And I believe you covered this earlier. Ms. Borum is a contractor for you,
Yes.
but she reports to you with respect to your patients that she covers.
Correct.
During the time that Ms. Heard was your patient and she had a nurse, Ms. Borum was assigned to her, how regular was Ms. Borum checking in with Ms. Heard?
Very regular. Very
Would
regular.
she,
Saw her, yes.
would she have seen her on a daily basis?
I don't believe it was a daily basis, but I know had daily contact with her in some way.
Would Ms. Borum have seen?
Kind of mitigates
Ms.
the whole
Heard in
substance abuse
person
angle when both
on
of them
at
have a
least
substance
weekly
abuse
basis?
doctor.
Yep.
Yes.
Are there times that Ms. Borum traveled with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And as a registered nurse, does Ms. Borum have an obligation to report any suspected abuse of her patient to you? Alex, could you please pull up document H?
They got his answer there. Kilted Krampus asked for a quick update. We're just back to Dr. Kipper, Johnny Depp, and apparently Amber Heard's personal private doctor on retainer. Traveled with them, assigned each of them private nurses that would oversee their care. This is a video deposition recorded on February 22nd. Is being played to the jury. It's edited down. The edits would have been agreed upon by both parties.
Yes. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an initial intake of that care.
I'm going to scroll down a bit and just show you that there are future entries on this document as well. Do you see these?
I do. I'm assuming, I don't want to make an assumption, but I would believe these notes are from Aaron Borum. But if you'll give me a second to look at this, I can be more specific.
Certainly. Let me know if you'd like me to scroll through the document a bit more. I can do that for you.
His nurse practitioners do intakes and whatnot. That's what he's telling. That's
notes from Aaron
everywhere.
Borum.
Does this document reflect any of your own notes on Ms. Heard?
This reflects my treatment recommendations.
But these are Ms. Borum's notes.
Yes. Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Borum to maintain these notes?
Yes.
And for what purpose?
Because she was monitoring a patient and I needed to be informed of how the patient was doing and for any adjustments of treatment.
Did you tell Ms. Borum what type of information should be documented in the notes?
No.
And
No, that's her
would
job
there
to
be
know as a
anything that
nurse
you expressly
practitioner.
asked her not to document?
No.
Do you understand that Ms. Borum used her training and judgment in preparing these notes?
Yes, I do.
You weren't telling her what to include in these notes. She was drafting them on her own. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you reviewed these notes before?
I have reviewed these notes.
Have you reviewed them in their entirety?
Yes, but not recently.
And how often would you review Ms. Forum's notes on Ms. Heard?
I review my nurse's notes as they come in, so that would be on a real-time basis.
Okay. And going back to the first page, do you see this entry is dated August 27th, 2014?
Yes,
Does this refresh your recollection as to when Ms. Forum would have been assigned to Ms. Heard?
yes,
And does this at all refresh your recollection as to when you started treating Ms. Heard?
yes, this would be about the time.
During the time that you treated Ms. Heard, did she ever seek treatment from you for injuries that appeared to be the result of domestic abuse?
No, she did not.
So people are
Did she
asking,
ever seek treatment from you for any injuries that she told you were caused by Mr. Depp?
No, she did not.
people are asking why these are
And
video
did Ms. Heard ever
depositions
tell you that Mr. Depp abused her?
rather than in-court
No, she did
appearances.
not.
And
By the way, you'd think you'd
you
maybe
never
report to your doctor
witnessed
you were being abused.
any physical abuse by Mr.
They did a lot
Depp?
of video depo. It was after 6 years and multiple
No, never.
trials with
Yeah.
COVID as well. It was probably hard to drag them
That
in.
Ms. Heard had any
Also
physical
remember,
injuries.
this
Is
trial is
something
taking
that
place
would have been
across the
documented?
country from where all these people are.
Yes, absolutely.
In March 2015, you traveled down to Australia to attend Mr. Depp, is that right?
Yes,
And that this is a 6-week trial. So these people would have to
at the
fly from
time, Mr. Depp
LA
was already in
to
Australia, correct?
Virginia
correct.
and hang out
And
for
was
6
Ms.
weeks
Lloyd with
waiting to
you?
be called.
Yes,
It's a pretty big burden on
And was
witnesses.
Ms.
So they'll let them
Heard
do
with him?
video testimony when
Yes.
needed.
You arrived in Australia, when did you first see Mr. Depp?
I believe it was the day after I arrived.
And where did you see him?
I saw him at his home in Australia.
And how long did you meet with him during that time?
Probably an hour.
When you first met with Mr. Depp in Australia, did you see the home that he was staying in?
Yes,
And was it a standalone house?
yes.
Was there a fence around the house?
I'm sorry?
Was there a fence around the house?
That I can't recall.
Do you recall whether Mr. Depp's security team was at the property?
Yes, they were.
Where did you see them?
I saw them in and around the house.
Do you recall how many security personnel there were?
2 to 3.
Now, after you arrived in Australia, at some point you were notified that Mr. Depp had been injured, correct?
Yes,
And I believe this was covered earlier in your deposition. You actually received a text message from Mr. Depp, correct?
yes,
And after you received that message, did you go directly to Mr. Depp?
yes,
And Ms. Lloyd came with you?
yes,
And I believe you said that Mr. Depp was outside the property in a car at that time, right?
that's correct.
Was Mr. Depp's security team there with him?
Yes,
And you examined Mr. Depp in the car with his security team present?
Yes, I saw him seated in the car when I arrived.
Did Mr. Depp tell you what had happened to his finger at that time?
Yes,
How long did you attend to Mr. Depp outside of the house?
not long, probably a half hour, because I needed to get him to the emergency room.
So immediately after meeting him at the house, you went with him to the emergency room?
Yes, I cleaned his wound to the best that I could with the supplies that we had, and then took him. So it was within a half hour that we left.
Did you return to the house after bringing Mr. Depp to the hospital?
No, I was taken back to my hotel.
After you attended to Mr. Depp and before you went to the hospital with him, did you go inside the house?
No,
You did not go inside the property the day that Mr. Depp contacted you about his injured finger?
no, I did go into the house, as I had stated, that after I saw him initially, I went into the home to see the home. I
And
had,
that was before you went to the hospital with him?
yes, I went in to instruct one of the people with him to look for the tip of the finger, hoping that we would be able to put it back.
Was the tip of the finger found?
It was found.
Who found it?
I believe this man was their chef.
And
He was
you
about
know
to make
where
a
he found
banging
it or
hors
where
d'oeuvre
he
out of
told
it.
you He found it?
He said he found it in the kitchen area.
When you went into the house, did you see Miss Heard?
Yes,
And how did she appear?
she was certainly upset.
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from you for any injuries at that time?
No,
Mm-mm.
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from Miss Lloyd at that time?
no,
Did you observe any physical injuries to Miss Heard when you saw her that on March 2nd, 2015?
no,
So Miss Heard did not have any observable bruises that you saw.
that's correct.
And did Miss Heard appear to have a broken nose? Was Miss Heard's face swollen at all when you saw her?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did Miss Heard have any cuts on her arms when you saw her?
Not that I can recall.
Did you recall seeing any cuts on her feet or any other part of her body?
I can't recall.
If Miss Heard had appeared to have been injured, is this something that you would have documented?
Yes,
I've heard from several reliable Twitter lawyers that, oh, it doesn't matter if someone says they would have done something. That doesn't mean anything at all. Except it
Did
does
you
matter.
observe any broken
Yeah.
glass in the house?
It's the same thing that the UK judge said
Yes.
about the cops. Didn't take notes because there wasn't a crime.
know
Oh,
what the
that means
glass
plenty.
Was from?
no,
Was there blood around the broken glass?
there was blood around the home, as I had previously mentioned, but I didn't specifically see blood on glass.
Where did you see the broken glass?
In the kitchen area.
And that's where the finger, the top part of the finger was found as well?
Yes,
Walking on broken glass. Do, 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 do. Every time I hear the words broken glass, that song pops into my head. I'm like,
Alex,
God,
could you
I'm
please
cursed.
bring up what I believe was marked as Kipper Exhibit 17? Dr. Kipper, you recognize this document from earlier in the deposition?
Yes,
It's a letter dated March 15th, 2015 from you to Mr. Depp, correct?
correct,
And you did send this letter to Mr. Depp, correct?
correct.
Alex, could you please pull up what I've marked as document K? And I believe will be Kipper Exhibit 35.
I wish they would tell me when there's going to be 30 seconds of nothing so that I could talk about some of the other
talk
stuff.
for something. Yeah.
There's going to be a minute of silence.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
If you could just, for my verification, can you scroll down to the bottom, please?
It goes on for 2 pages.
Yes, I'm familiar with this document, yes.
Did you prepare this document?
No,
Is this a document that was prepared by someone who works for you?
this was prepared by Monroe Tinker, who is a nurse practitioner who worked for me at that time.
Is this a record that's ordinarily prepared and maintained in the course of your business?
Yes,
And have you reviewed this document before?
yes.
When would you have reviewed it?
I reviewed it immediately after the visit, probably the next day. And I also reviewed this a couple weeks ago.
And I'd just like to direct your attention to the last page. Is this your signature here?
Yes.
And when would you have signed this?
That was confirming that I reviewed Mr. Tinker's notes.
Going back to the top, this is a patient record for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes,
And this, where it says date December 17th, 2015, is that the date of this, that's the date of this document?
There we
Yes.
go. Make that a little clearer. Goodness gracious.
And the document states phone call consultation headache, correct?
yes,
So does that mean that on December 17th, 2015, Ms. Heard called the offices to report a headache?
yes,
And right
Lots
below
of
this, there's
gabapentin.
a paragraph that starts out with HPI. What
Weird
does
that
stand for?
insomnia is a
History of
leading
present
path.
illness.
Gabapentin's a
And
restless leg
is
syndrome
the
medication, I
information
think.
in this paragraph what Ms. Heard reported during her phone consultation?
That's what's written. I was not there, but that's what's written.
States today the patient reports a headache after she bumped her head while standing up 2 days ago, correct?
Yes,
And a couple of sentences below that it says last seen in the office on 12/23/2015. Is that an error? Or did she come back in later?
no, I think that's got to be an error.
So based on this document, it's your understanding that Ms. Heard called the office on December 17th.
Yes,
Going down to the bottom here, it says objective data physical exam. Do you see that?
Yes,
Does that mean that Ms. Heard came into the offices for a physical examination?
that's what it signifies, yes.
And would that have also been on December 17th, 2015?
Yes. This note reflects that visit. Everything in this note reflects that visit.
And so Monroe would have also performed that physical examination?
Monroe did perform that physical examination. I did not see Ms. Heard. Monroe saw Ms. Heard.
And the information below this heading of physical exam, which goes on to the next page, are these the findings from Ms. Heard's physical exam on December 17th?
Correct.
And if Ms. Heard had any physical injuries, would those have been noted in this portion of the document?
Yes.
And there are some medical terms in here, but so if you could let me know, does any of this indicate that there were physical injuries that were documented?
No.
That's 2 days after she claimed that she had her nose broken, 2 eyes blackened, her lip busted open wide. So they're saying that there was no injury.
She was wearing makeup, Tug.
Amic cream.
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
Under the assessment and plan as written, Mr. Tinker did not indicate concussion under his assessment.
Under assessment and plan, item 4 says that Dr. Kipper is aware of the medical plan and is in agreement. That's consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And I believe you testified you didn't see Ms. Heard on December 17th, correct?
That's correct.
How were you informed of the medical plan?
I spoke to Mr. Tinker by telephone.
And would that conversation have happened on the 17th as well?
Yes.
We're coming up to the end of his testimony.
Alex, could you please pull up document L?
Gosh, I wish I sold something called Amica cream. Just making Amica cream for whatever. Hey, what's up, Nate?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Just can't wait for this video deposition to end, man.
Oh yeah, I was watching over there with Alita. It's crazy. This trial is crazy. So
yeah.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
one thing I like what this shows is that when you're rich, the drug dealers work for you straight up, right? You pay them $100,000 a month. They'll live with you and get you a nurse, get your girlfriend a nurse. The whole thing.
Recognize it.
Bring the drugs to the
I'm
island.
looking at it, yes.
What do you recognize this document
As an email from Ms. Heard to me requesting medical records for that month of December.
December 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall receiving it, but I'm sure I did, and I'm sure I reviewed it. Yes.
And you see that the email is dated August 8th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to doubt that you received the email on or around that date?
Right.
On August 8th, 2016, was Ms. Heard still your patient?
I believe so, but I can't be sure.
Now, I'm going to read from this email here. Ms. Heard writes to you, as per our conversation earlier, is it possible to
Oh,
get
they
my
skipped where
medical
she said,
records
"Hey there."
from the month of December?
That's copyrighted.
I
I'm
saw
sorry.
Monroe during one of my office visits, if it makes it easier for you to find. I'm not sure. Anyway, it was great talking to you earlier. Ms. Heard references speaking to you earlier. in this email, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall having spoken to Ms. Heard before receiving this email?
I can't remember.
You don't remember anything about a conversation that you might have had with Ms. Heard prior to receiving this email?
No, I can't recall that.
People asking how much he's getting paid. I don't think this guy is getting paid. This is a
And I
fact
believe you
witness,
already
not an
stated
expert
this,
witness.
But you understand Ms. Heard to be.
But he was working for Johnny Depp. He was getting paid, they say, $100,000 a month.
Right.
Yeah, but he's not getting paid for his testimony.
And
That's what I'm saying.
Ms. Heard mentions Monroe in this email as well, correct?
Correct.
But just imagine $100,000 a month
practitioner
for you to go stay on a private island with a millionaire. Fucking beautiful.
I'll take it.
Did you provide Ms. Heard with her medical records for December 2015?
I believe so.
And do you recall what those records consisted of?
The one we just reviewed.
You know they told
Is that the
Amber,
only one
you better start
for
smiling,
December?
girl. You got to put your hair down.
Yeah, and
This
I
ice
would
queen
have
shit
to
ain't working. Get
research
your
or
ass
check
right.
that information, but I know at least it was.
And we're gonna put an
was
ugly
that.
woman next to you to make you even look better.
Did Ms. Heard ever
That's
ask
what they're
you for
doing. They're
any
doing the
other
bar
medical
thing.
records?
Who you want to talk to? You want to talk to my friend or you want to talk to me?
In the over 6 years that you've known Mr. Depp, have you ever witnessed him be physically abusive to any person?
Never.
And you've never witnessed him being physically abusive to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
You've also known Ms. Heard for over 6 years at this point, correct?
Yes, although I have not seen Ms. Heard for at least a couple years, perhaps 3 years.
Look at Johnny. He like, damn, I want to smack that bitch right now.
In the 6 years you've known Mr. Depp, has Mr. Depp ever complained to you that Ms. Heard has physically abused him?
No, not that I can recall.
Have you ever witnessed Ms. Heard be physically abusive to Mr. Depp?
No.
Has anyone who works for you or reports to you ever reported to you that they witnessed Ms. Heard be physically abusive to Mr. Depp?
No, not that I can recall.
You testified earlier from questions from Ms. Myers that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen, found on the floor of the kitchen in the home in Australia, correct?
Right.
Where, do you know where the kitchen was? Was it on what floor the kitchen was?
There was a downstairs below the kitchen area. I think those, I'm not really sure. I think those were bedrooms, but I'm not positive. So this would be on the main floor. The kitchen was on the main floor as you went into the home.
And that's where the tip of the finger was found in the kitchen on the main floor?
Yes.
No, there was a text message where you got a text message from Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And he said he cut his finger, correct?
I think that's what it said, yes.
It's like, I need a fucking doctor.
And,
Get the guy who you paid him $100,000 a month to get in here and put this finger back together.
Said that Mr. Depp had sliced his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes, that's what he told, because I was present for that. That's what he told the emergency room doctor.
Okay. So Mr. Depp told the emergency room doctor that he had cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't put that in any of your notes that a bottle was thrown at Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Did Mr. Depp have any cuts anywhere else on his face or anywhere else that would have come from glass? Now, if
he should just settle with Amber Heard, where he gets to sock her in the face one time really well, and he'll drop the suit
several times and send her pictures of bruises. Would you expect Ms. Borum to report that in her notes?
I would have expected Ms. Borum to send me those pictures.
Okay. So you would have expected to see those pictures from Ms. Borum, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would have expected, and you would have wanted Ms. Borum to, if she had seen a text that said, I was hit in the face by Ms. Heard, and then received pictures of bruises, that Ms. Borum would report that to you, correct?
Yeah.
Is that an instruction that you gave to your nurses to report to you any abuse that they saw or were reported to them?
I think it's their obligation to do so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, if they saw that as valid, Ms. Heard, for example, if somebody hurt Ms. Heard while she was under the direct care of Ms. Borum, and Ms. Borum documented that Ms. Heard had been injured, she certainly would have reported that to me.
That's what your expectation would be, that she can report.
Dr. Kipper, did you keep any notes of your treatment of Mr. Depp while he was in Australia?
Other than the summary notes, no.
And was Miss Lloyd with you when Mr. Depp told you what had happened to his finger before you brought him to the hospital?
I believe yes. I'm not positive, but I believe yes, because she was helping me at the car to try to clean out
Here it comes.
that finger,
It's about to end. Thank God.
which is when he explained what happened.
So you believe that Miss Lloyd would have heard Mr. Depp's explanation?
I believe so.
Yes. All right.
Woo!
That completes the deposition. And the next witness is also by deposition, is that correct?
Oh, no.
That's correct, Your Honor. Debbie Lloyd.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead
Lloyd,
and
so the
take our
nurse.
morning break. It's a little early, but since the next witness is also by deposition, why don't we take our 15-minute break now so you can stretch for a little bit, and we'll come back in about 15 minutes. So do not talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, right? Okay, thank you. 15 minutes.
The Star Wars. I think Johnny Depp is definitely winning a Star Wars today. He looks better. He looks more refreshed. He looks whatever they did over the weekend to tell him this is what you need to do was right.
They
Yeah.
busted Eve Barlow's ass out of the courtroom. He's probably feeling a lot better.
When the clean look looks better for him. He got his hair pulled back in that ponytail. His
All right.
he's got the 3-piece suit on
Told
again
this
today.
clock is right today, so we'll come back at 11:25, okay? All right, thank you.
A lot of people were confused about the doctor's testimony. I don't think a lot of people understand that Heard's team goes first in those. So when they were asking him questions, that wasn't Depp's team asking questions at the beginning.
Right.
No, the first day, I guess day 3, that was actually Heard's team, and then we heard from Depp's team.
So here's how this works. So when they're setting up for trial, they depose these people. They don't know if they're going to call them in person. They don't know what they're going to do with their testimony. So they do a deposition, especially when you've got money like this. When you've got money like Depp and Heard are pumping into this case, you're going to do depositions. These things cost tens of thousands of dollars because they're hours and hours long. You got multiple attorneys. They got to do prep ahead of time, which is going to double the amount of hours that they work on that they do the deposition for. They're going to be, doing at least that many hours of prep. They're going to probably do a dummy deposition or something for some of the people. It adds up a ton of money. Okay. And then the person who calls the deposition gets to run it. So they get to start the deposition. So what happens here is they know this doctor is probably going to be a favorable witness for Johnny Depp. So they're going, the other side is going to notice him for deposition because they want to kind of control things. They're going to ask the questions. It's the opposite of how it would work in court. So that's not true. In court, it would work out the same, but the parties would be switched. So whoever calls them is going to ask the questions first. But in this case, they're doing this in an opposition manner for deposition, whereas in court, you do it in a supportive manner. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
No, one thing about depositions that people will notice a lot this is for the law nerds out there, is that you'll hear a lot of leading questions, even on direct examination, and that's because of the nature of the deposition. So you'll hear both sides commit to leading questions, which is okay in a deposition, but during trial it wouldn't be.
Yeah, and so then, what lady? Yeah, but you got to get one of your siblings to help you, or mom. Okay, go ask your brother. Go. Yeah. So the way depositions work is you get to ask questions in kind of whatever way you want. They're not always going to have a deposition before a jury. Usually not. You would prefer to have a witness live, but this case is being heard in Virginia, where most of these people are in Los Angeles or somewhere around that area. Some of the people are going to be from around the world. So they need to, they're doing this because people's schedules don't really allow them to travel and wait for weeks and weeks at a time to maybe be called and maybe not. It's a big burden on the witness, and they don't want to burden a witness. They want good testimony. So they'll allow a deposition. At depositions, you get to ask anything. You can ask anything that's even close to maybe being relevant to what's going on. And you get to ask some other stuff too. And they get to object to every question. So that's why there's a ton of cuts going on in these things. They have trimmed out a ton of objections. They've trimmed out the arguments over the objections. And then in some cases, they trim out the answers when they do this later, because you have to answer the questions at deposition. If you don't answer the questions, you could be, they can make a motion for the judge to hold you in contempt of court. They can force you to do this. You can be sanctioned. You have to answer the questions at deposition, and you can make your objections, but you'll ultimately have to answer. And then those objections can have that answer removed from the record at a different time. And so in this case, they do the deposition. It could be 6 hours long. It could be 8 hours long. Who knows? They can go on for multiple days if necessary. And then what they do is when the doctor says, hey, I can't come and be an in-person witness, can we use my video deposition? They'll say, if they agree to it, the parties will make appropriate edits on everything and then present that to the court with some level of agreement over what's gone on. And they may ask the court to rule on some of the objections that were raised in the video deposition. And then what they put before you is just the agreed upon outcome for both parties. So I hope that helps explain what's going on with these video depositions. I know they're kind of boring, but trust me, this is way better than the 6 to 8 hours of video that they would be recording for this.
One other thing too, just on the legal technical aspect of it too, is that sometimes people will say, well, why aren't these depositions hearsay? Right? They're out-of-court statements being offered for the truth. And the reason why is what Nick was speaking to earlier, is the unavailability of witnesses. This is happening in Virginia. And if a witness is in California or outside the jurisdiction, that essentially makes the witness unavailable. But if they've been deposed by both sides and, cross-examination and so forth, then that's an exception to the hearsay rule that allows this information to come in. The fact that they were at a deposition and were under all these things. So even though these depositions would technically be hearsay, they're getting it under this exception and the unavailability of the witness. So,
right. And these depositions are made under oath.
Yeah.
You have the same obligations as if you were at trial, but it does switch the order, and it changes the questioning a little bit, because the purpose of a deposition, generally speaking, is to elicit information. Whether or not that information would ultimately be admissible in court is a question for another day. You do depositions during discovery to find out if there are other places you maybe should be digging, if there are other documents you maybe need to uncover, if there are other people you need to be talking to. So you get a little bit more leeway in doing this, but that's and then the fight would come if you're going to try and introduce the thing into evidence. That's when you're going to have to really get together and fight over some of this stuff, or make some good agreements and concessions to get what you want put in. So that's how this works. Nate, my man, thank you for joining today. I'm so happy to have you here.
But I told you I was definitely going to come back. I'm sorry, I'm like the legal nerd. So, but we love this stuff, bro. We live for this shit. So this is
and this case is unique because you have a ton of money. You have this cross country thing. You're going to have people testifying. They could be anywhere in the world. I mean, I think The Rock is supposed to testify at some point, right? Like Elon Musk is supposed to testify,
he's on the witness list too.
Or potentially. So any of these people could be traveling. They could be on a shooting location. They could be at some sort of event or promo. So they could be anywhere. And if they're either going to remote in or offer deposition testimony, this is how you have to do it. You have people who are on the move in a case that spans the globe. I mean, some of these events happen in Australia, right? Which is on the bottom of the disc. So that's a big problem. You got pretend land going on. And so this really is a global case, and they've got to consolidate everything into Virginia the least burdensome way they can to get the maximum amount of good evidence before the court. That's kind of what they aim for.
Well, so. I want to ask, both of you guys, because I've been watching the Umbrella guy, some of his stuff too, which is really, really good. I got to say, I'm almost addicted. I'm like, oh my God, this Nick has introduced me to somebody else. My God. But I do want to ask you guys, how do you think it went for the first week of trial before we get back to the testimony? How do you, because I feel Johnny won the first week, but I think there's like a little nuance in there too. How do you guys feel about the first week?
Tug, you want to go first?
Yeah, I thought the first week went good. There was only the one thing with the therapist. I think her, depending on how we were talking about this last week, it depends on how the jury defines domestic abuse first. Like, what does that even mean? Are we talking about an open-handed slap? Are we talking about a slap in self-defense? I mean, where does that go? And also, she made inference about one statement that he said. She said that he told her she gave as good as she got, talking about Amber Heard. And she was asked, what did that mean? She said, well, did you ask what that meant? And she said, no, I already knew. So she made inference, and she suggested that could be about physical abuse. That was the one thing that I think caused him problems. But otherwise, I thought it went really well for him.
I thought it was mostly neutral, with things swaying towards Johnny's side. I think the big thing ultimately, I think it's going to come down to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's individual testimonies. I think those are going to make or break the case at the end of the day. But I think what Tug was just saying is right. It's going to depend how the jury ultimately defines domestic abuse, because if you have two people who are in a relationship, one open hand slap could be abuse, right? If you have two people they're never physically violent or whatever, and one open hand slap with that ends up in some level of control or power over the other person, or puts them in fear for the rest of their relationship, that can certainly be abuse. But if you've got two people who are each slapping each other all the time, then maybe there's a level of physicality that's not really abusive, because it's kind of mutual. And if the jury determines that this is, like a tumultuous relationship, and they don't think it's abusive, that is really bad for Amber Heard, even if there is some back and forth sort of physicality or yelling or whatever. If they find that she's engaged in a mutual relationship that is just kind of toxic, that's not going to, that could very well put Johnny Depp in the W category. And this is all before a jury, and the jury gets to make these decisions, and no one even gets to know that they made the decisions in this way.
Yeah.
So that's that's the crazy part of this case. Sorry, Nate, go ahead.
No. It was my fault. I was cutting you off. I thought you were finished.
Me too.
I'm that's what this case is about. Me too. Yo, it's funny because when I'm looking, I'm just going to be up. I think the first week, this 6 weeks worth of trial, right? It's like, well, I was asking people the other day, who was the first witness in the Rittenhouse case, right? No one remembers. And if you do, it's because
it was,
you were really stubborn.
Yeah, it was.
You remember, right?
Dominic. It was Dominic Black.
But 99% of people who weren't watching every moment of the trial aren't going to remember, right? Most of the times, you're not going to remember what happened that first couple of days. And I think that's kind of what this trial is at. The first week is like, we remember, but we're not going to know these things. I think the two statements you guys brought up, the mutual combat, mutual abuse. One of the witnesses said mutual abuse.
Yeah.
That's not good for I think Johnny, because the statement that she's saying that he never abused her.
Right.
Mutual
thought
abuse?
that-
Yeah, it doesn't
Oh.
help after the first
Man,
week with
I thought-
Amber. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you stopped for a second. You froze up. I thought it was a dramatic pause, and I was like, "He's got me. I'm hooked. I'm on the edge, waiting for Nate to say the next thing."
And the second statement, I think, is the one you get the whole mutual thing, because I think, and this is just me. Johnny has been, and this is just my personal belief. I believe Johnny has been wrong. I think Amber's lying and she was trying to destroy his career, and that's and she should pay. But going into this after the first week, I think Johnny's win is not winning this case; it's winning his career back. Showing here's all this evidence of her cutting my fucking finger off, of her doing this, of her putting shit in my bed, of all the stuff that I had to do, and then she went and made this op-ed, and now with this believe all women crap. She's believed and my career is destroyed. She's still doing Aquaman movies, for God's sake, right? And she's the one that cut my finger off. So I think Johnny's win is getting the story out, because that's what being canceled. It's canceled when you can't get your story out. Because Johnny's like, I want to get my story out. And I think after this first week, Johnny has won the court of public opinion, because all the newspaper articles and stuff are not talking about how Johnny was an abusive husband. It's talking about how Amber was an abusive wife. And Johnny was meek and how all these people are saying how she was abusive. So I think now under that kind of thing, now I think that puts Amber, that's why she's changed the way she's dressed. That's why she's trying to look softer, because after that week 1, 99% of the people who you ask about this case are going to say Amber was the abuser, she was the aggressor, and Johnny was the one holding on. And I think that's what Johnny wants us all to take away from this trial at the end, is that he wasn't the abuser, it was her, and he was just trying to fight it back. And I think he accomplished that in week 1. Now, when it comes to winning the trial, I think he's got a huge hill to climb over, because defamation is always tough. But I think his end goal is to get the story out, to show everyone that she's a liar, even if he doesn't win the case.
Yeah, I think there's a ton of truth to that. It's whatever they think about anything else, they definitely are doing what you're saying. It definitely is a court of public opinion trial. Johnny Depp's team pushed to have this in front of the court. Amber Heard's team pushed to not have this broadcast live. And this is the reason. She knows that he is likable, that he is liked, that she probably knows that she can come across cold, that she is not likable. She can come across kind of robotic. And there's a big difference between when you're acting and you've got a director and you've got a script and lines and emotion cues and all of that stuff. And that's a skill that you polish as a job, and you go do that thing. You can't, some people can kind of, but you're not turning that on in court or on a witness stand, because no matter how much you can kind of try and act your way through something, you don't have all of that built-in support. You don't have dramatic music. You don't have lighting. You don't have an on-the-fly makeup artist to make you kind of change appearance, to subtly manipulate what's going on for the observer. You don't have all that assistance baked in. And so you can just rely on your kind of natural charisma. And watching interviews with Amber Heard, we saw some clips over the weekend. I'm a little bit like suspicious of her ability to do this testimony. I can't wait to see it, because she seems, to quote John Malkovich in Knockaround Guys, "You are unlikable." That's what she seems like to me.
She's not doing herself any favor, putting her hair straight up, looking so stoic, so mean. It's just like she looks like a bitch. I'm sorry, I know that's not PC. I know somebody's gonna clip this and like they saying that she's women, but she just does. She looks cold.
She does.
When you guys saw her last week, was there any day in the trial where you looked at her and said, "That's somebody I would like to give a hug to"? I was like someone I would stay away from.
No, she looked like I've been saying it today. She looked like Sharon Stone in the 90s. Like, like
you were
hot.
You were talking.
She's like very, very attractive, but at the same time, cold, unapproachable, a permanent fuck you face, right? Like Will Smith said, Cuckmander in Chief Will Smith said in Hitch. He says maybe it's a giant fuck you tattooed across your forehead. Right? Like, yeah. Sorry, Doug. What were you saying?
No, I was going to say with the uncanceling. The media is being forced to talk about this now. They didn't want to talk about it. To tell you how weird this is, you can tell there's I'm just saying, to tell you the agenda, TMZ passed up on body cam footage for this. Now they're being forced to cover it. So it's crazy. Yeah.
Sure. So the exhibit is, it's invoices from Dr. Kipper.
What number is it?
I'm sorry, it is
1067.
That's correct. And we have no objection to the document coming in. It's just we have a disagreement about the redactions.
All right, if you want to come forward, then maybe we'll take a look at and you said 1067, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, Tug, what were you just saying there at the end?
Yeah.
I was saying that the media now, they're being forced to cover this, but to tell you how they were acting before that, TMZ, when that body cam footage came out, I've heard from very reliable sources, they would not take it. A place that would cover you eating a bagel if you're a celebrity. They passed on some of the most salacious stuff ever. They didn't want to talk about it because Listen and Believe, that's something they never wanted to go up against. And now they have to.
Yeah, now they have to because they're in court and it's public record and it's being televised by everybody neutrally. I mean, it's not being televised neutrally, but the reason to televise it is neutral. Like, well, this is a major court proceeding of major people. We got to cover it. TMZ didn't have to cover, they don't have to cover certain tabloidy stuff, even if they otherwise would. So that's a great point. And now that they have to do it, they get permission. They get permission to cover it without getting destroyed by the quote unquote woke crowd, the Twitter brigade.
That I think is the win for Johnny, because don't forget, that's what being canceled does. Cancel means you can't get no story out. You've lost everything. And Johnny, he did, right? All this stuff that we're hearing now is not new. This has been, and he's been trying to say this. He's been out there trying to say this, but they've been like, we're not going to listen to him. He's a wife beater, right? Johnny's a wife beater. And now, thank God for Virginia's defamation laws, but he's been able to put it in front of a jury and say, now you have to listen to my side. And I think that's the thing that's the reason why, Nick, you do your thing and I do my thing, is because the truth is that Johnny is a victim. But the fact of the matter is that we live in a culture today where, because he's a man, a white man, let's just call it what it is, because he's a white man and because there's a woman who said he hit me, then whatever he has to say behind that is nonsense, right? Nobody wants to hear what he has to say. So he had to spend millions of dollars to go to court and just say, here's my side of the story. And that's all it says. This is my side of the story. Take it for what you will. And I'm telling you, I think after this trial is over, win, lose, or draw, Johnny Depp is going to be in a better place than he was before this trial. Because before this trial, he was known as an abuser. After this trial, is going to be, I think it's going to be a totally different story. And I think he's going to get his jobs back too.
And to be clear, there's going to be people who will call him an abuser and they'll hound him and they'll hound production studios or whoever. Anytime he's doing an appearance, they're going to hound him for the rest of his life probably. But there's going to be a bunch of people who've changed their minds or who heard the story fresh or who now they at least can, even they who may have supported him the whole time will have permission to talk about his issue from his thing and say, no, we saw in court this, this, and this. And they can say win or lose. They could say, well, he may have lost, but I got to see it. I know what happened.
Yeah.
Real quick, RJ Wilson says super late, super gay, very breaded.
Okay, sure.
Artemis Tree says the reason it was a previous 2021 case had nothing to do with the current case, deja vu Rittenhouse case, and now unvetted evidence entering court case via quasi-legit team player. Yeah, this is the Eve Barlow ejection, and also the Gina Deuter's ejection was based on a false claim that she had liked a social media post that was recent. Turns out the social media post she liked was from January. And so, but she did.
No, she didn't like anything. That's the kicker. That was reported to. It was reported to Rottenberg that she posted that.
Post. Yeah, it was her post, but her post was from January.
What do you think when a lawyer presents something, doesn't fact check it, brings it to the judge like that? I mean, typically, could that result in any kind of action against the lawyer? I didn't.
Absolutely.
Contextualized, though, yeah.
It could. Sometimes the court's going to give you a little leeway at the beginning. So you do it one time. Okay, like oh, you were fooled on this one. Okay, you need to check into these things a little better. You do it twice, you don't do it twice. And then don't, and then certainly not a third time. But it all depends on the temperament of the judge. And what they may be more interested in is keeping focused control over their courtroom rather than doling out punitive measures. You start giving one side a reason to nitpick and chip at the other, and you're going to get a court that gets really messy and is not focused on gathering the truth, but is more focused on garnering a bunch of wins against the other side. And that's not what the judge wants. The judge ultimately wants to have the facts come out and be heard in the case. That's the main objective, ostensibly.
Yeah, I think one thing people forget that these judges have a whole bunch of other cases that are on hold while they're sitting here doing this one. So, you know, the cases continue to come in. So this judge is trying to move this case forward just to get it done so they can get to the other cases. That's why on Fridays they don't do it, because you have to do motions for those other cases. So the longer this trial goes, the more backed up the caseload for this judge becomes. So that's, you know, so a lot of people really have to understand this is not the only thing this judge is doing. This is just one thing of many.
Yeah. Doug Murray says, good morning, Rackets. I hate the IRS too, sir. I lost my refund because of stupid stimulus money, and I only made $300 over the $75K. So I lost over $1,500 because my white male privilege ass made an extra $300 trucking. Dude, that sucks. That sucks. Couldn't you expense something? Like expense a bunch of burritos or something, get that $300 out of there. Artemis Tree says, how many cases are they going to allow faux Perry Mason moments via illegitimate unknown netizen info? Play as if it was fairly vetted. Is this the new legal method? Yeah. Look, the courts and attorneys are not prepared to have public trials in this way. I mean, when you think about it, there've been some knockouts over the past couple decades. OJ comes to mind, Casey Anthony, Jodi Arias. These were public ones. That Scott, what's his name? Allegedly strangled his wife. I can't remember his name. It was a big case, but it doesn't matter. There are a couple of them. Now they're going to be everywhere. Like as the internet gets a hold of this, as the true crime audience becomes the true court audience and stuff like that, and millions of people start tuning into these things every single day, you're going to get more and more of that. And the courts are going to be slow to adapt to that type of stuff, in my opinion. And law firms are slow to adapt, but courts are even slower. So expect a little bit of it. You should expect a little tomfoolery and bad actions, frankly, like either ill-advised or ill-conceived. Sir J Dog 21 with a big super chat. Thank you. Says abolish taxes or 1776 will rise again. From Tuesday to last night, I read 2.5 books of the Overlord light novel. Still addicted to it. Albedo's older sister is 10 out of 10/S. Thanks for the streams while I'm at work since I can't read here. Hey, thank you, man. Really appreciate that. Tom Grawl. Nate, by the way, will you represent me if I 1776? Because I did my taxes last night. I'm ready to go. The tree of liberty is thirsty for the blood of tyrants. You're muted, man.
I forgot I muted myself, but yeah, no, brother, I'm suffering because a lot of people out there don't know YouTube doesn't take taxes when you make this money. You gotta save it. So I'm in the same boat as you, but I'm following mine like right after. I have everything all set up. I just want to review it one more time because the accountant sent it to me.
I filed for my extension, but made my estimated payment at 5 a.m. and
shit.
Yeah, it was.
No, this is the most. The thing that pisses me off right now is that being from the hood, so there are a whole bunch of people out there. The government's giving them all this free stuff, free this, free that, free uniforms. And my cousin, who was homeless, but now they put him in a hotel, he's getting something like $5,000. So I'm like, you're literally taking money from me just to give it to this fool so he can live in a hotel or live it up for free because so I'm like, this redistribution of wealth. Well, this is what makes Democrats turn Republicans because you're
Yep.
taking all these thousands and thousands of dollars of me. And I might as well just cut him a check directly. What the
May
hell
as
is
well.
all this?
Yeah,
Right.
at least let me choose who it goes to.
Oh yeah.
Tom Grawl says, "Hey, if you want more
Mr.
Joseph
Honor.
Magnus, I have a
Mr. Burkhart,
bottle
are you
if you
ready
get
for the jury?
desperate." I also have 2 more
You
Kentucky
ready for the
all
jury?
last batch.
Okay, just make sure. That's right. Thank you.
Tom, we may be talking. Keldrig says the Deposition. Ovid says, "Wait,
Depo.
Amber Heard is dating a woman now. She was dating a woman before Johnny Depp too. Amber Heard
Yep.
is Manisbian. That's where they're a lesbian
Yep.
until there's a rich man,
And-
and suddenly they're
and-
straight. Then they go back to being a lesbian."
She's also not an ableist. She's attracted to fat wallets. So
Why is she wearing all black though? What's up with this all black? She needs to be. And listen, I know I'm a misogynist, but I would have her in a dress looking attractive. I want the men on the jury to want her, and the women want to sympathize with her. That's the way I would dress her, if that makes sense.
it goes all the way back to this is the same thing that she pulled in 2016. In fact, in 2020, she wore the same dress she wore to her temporary restraining order in 2016. So she's trying to harken back to something a lot of people probably don't even know or understand from that.
I think she has
Just
to be
for the
careful
record, I
not to be
assume
too much hotter than the women
Juror
on the
number
jury,
10,
though.
that's your address to your employer because you need a letter from your employer. Is that correct? Okay. So the court's going to do a letter for his employer so he can be released from work for 6 weeks. So that's what that information is, just for the record. It's
No,
just
I'm
his employer's
totally
address.
on
Okay.
this trial.
All right,
I'm
thank
going to
you.
be gone for
All right. Are you ready
6
for your next
weeks.
witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls
Definitely.
Debbie Lloyd
Okay.
by a video.
By deposition. Okay.
And Ovid finishes with, "Your Honor, I would like to enter these domestic abuse statistics into evidence. I think you'll find them very relevant, Your Honor." Oh no. In case anyone doesn't catch that, I'll explain the joke and ruin it. Domestic violence rates are the absolute highest demographic is lesbians. They're the highest rate of domestic abusers per capita. And it's for whatever reason. I don't know if they get into arguments over like proper wood cutting techniques or what have you, but
Proper wood cut.
I figure with all that flannel, they're chopping trees down. I don't know.
Shit.
Law Nerd Clip, say what's up. Says, "Sorry about your tax payment, Nick. Anyone who wants to hear Nick rant about taxes, I posted on my community tab Nick's epic tax rant. As Trump, taxation is theft and it is wrong. It is wrong. Terrible. Taxes? They've been going after me for taxes for years. It's just a racket. It's a racket to make you a criminal. They want everyone to be a criminal, so they have power over you."
You know what? I don't think people understand how bad taxes are in America. Really, it's take the January, February, and March. Everything I made from that, I'm supposed to hold and give it to the government at the end of the year.
Yep.
Just imagine how bad taxes are.
Yep.
Everything I made for those 3 months, I'm supposed to give to the government.
Can you please provide your full name?
Deborah, Lynn, Lloyd.
And Ms. Lloyd, you live in California
Yes.
and you work in California
Yes.
and you do not live or work in Virginia.
Do I get to say it? Do I get to do it? Hello,
Have you
nurse.
at any time
This is the nurse?
Yeah, she was one of
Mr. Depp or
the
any of his counsel
registered nurses, I think. Right, Tug?
either in preparation for this deposition
That's correct. Yeah.
or for
You know what? If I'm a Johnny, if I got Johnny Depp money,
no longer work.
I gotta have an attractive nurse too. I don't want an ugly nurse, right? I gotta be like, all right, just give me something I can look at.
These are all Beverly Hills nurses. So our Beverly Hills doctor, Beverly Hills nurse. So
Do you recall when you spoke to Camille approximately?
2 weeks ago.
And what did Camille and you discuss?
Objection here, sir.
She had asked me if
Apparently overruled.
Johnny had thrown anything at me.
And what did you say?
No.
Were there any other Was that the total of your communications with Camille?
That was the only time that I remember speaking to her.
Did you speak about anything else other than whether, and when you say Johnny, I assume you mean Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any other, did you discuss anything else other than whether Mr. Depp had thrown something at you?
They had asked if I would be willing to go to Virginia to the trial.
And are you willing to go to Virginia to be a trial witness?
No.
Did you, at any time, did you speak, and did you have any other, you recall anything else you and Camille spoke about?
Not in detail.
Do you know how long the conversation was, approximately?
So this is an unavailable witness because she's outside the
15
jurisdiction,
minutes.
and she
over the
doesn't
phone?
want to come. So
Yes.
the
Do you
subpoena
recall
from Virginia
any other
doesn't
time
travel
having any
to
other,
California well.
communications with any other counsel for Mr. Depp?
No, there was somebody else on that call, I believe, from his side, but I don't know who it was.
Do you recall if it was a man or a woman?
A man.
Did you ever speak to Adam Waldman?
I know an Adam reached out to me a long time ago. I don't remember a last name.
You're a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner.
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what that is?
I'm a nurse practitioner that specializes in psychiatry.
She just repeats it.
You go to
Switch the order.
I got my master's from Maryville University.
Is that in California?
It's in Illinois.
And I understand.
It's in Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri.
Where'd you go to
I
school?
understand you're a certified addiction nurse.
Yes.
And can you briefly explain what that is?
I had to get a certification in addiction nursing.
And
In other
what-
words, I fly to private islands and take care of
And
billionaire
nursing
actors.
specializes in taking care of patients with chemical dependency issues.
Mm-hmm.
and chemical dependency, that's drugs and alcohol.
Yes.
How long have you worked in those fields? Addiction nursing and mental health nursing?
Since 2004.
And would you agree that one of your specialties is concierge addiction services?
It was, yes.
What are concierge addiction services?
We would,
By the way, if you want to know what it's like to be a Beverly Hills nurse,
mainly
how many
deal with
RNs do you know that have a
higher,
room like that?
hire clients and provide care, go to their home rather than have them come into facilities.
Yeah, when you're rich, the doctors come to you. You don't have to go to the doctor.
24/7 nursing care.
That's concierge medicine.
And you'd also be a patient's travel companion for nursing care.
Yes.
And you own your
I
own
wait
company?
months to get into
Yes.
my doctor.
And what was the company's name?
These doctors go with you.
Do you still own Turning Point?
Yes.
And what does Turning Point do?
Provides services. It's actually no longer, I still own it, but I don't work with it anymore. It provides services
She
to
just collects the
either
checks.
nursing or sober companion services to patients.
And when did you start Turning Point?
When
Don't
Johnny started
recall
paying me.
here.
Does anyone else own it?
No.
How many people work at Turning Point?
I'm the only employee.
And what do you have, contract nurses who work for you?
I did, yes.
And what does Turning Point do now, if anything?
Sits dormant.
Okay. And when did you start to sit dormant?
About 2 years ago.
Is there any particular reason why?
And that's when I became a nurse practitioner and changed my career path.
I hate her glasses, and I hate that they're off
And
center.
where do you work now?
Yeah.
I work for
Caroline.
Headlands Addiction Treatment Services,
What do you do there?
nurse practitioner.
And what is there a difference between a nurse practitioner and a nurse?
Nurse practitioner, I can diagnose and prescribe medications underneath a doctor's supervision.
It would have been funny if she
So
would have said,
when
well,
you
one
were
is a
working
practitioner
at
that's a
Turning Point-
nurse. And the other one's just a nurse.
You were working at Turning Point. Were you a nurse practitioner?
No.
What was your title then?
Registered nurse.
And you performed work for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Was that with Turning Point?
Turning Point was contracted through Dr. Kipper.
Can you explain how that arose, how you began to work for Mr. Depp through Dr. Kipper?
And Dr. Kipper was his doctor and he needed nursing services. So Dr. Kipper reached out to me.
And it's Dr. David Kipper, correct?
Correct.
I can imagine that
had
phone
you
call.
worked-
Hey, you want to come to a private island with Johnny Depp and hang out for about a week? Yeah, sure, no problem.
Do you know when you started working for Mr. Depp, approximately?
For real. I'm available, Johnny. Call me up.
2015 or 16.
Okay. And we can look at some documents and that may help. Do you know how many patients you would work with Dr. Kipper before working with Mr. Depp?
That would be a guesstimate.
Actually, I can't.
Do you have any
Her glasses
approximation?
seem off center, but they might not be. It might just be the way her hair is covering the one side of the
20.
frames.
And when Dr. Kipper reached out to you about Mr. Depp, did he reach out to you by phone or by written communication?
By phone.
Do you recall what Dr. Kipper told you he was looking for in regards to Mr. Depp's care?
MAGA country. He was looking for MAGA country.
Detox from what?
Originally, I don't think I knew any of the specifics.
What did you come to understand Mr. Depp was looking to detox from?
Opioids.
Any other medication or any other drugs that Mr. Depp was looking to detox from?
Not that I recall.
Do you know if Mr. Depp ever took cocaine?
I never witnessed him use any cocaine.
So did Dr. Kipper contract with your company for the care for Mr. Depp?
I don't recall the specifics of how we were brought on.
Well, okay. How were you paid?
Through Dr. Kipper.
Did you have to?
What were you paid?
Submit your time to Dr. Kipper?
Yes.
For Depp services? Did Mr. Depp ever pay you directly?
No.
Did you ever get any gifts from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What gifts did you receive from Mr. Depp?
A
I remember
Maserati.
getting a jewelry box and a
And a trip to a private island.
notepad, a fancy notepad, I guess.
He was buying his agent $20,000 gifts. She would tell him what you wanted.
Recall why Mr.
Jeez.
Depp gave you the jewelry box? You can answer that.
I don't know why. I
See-
believed it was for a thank you.
There was a cut there where
And
they
it's the
objected
same,
to it. Calls for speculation.
I believe it
But
was a thank
she had
you
to
for
still
the-
answer
for the
anyway.
fancy notepad that you received.
It was at the same time.
Did you receive anything else ever from Mr. Depp?
Not that I recall.
Do you still do work for Dr. Kipper?
I have not recently.
Do you recall when you last worked with Dr. Kipper?
Not exactly.
So you got Dr. Kipper sees this, what he probably considers to be an attractive nurse. Is like, yo, I'm gonna hook you up. You're gonna come with me to this private island with Johnny. He gonna pay everything. Your
You
rate's
recall
gonna be
last
good.
time you
Don't worry about it.
Dr. Kipper?
This week, last week.
What did you talk to Dr. Kipper about this week?
He's my personal doctor.
Kipper got money coming in everywhere.
You speak to Dr. Kipper.
The nurses he hired, he's their doctor.
No.
Kipper knows
Have
what
you ever
he's doing.
spoken to Dr. Kipper?
Everybody's paying Kipper.
No.
If
Have you
you
ever spoken to Dr. Kipper about his death?
if you want to know how much a Beverly Hills nurse makes,
And you
she
know
has
they
a
were born
private
this, correct?
fucking doctor.
Yes.
Who is she?
And she's a nurse that worked with us.
And Ms. Borum worked for Turning Point, is that right?
Yes.
And she, and did you hire Ms. Borum?
Yes.
So Kipper was like, yo, we need another
Ms.
nurse.
Borum, a salaried employee of Turning Point?
No.
So Ms. Borum was a contract attorney, a contract employee for Turning Point, correct?
Correct.
So how, in kind of general sense, how did that work with Ms. Borum and Turning Point?
Objection made.
If you needed her for a particular case, you'd hire her for that case?
Yes.
And you're saying, your testimony is that you had hired Ms. Borum previously for other patients, is that right? Before Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And do you recall how Ms. Borum came to work for Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
And do you recall how Ms. Borum came to work for Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
That was a long fight over an
How did that
objection,
happen?
and then the stenographer
What
reading it back.
I was taking care of Johnny and Amber. It was decided that Amber needed some support, so I brought her in for Amber.
No, Kipper was like, we need to get some more
So,
money out of these people.
Were
Let's get
you
Amber a nurse too.
Mr. Depp's primary?
Get on it.
Yes.
And was Ms. Borum Amber's primary nurse?
Yes.
And would you ever share responsibilities where Ms. Borum would perform nursing care for Mr. Depp and you would perform nursing care for Amber?
I know Aaron covered for me a few times. I do not believe I ever cared for Amber.
And you said that
Evil
a
nurse
decision was
doesn't
made that
care for Amber Heard.
Needed nursing care.
Yes.
Who made that decision?
I don't recall.
Can we put up attachment 2 and we'll call this Lloyd Exhibit 1?
Stand by.
Thanks.
Jackson Kai says gabapentin is also used to treat cocaine addiction as it helps take the edge off of withdrawals, particularly shaking. Sadly, it also increases the potency of opioid drugs. It can be abused itself. Don't ask me why I know that. Well, why do you know that?
It's used for anxiety too.
One.
It's a lot
Lloyd,
for
I'm showing
anxiety.
you marked as Lloyd Exhibit 1. You'll see it's many pages, and we're going to go through some of these during the day. But just looking at it, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is Lloyd Exhibit 1?
My nursing notes.
Okay. And so these are notes that you created,
Yes.
and these are notes you created for your care of Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Correct.
And if at a break you want to go over to see the whole thing, I'm happy to let you do that, just to save time rather than having you read 123 pages. But did you create these notes in the ordinary course of business?
Can you clarify what that means?
You created these notes as part of your job of being a nurse, correct?
Yes.
Did Dr. Kipper ask you to keep these notes?
We just keep notes as nurses. I don't recall.
Part of the profession.
So this is your normal practice, keeping these notes. It's not particular to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Did you receive any training into how to keep these notes?
Nursing school.
And the notes are typed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring a laptop with you when you were working with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Well, let's just go to the first one. It says June 12th, 2014, 2300. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And 2300, that's military time, correct?
Yes.
So that's 11 p.m. at night?
Yes.
Okay. And it says RN and MD met with patient to discuss plan and medication regime. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. The RN is you, correct?
Correct.
And the MD is Dr. Kipper?
Correct.
And the patient is Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
Okay. So where it says 6/12/14 at 2300, is that when you met with Mr. Depp, or is that when you wrote up the note?
That's when I wrote up the note.
Okay. So you may have met with Mr. Depp at some other time before this?
Sometime during that day.
Okay. So the time you have here is when you wrote the note?
Correct.
Okay. And would you typically type the notes as opposed to writing notes and handwriting and then typing notes?
Correct.
Okay. Did anyone review the notes?
You can answer if you know.
Notes were sent to Dr. Kipper.
How often would you send the notes?
Very
to Dr.
passive.
Kipper?
Notes were sent.
I don't recall.
And was
This is
there,
Amber
a
Heard's
system
lawyer
where he
asking
could
the
see
questions
notes, or
right
did
now.
you
Again,
email him, Dr. Kipper, the notes.
Email.
So, is it your understanding, based on these notes, that the first time you met Mr. Depp was on June 12th, 2014?
Yes.
And if we scroll down to the 6/13,
You know what's interesting? The way she looks is the way Amber should look in her
it
trial.
says you
Like it's
met
just
with patient
open,
in his
friendly,
apartment,
festive.
correct?
Correct.
So the next day you met with
Yep.
Mr. Depp in
not
his apartment.
not
is that right?
funeral colors.
According to my notes, I don't recall.
Okay.
Nicely done
And,
hair that's down.
In the second line, you write, he stated that he initially started taking opiates after some dental work and became dependent on them.
But she also doesn't look like she's
Is
going to
that
hit the
something that
club.
Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes.
Yeah, you know, the
Write
thing
that.
is that you know it's not about being attractive. It's about
No.
And then
being able to look
right,
the
patient
part.
is fearful of
If
coming
my
off
the
of
part I
opiates,
want to look is
knows
vulnerable woman
needs to do.
who's been abused, I got to dress
Again,
the part
that's
too.
something.
And I
according to
know
your
that's
notes,
sick.
that
I know a lot of you
Mr. Depp
people out
told
there
you.
like Nate is a sick bastard for
According to
saying
my
that.
notes, yes.
But when you're practicing law, you got to practice in truth and reality, right? Me Too doesn't work if you're convicted, right? If you lose
And then it
million
says
dollars,
patient
so
also
you have to
expressed
play
some
to
emotional
those
trauma
tropes.
causes
Yes,
him
sometimes you have to play to those
depression
tropes.
and
It's
anxiety.
unfortunate, but yes, we play the game.
Again, according to your notes, that's what Mr. Depp told you.
According to my notes, yes.
Do you recall at all what the emotional trauma was that was causing Mr. Depp depression and anxiety?
I do not recall.
Let me ask this again. Do you recall what the plan was for Mr. Depp's detox as of the end of June 2014?
Plan in what regards?
Where was Mr. Depp's detox going to take place?
I don't remember when it was determined, but I remember that it was after filming, we would go to the island.
And that's the island that Mr. Depp owns?
Yes,
The island of
And
Dr.
you
Moreau.
went to the island, correct?
correct.
Who else was on the island in this time when Mr. Depp was doing the detox?
You can answer if you know.
I know I was there. I cannot remember if Amber was there the entire time, and some of Johnny's staff and Dr. Kipper came at some point.
How did you get to Mr. Depp's island?
Flew.
And then what, do you take a boat to his island?
Yes.
And if we go to in the same document,
No landing
Kipper
strip on the
69,
island, pleb
which I believe
tier.
is page 17.
Just embarrassing not having your own airport.
Think about how they're getting paid though. They're
You see
getting
where it
paid.
says
The doctors, he's getting paid from her. He's getting paid from her assistant. She's getting paid from the assistant. It's like a big pyramid scheme.
It says arrived
Oh,
on
yeah.
island today.
Yes.
Making a
Does that
fortune
mean that
too.
you arrived on the island at
Kipper
on
sitting
August
up
8th,
on top,
2014?
just pouring out Dom Perignon.
According to the notes.
Yeah, just for his base pay. I mean, he clocked over
August
what
9th,
5 million. How many years do they say that he worked for?
2014. It says patient.
He's still
expressed
working
fears
for
of
him,
never
isn't he?
feeling
Yeah, he's still. I think he's still a doctor.
without
huh?
his drugs.
Do you remember
So
what
he
year he
testified
came
to
on?
work that.
2015,
Yes.
2014.
Something like that,
Something
yeah.
Mr. Depp
Yeah,
told
so
you.
good God, man.
According to my
1.2
notes.
a
yes.
year.
That's only one of his patients.
And if we go
Yeah.
2
You
pages,
see, he got Amber all strung out too. He got her. She needs a nurse too. You know, he's charging her for Amber's care.
Oh, yeah, there we go. You see where it says at the top, MD's flight has been canceled.
Yes.
Arrangements are being made for him to arrive on the island 8/12/14.
Yes.
So according to your notes, Dr. Kipper, after the flight was canceled, was set to arrive on the island on August 12th, 2014.
According to my notes.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you it's been marked as Lloyd Exhibit 2, which is ALH 16110 through 113. Do you remember texting with Amber at all while you were on the island with Mr. Depp?
That is some of how we communicated. Yes.
And does this refresh your recollection that Amber was at least at some point on the island with Mr. Depp during the detox?
Yes.
The gray part of the text is your text, correct?
Yes.
And the blue is Amber.
Yes.
Oh, these juicy text
And
messages.
in the gray part of the text, where it shows a phone number there, is that your cell phone number?
Yes.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 3, text message chain between you and Amber Heard on August 16th, 2014. And again, in the gray box where it shows a phone number, that's your phone number, correct?
Correct.
And this, Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Lloyd Exhibit 4, text message chain between you and Amber on August 18th, 2014. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when on the island, Amber would be telling you how Mr. Depp was doing?
According to these texts, that's what was happening. Yes.
Do you recall how long you were on the island?
I do not.
In a day, do you recall how long you would see?
You know, you're having a good time, but you don't know how long you were there. You were just there, right?
Yep. It's my job to be on this tropical
Would
island.
there be reasons why it varied as to how long you'd see Mr. Depp in a day?
I don't recall how it was determined.
How far away were you from where Mr. Depp was staying?
5 to 10 minutes.
By foot or by some other transportation?
By a John Deere tractor.
What type of?
Did you ride that tractor with another
place were you
woman?
staying in on the island?
It was a yurt.
And were you staying with anyone?
I was by myself some of the time, and then Dr. Kipper was also in the yurt for some of the time.
And did the yurt have separate rooms?
Yes.
Do you think the doctor was hitting the nurse?
Would you typically eat with Mr. Depp?
Maybe.
Married.
You're on an island all that time, making all this money.
I thought he said he was in a separate yurt,
when you
but
were
it
on
must
the
have meant a
island,
separate room
what
in the
was
yurt.
your
In the yurt, yeah.
role in terms of Mr. Depp's detox?
Medication management.
And what do you mean by medication management?
To administer medications.
And was Dr. Kipper the person who was prescribing the medications?
Yes.
Damn. You're on a private island with as many pills and medication as you want, with all these beautiful women and the doctors. It's crazy. This is the life. What are we doing? We're living the wrong life, Nick. We're wrong here.
Bag
Man.
of meds?
I'm trying to get island
You
money.
can answer to the extent you know.
Did I give Mr. Depp a bag of medications?
Either you or Dr. Kipper.
Not that I recall.
No, I gave him a bag of Coke. I gave him individual pills, though.
What the hell you think we doing on this island? Of course I'm giving him
The
pills.
picture of looks like a pill box, right?
Correct.
Would you have provided either Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard Mr. Depp's medications in a box like this?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't we actually just take a break for this moment? We've been about an hour. Take a, I don't know, 5-minute break. Is there any reason to believe or
Why didn't they cut that?
Why? Yeah.
Say that that's not a text you received from Amber Heard?
No.
Lloyd Exhibit 5 is a chart of text messages we received in a production from Mr. Depp.
Okay.
It is
There
Depp
we go.
7819.
Ocean Redux says, bro, we in here learning
see
free
the
lawyer
second entry?
techniques. And also, I'd love to see Elon Musk be a special ed child in front of the whole country.
Yes.
Okay. And where in the third row, there's your name, and above that name is a phone number. Is that your phone number?
Yes.
And you would sometimes text message with Mr. Depp too, correct?
Correct.
You see, it says in the body on that row 131, I will come by 80 within an hour to drop meds off just in case. How are you feeling? Your head back on straight. Do you see that?
I see that.
And this was a text you wrote to Mr. Depp.
According to this.
Do you recall as of around August 26, 2014, what you meant by your head back on straight?
I don't recall.
8 years ago. Yeah, sure.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Depp responded to you. You see in the next row.
This dude is the most dramatic texter on the damn planet.
Pretty much. I don't have the ability to take anything more on my back right now. I'm fucking strong. If my arm is gangrenous, I would cut the fucker off. I'm threatened by the love I feel. I need to stop. Simple math.
If I'm threatened. You
recall
left off
receiving
the
that
if.
text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall. No, I don't recall receiving that.
Do you have any reason to believe you did not receive this text from Mr. Depp?
No.
If we go back
These
to,
are some real interesting texts for you and your patient. Like these seem a lot more personal than I would expect for my nurse.
Yeah,
who's
I've never
drugging me
texted
up.
I've never texted my doctor
see
like
where
talking
it
about anything like this, but I've never had $100,000 to spend on a month of him.
Did you bring your doctor with you to your private island, though?
you wrote, RN received text from patient stating that he'd been in an argument with fiance and she, quote, had a nasty freak out, end quote, and he would like RN to come give him some, quote, some fucking knockout yum yum. RN instructed patient to take PRN, Neurontin, 300 milligrams, PRN, and Seroquel, 50 milligrams, and that RN.
Dude, control F and type in knockout yum
that.
yum.
I love it. Knockout yum yums.
Knockout yum
Anything
yum.
about what the nasty freak out
But it's funny because it all depends on context, right? If you text that to a prostitute,
referring to about Amber.
something different, right?
Yep.
And then you see the note for 3:30 for September 22nd, 2014.
Yes,
Okay, and again, that's 3:30 in the morning, right?
correct.
And you wrote, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on right hand. Patient stated he punched whiteboard in kitchen after fight. Patient stated he'd been texting his friend explaining why he didn't show up to play music, and fiance got upset that he was not giving her enough support, and the fight escalated from there.
Oh, Jesus.
You wrote
Ooh.
that note.
According to this, yes.
Do you recall going to Mr. Depp's home and seeing him with scraped and bloody knuckles on his right hand?
I do not recall.
Did you ever recall
This is not good for Johnny, though.
any incident where Mr. Depp had claimed he punched a whiteboard in the kitchen?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to believe where you wrote that you wrote upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on right hand? Would you have written that based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On Kipper 111, there's a
She ended up
highlighted
staying
note
there
at
for the rest of the night,
19:30
according to the
or
note.
October 14th. Do you see that?
Oh, wait, hang on a minute.
So they're going to do this thing where
Yes.
again, we don't have
And-
any
and you
evidence
wrote,
that he hit Amber Heard, but we have evidence that he
Patient
hit
finished filming
things.
and was extremely
If he hit
agitated,
things, he
leaving
must
the
have hit
set.
her.
Patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director. Patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set. For no apparent reason. Per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. You wrote that?
According to these notes, yes.
Some people are asking why isn't this not
And
hearsay? It's because
were these
it's
notes
her note, it's
made
her
of Mr. Depp?
documents when she's working. I
don't
forgot the
recall.
term of art.
It's a medical records exemption.
Did you ever
Yes.
filming where Mr.
If
Depp
they're
was
medical
filming?
Business
records
Yes.
taken in the ordinary course of business.
Course of business. Yeah,
Were
business
you
records in
patient
the
kicked in
ordinary
door
course of
the trailer
business.
and refused to speak to director?
And they
That's
also
based
have
on
to be
your
pertinent to
observation
the
of Mr.
issue.
Depp?
Yes,
I don't
relevance.
recall.
Yeah.
And where you write, patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set, so no apparent reason. Do you recall what that's based on?
I do not.
Would it have been based on?
It would have been
anything
based
other than
on
your
no
observation of
apparent
Mr. Depp?
reason.
I don't recall.
Like
But
if she knew what it was
If you had
based on,
been
there would have
told
been
that
an apparent
Mr.
reason.
Depp was verbally aggressive, would you have written that in your note?
This is bad for Johnny's side though, because it's showing all that violence that we didn't
And
hear
the note
last week.
above it
Now we're hearing
was
Johnny's violence
30.
like
You
this
see
week.
that?
Yes.
You wrote RN and MD arrived on set to assess patient. So that's you and Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote patient appeared agitated and was short towards RN. You wrote that?
According to this, yes.
And where you wrote patient appeared agitated and was short towards RN, meaning Mr. Depp was short towards you, correct?
I don't remember.
That's what the note means, right? Is there a reason
Unless
for
she's
that?
on private islands with A-list actors all
And
the
this
time.
note
She's
would
does
have
a
been
lot that
based
she
on
doesn't
your
remember.
Observation of Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I don't remember.
And then you see under October 15th, there's another highlighted entry, correct?
Yeah.
And you wrote patient awake and states he slept from 2200 to 4:30. You see that?
Yes.
Patient continues to be agitated about work and is verbalizing having desire to escape with drugs. You wrote that?
It's in my notes.
And that would mean that you wrote that note, correct?
Correct.
And you would have written that note based off Mr. Depp telling you if you had a desire to escape with drugs, correct? I'm sorry, did you answer it?
Yes, I said I don't remember.
And this is Exhibit 8. More text between you and Mr. Depp. Feel free to look through it.
Okay.
Mr. Depp wrote, I'm all right, confused as fuck. She said nothing of last night, and most certainly not one thing of the rap party's existence. All the proof that I predicted last night. How will I look at her when she gets back professing her undying love? all a fucking lie. I for sure, unfortunately, wouldn't mind some company, but I've inundated you with too much already. Love, love me.
That's what he sent it to her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall.
Something's up with this nurse and Johnny.
I don't think so, man. It's the way he talks to
This
everybody
is,
so far.
More text between you.
Yeah,
He got real personal with
to
his,
people.
yeah, with his male doctor too.
November 11th.
Like, I'd rather not be alone. You better get your ass over here.
Mr. Depp wrote, all good. Haven't read her text yet. I'm feeling so fucked. Why was she at the goddamn rap party until 5 a.m.? Did Aaron say anything? The lies are so clear now. They're making me nuts, wondering what was so interesting to keep her there that goddamn long. Please ask Aaron. I must have truth. I need it. It's not the easiest thing to do at this point, though it's been a shitty and painful experience. I cannot help but hear her voice begging and crying. She wants to change and is going to change, etc. Help. I don't know what's real and what's paranoid jealousy. You received that text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
And you don't recall, did you recall ever Mr. Depp not feeling trust for Amber?
I don't recall.
While you were working with Mr. Depp,
That's
he
not
smoked
Tug
marijuana.
typing on the keyboard, guys.
Yeah, that's the computer.
It's on the source video.
I don't recall.
Do you recall if he took any, if not smoked marijuana, ingested marijuana?
The internet
in any sort of way?
hates typing and clicking sounds
I don't
on
recall.
a video.
I'm muted. This is what I would sound like. I have two keyboards at the same time. So
Can you think of another instance where there was a patient, without giving me the patient's name or information, where they were allowed to continue to take marijuana while detoxing from other drugs?
I don't recall.
Exhibit 11 is
She's
Lloyd.
being very evasive here. You just don't recall anything about the island?
Do you
Like
recall
nothing she
producing
recalls.
documents in this matter?
Well, that was. Do you recall any other patients
Yes.
being allowed to take marijuana while detoxing?
Produced, text messages with Mr. Depp and with Ms. Heard.
Yes.
And this,
Which
and
I'm
this
not
is a
sure why they
text
wouldn't
message
be able
between you
to.
and Amber,
Yeah.
starting on December 20th.
Well, usually if you're detoxing, they don't want you no alcohol, no this, no that.
Yeah,
and
marijuana
you
is strong
understand that you're in
anti-nausea
the
medication.
text from you or the blue, correct?
If you're detoxing, you might
Okay.
want it.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Wrote, sorry to bother you. Is JD up? He has an important appointment at 2 p.m. and he isn't responding to me. Hope you guys had a beautiful Christmas. And Amber wrote, hey there. Yes, he is. He's opening presents with Lily Rose.
hey
That
there.
appointment
No.
is being picked up. Who's Lily Rose?
Johnny's daughter.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp super stoned when you were working with him?
I don't recall.
Does that mean that you never saw him stoned, or you just
Means I don't recall.
one way or the other?
I don't recall one way or another.
Do you know who the wit is?
Amber's sister.
Do you recall any time where Mr. Depp seemed confused about something that had occurred?
I don't.
You don't remember nothing. This is the
You
type of
ever
witness.
recall Mr. Depp-
I want to hire her as my nurse now.
He and
You don't
Mr.
remember
Depp
nothing,
had
right?
fights or
I don't recall nothing.
I don't recall.
It's got to be weird
recall
though,
Mr.
going
Depp
over
had
somebody's
lots of
personal,
medication.
medical,
Correct.
all of that.
Yes.
Considering
You
you're told
Depp
never to do this, but
was potentially doubling
Yep.
medications.
I think, to be honest with you, and
I
this is just me
recall
being
thinking that
conspiratorial.
at times.
I
Did
think
you
she
do Mr.
recalls.
Depp
I just think she knows that
drugs?
if she says the wrong thing, she's going to lose that.
Yes.
Who else is going to want to hire you
And
if
how
you're
did-
spilling
Yep.
all the beans,
How did
right?
Mr. Depp
So
show you that?
This is a resume.
On his own free
Yeah.
will that he hired us to be with him.
And then, did Mr. Depp have any relapses with drugs when you were working with him?
I don't recall.
You recall Mr. Depp and working with him ever take cocaine? Not that you necessarily saw him, but that you understood that he took cocaine.
I never saw Mr. Depp use cocaine.
Did you have any understanding that Mr. Depp took cocaine, whether you saw it or not?
I don't recall.
Did you administer drug tests to Mr. Depp?
But you know, I've said this before. I don't
beginning.
recall
Did you
is
see the results of the drug test?
usually the correct answer. People have a
Yes.
desire to
Did you
answer a
see
question
Mr. Depp
definitively,
being
even
positive
when
for
they
taking
can't.
cocaine?
I don't recall.
And for a lot of people, not recalling
Do
is
you recall
actually
accompanying
truthful,
Mr. Depp to
rather than
Australia?
making up something that they
Yes.
think, that they
Do you
infer.
recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia in around March of 2015?
I don't remember dates.
Do you
No,
recall
They just caught her out there.
to Australia when he was filming?
Drug use
Pirates of the Caribbean?
Now we know she's giving him drug tests,
I
and that
did.
she doesn't recall the. But you're a nurse. You're detoxing. Obviously, if he's got drugs in
where
the
were you
system, that's
staying?
what you're there for.
In Australia.
How can you not recall that? Right? That doesn't make any sense. I'm giving you a drug test. I don't know if it's positive or not.
Distance wise,
Yeah, how far away were you from him?
about 30 minutes
Where was Mr. Depp staying?
in a rental house
And where were you staying?
in an apartment.
And what city were you in?
I don't recall the name.
And was Dr. Kipper there with you?
He came and went.
Did you fly to Australia with Mr. Depp?
Sometimes I did, and other times I flew on a commercial.
Do you recall talking to Dr. Blaustein about Mr. Depp in Australia?
I do not.
Do you recall Mr. Depp not doing very well while he was in Australia? As of March 1st, 2015.
I don't recall anything around that time.
Do you have an understanding as to what Mr. Depp was doing with Marilyn Manson?
I do not.
Did you ever tell Dr. Kipper that Mr.
They
Depp
were
was
just
doing what
covering
he
beautiful
wants
people.
with Marilyn Manson?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Marilyn Manson being in Australia with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you remember being in Australia?
But exhausted. Do you recall being exhausted while in Australia and working with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to believe that what Dr. Kipper wrote is not true?
I do not.
Do you
we can take
recall
this down.
being exhausted in Australia? I mean, fuck. What
And,
does that even mean?
Go back to Exhibit 1.
I wonder if Manson's going to testify in this case. He's got his own
No.
case going right now.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
If we could go
They're
to
trying to link him there too, because I don't think they asked anybody, "Do you know who Marilyn Manson is?" But a lot of people
Before I ask, do
probably
you recall how
know
long
Marilyn
you were
Manson
in
has been accused
Australia
too.
with Mr. Depp?
No, however long the filming of Pirates was.
And at 3/7/15 at 11:30, you wrote, MD received a text message from client that he'd been arguing with wife and that he had cut his finger. According to patient, his assistant and security were on their way to pick him up. You wrote that?
According to my notes, yes.
Is there any reason to believe you didn't write that note?
No.
Do you recall Dr. Kipper receiving a text message from Mr. Depp about Mr. Depp cutting his finger?
I don't. I'm just what this note says.
Do you recall going to Mr. Depp's house after learning that he had cut his finger?
Oh,
Yes.
man.
What do you recall about that?
Too short of a night. Back's all stiff.
Yeah.
That we went to the house and I actually, I don't even think I went in at first. Dr. Kipper went in and he had cut his finger and we took him to the emergency room where his finger had been cut.
Do you recall what the house looked like when you went in?
Yes,
What did the house look like?
it was a mess.
Hey, can you describe how it was a mess?
I don't remember details, but I remember there was some writing on the wall and I remember a smashed TV.
God, I wonder what the writing was.
Do you remember what any of the writing said on the wall?
I do not.
You know that's a good. You know that's a good fight when you're writing on the walls.
We have some of it's written in blood. And
Do you recall?
Just says whore.
Was Amber in the house?
Johnny pays your bills.
I don't recall.
All heard and
You
no
recall
play
seeing
make
Amber that
Johnny a
day?
dull boy.
No, I don't recall.
You could have did The Shining.
Do you
Here's
recall
Johnny.
what rooms you went through of the house, Mr. Depp's house?
I remember looking for his finger in the downstairs area.
Looking for Johnny's finger in the
And what was in the
downstairs.
downstairs area?
It can go two different ways, really.
What rooms were in the downstairs area?
It was like a pool table entertainment room.
Did you look anywhere else around the house?
I don't recall.
What was the pool table entertainment room? Was that a mess?
I don't recall.
Do you recall going into the kitchen of the house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall finding Mr. Depp's finger?
I did not.
Do you know who found Mr. Depp's finger?
Yes.
Who?
Ben.
Ben who?
I don't remember his last name.
Ben King. That's who they're talking
Who was
about.
Ben in relation to Mr.
The
Depp?
chef?
No,
like
he's
our
the
house
cleanup guy.
manager.
Mm. Rick the Wolf? The cleanup
Do you
guy?
recall
Yeah.
where the finger was found?
I do not.
Do you recall if Mr. Depp
So please,
appeared
please,
to have,
pretty please, with sugar on top. Clean the fucking
dirt,
house.
grime, and paint on his hands?
Yes, he did. He did.
Do you recall seeing any glass anywhere?
I do not.
Do you recall smelling any alcohol?
I do not.
Who else was with you when you went to the hospital?
Malcolm and Stephen.
And who were Malcolm and Stephen?
Stephen was his assistant, and Malcolm was one of his security guards.
I got a 12:30. I will be back. Yeah, this case is crazy.
All right, brother. Thanks a bunch.
Later, guys.
See you soon.
Ben brought it to the ER.
What did Ben bring the finger in?
I don't
Baggy.
recall.
Baggy with some ice.
Was it on ice, the finger?
I don't recall.
Did you ask Mr. Depp how he cut his finger?
I don't recall if I asked him.
Did you ask anyone how Mr. Depp had cut his finger?
Did you
I don't
find out
recall.
how Depp cut his finger?
Do you have any understanding as to how Mr. Depp cut his finger?
There you go.
I heard different stories from people.
What were the different stories you heard?
I had heard that Amber threw a bottle of vodka at him.
Ooh. Started with
I
that one.
had heard that he slammed it with a phone.
Oh yeah, you slam
Do
a
you
finger
recall
with a
who you
phone,
heard that,
chop it right,
Amber had thrown a
chop it
bottle at?
right off.
I do not.
Do you recall who you heard that he slammed it on with the phone?
I do not.
The stories that you had heard, did you hear it on that day of March 7th or March 8th, 2015 or later?
I don't remember.
Did you ever talk with Mr. Depp about how he cut his finger?
I don't recall.
For people asking
Conversations.
about that hearsay, yeah, it's
Did you ever
hearsay,
talk
but
with Dr. Kipper about
they didn't
how
want to
Mr. Depp
object
cut
to
his
that.
finger?
I don't recall specific conversations.
Johnny Depp's team would have had to object to that being hearsay, but they don't want to.
Did
They
Mr.
want
Depp,
the fact that Amber Heard threw a
How long
vodka
was Mr.
bottle
Depp
at
in
him,
the hospital
chopping his
for?
finger off. They
I don't
want
remember.
did you have any concerns about the nurse supervision of Mr. Depp?
I know at times we would go days without me seeing him, but I don't know specifically what this is regarding.
Were there issues with the nurse supervision while in Australia?
I don't recall specifics.
You have no recollection of Dr. Kipper withdrawing his care of Mr. Depp for any period of time?
No. I know at times it was discussed when he would miss appointments, but I don't recall him ever actually going through with withdrawing his care.
Do you recall there being concerns about Mr. Depp taking substances that he shouldn't have been taking?
I don't recall what that was regarding.
Do you recall having major concerns about leaving for Australia with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
While that's going up, Ms. Lloyd, the day that Mr. Depp cut his finger, you don't recall seeing Amber one way or the other, is that right?
I do not.
Exhibit 16.
Oh boy, we got a ways to go on this testimony.
And Mr. Depp responded, "It's sad. I love you so much, little Debbie." And of course, Kipper too. He was right, though I did feel a bit of a sting when his letter, paper trail, arrived on the off chance that I croak, which I also understand. Just never heard of anyone being fired by their physician before. So I'm kind of proud of that little fact too. I love you, kid. Even attempting saying thank you to you would be like a monkey trying to fuck a football. It's just simply impossible.
What?
I wish things could have ended on a better note. All my life.
I love. He needs to send some of that, man. I love his text.
Dude, he is the best text drafter, man.
This shit is funny.
Correct.
Would Mr. Depp
See, that-
call you Nurse Sharp?
Yes.
Would Mr.
By the way,
Depp
she
call
should
you
lose the
Little Debbie?
glasses. She looked great without the glasses on. I know some people like the librarian look, but
And
a
and you
monkey
don't
trying to
recall Mr.
fuck a
Depp saying
football.
never heard of anyone being fired by their physician before.
I do not.
And then you respond on the next page.
But yeah, I disagree with Nate a bit because I don't
I
think
love you
there's
too,
anything
and
going
hope
on.
this is not
It's
the
just
end.
the way
Be
he
safe and be
he writes
smart, my
things.
son.
No, he has a lot of this kind of stuff.
Yeah. And
That's
she
part
plays
of it,
along.
yes.
Be safe and be smart, my son. Right? Like,
And you know what you meant by be safe and be smart.
I don't know.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, I've been off of for 3 days.
I love that weird
Doc
fucker.
jumped on. Also, please thank him for the Motrin and the black baclofen. They work a treat for amputated fingers. God damn, I love that weird fucker no matter what.
According to this.
Oh my God, I
And
love
what
it.
is meant by I've been off of for 3 days.
I do have no idea.
Okay. You respond, so glad to hear you have been off. No matter what, I just want you to feel better.
Yeah, I don't know what we were referring to.
And we go down to the next page. You write, I'd be more than happy to come back and help you with pain management and Taradol injections. I know Kipper loves you and would always want to continue your care if you're no longer using. You wrote that to Mr. Depp.
apparently.
According to this.
And this text was on your phone, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by Kipper loves you and would always want to continue your care if you're no longer using?
So,
just
Tug,
what
can
it
you
says.
talk about this? People who do
Yeah.
like addiction counseling and
I
stuff,
don't know what that was regarding.
I think they
You don't know what no
sometimes
longer
threaten,
using
like,
was
look,
referring to?
if you're not going to shape up, if you don't want my help, you're
Yeah.
not going to get it, type thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that happens. That happens quite often. It's also, I was talking the other day saying you expect drug tests to be failed. You have depending on the clinic, you have a certain criteria on that. With them, I'm sure they expect it to be failed every time because they're not going to kick him out.
Stop it all,
Yeah.
except whatever I was on before. And just,
Yeah, we have people all the time. If they don't want to do it, they're gonna threaten to quit. Sometimes you'll threaten to
always
withdraw
said
them
to
too.
the crew is I love you all. I hope to always be in touch, even if you choose not.
Part of the
to continue
process, letting them know, no, this is
a
serious. You
working
have to do
relationship.
this.
You are ready. I will get
Yep.
in touch with Kevin and get my stuff out. Or 72 soon. Hugs. You wrote that message to Mr. Depp.
According to this.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, "Take care, darling. I cannot ever thank you enough, all you've done for me. On the junkie side and the broken heart side, you've been a lifesaver. Literally, we'll be seeing each other again, sweetheart. Love you so much, little Debbie. And so does my entire crew. X." You received that text message from Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes. I'm gonna cry. It's just
Miss Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Lloyd 17, which is Lloyd 158 through 160, which is a text message between you and Johnny Depp from your phone. You see that?
yes.
Okay. And on March 27th, 2015, you wrote, "Good morning, sleepyhead. Aaron came by to give you a shot. You were still sleeping. Take the pill form of Tadorol to hold you over, and I will check in with you when I'm done my appointment in Beverly Hills." And then you wrote, "Have you taken pill? If not, hold off, and Aaron is on her way to give you injection." You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote that text message, correct? Those messages?
Yes.
Okay.
Her glasses are straighter now.
She wears them really high on her face.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp wrote, "The fucking pain is as bad as when it was cut off. Horrific." You received that message from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And he's talking about his finger there, correct?
Yes.
And you received that text message from Amber, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then you wrote, "He's at the studio with Marcus and is supposed to call me when he gets back."
Cyber Warrior, that isn't
to
my dog.
Lost.
My
I
dog
will
sounds like a
drive up there
friggin'
if you
squeak
want me
toy.
to. Always feel weird showing up unexpected. Do you want me to go? You wrote that text message to Amber?
I don't recall, but according to this, yes.
Do you know who Marcus is?
Yes.
Who is Marcus?
Marcus Mumford,
And what was his relationship to Mr. Depp?
friend.
And then you wrote, "I know Steven is there. Let me just check in and see what I can find out. I'll get right back to you." Who's Steven?
His assistant.
Do you ever remember checking if Mr. Depp had been taking cocaine?
I don't remember specifically asking any questions related to that.
Is there any reason to believe that you didn't do what you said in your text message?
No.
Do you recall what you were giving Mr. Depp Valium for?
That was my 4-year-old. Sorry.
I do not.
Lloyd, showing you again what's been marked as Exhibit 1, and I'm going to point you to Kipper 167, which is from April 13th, 2015. Okay, do you see it? Do you see the entry for 1,500?
Yes.
All right. You wrote, "Bandage changed and hand exercises done at appointment with surgeon's office. Per RN at surgeon's office and occupational therapist, hand is healing well and finger has good range of motion. Exercises to be done 3 to 5 times per day. Patient is in good spirits and said he's not smoked marijuana in 3 days. States he feels majority of his issues with his wife have been from him using drugs and alcohol. Patient states he will no longer sneak, use, and wants to enjoy clarity." You wrote that?
Yes.
And these are part of your nurse's notes?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp told you that he felt the majority of his issues with his wife had been from him using drugs and alcohol.
According to the note, yes.
And Mr. Depp wrote, "He will no longer sneak, use, and wants to enjoy clarity."
According to the document, yes.
What is being referred to as no longer sneak, use?
I only know what's stated in my notes.
Would it be anything other than drugs or alcohol?
I don't recall.
Was there anything that Mr. Depp was sneaking other than drugs and alcohol that you were concerned about?
Yeah, the breathing's crazy.
If we go to 175,
I think it's the mic table at Johnny's side. Or the mic at the table for
Notes
the
for June 28th, 2015.
plaintiffs. What?
Yeah.
I didn't do anything with the volume. I don't know why it spiked. StreamYard is a fucking disaster. Like, I'm not adjusting things, guys.
It says at 1700, RN received initial results from brain MRI. No obvious abnormalities noted. Final report will be done tomorrow. Patient informed of results. Do you recall why Mr. Depp received the brain MRI?
He was having chronic headaches.
And then you see at 6:30 at 1300.
Yes.
Okay. And that's highlighted.
Yeah.
Okay. You wrote RN arrived on set to visit patient. He was upset due to having an argument with his wife. Patient stated he had taken about 4 Xanax, 1 milligram over the past 24 hours to deal with the stress he was feeling. Patient was able to express his emotions appropriately. Patient stated that he had not slept the night before due to argument with his wife.
Simple
That's a
Ranch,
note you
my
wrote.
volume is not that
Correct.
loud. It spiked for whatever reason.
that's based off of
StreamYard has
information
shit
provided to you by
post audio
Mr. Depp.
processing. They're an embarrassment.
Yep.
I don't recall.
Well, we're
According to my note, yes.
So Mr. Depp told you he'd taken about 4 Xanax, 1 milligram over the past 24 hours, correct?
According to my notes, yes.
Okay, and then at 1920 on June 30th, it said patient had another argument with his wife. Patient was anxious and was asking for medication to help calm him down. Seroquel 50 milligrams administered. You see that? And that's a note you wrote?
Yes.
Do you know why your nursing notes ended on July 1st, 2015?
I do not.
How did you continue to care for Mr. Depp as his nurse after July 1st, 2015?
I do not recall my last date.
Did you prepare nursing notes through the time that you were Mr. Depp's nurse?
I did.
And did you provide those notes to Dr. Kipper?
I did.
This Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Lloyd 19. This is an email from Dr. David Culver on June 27th, 2015 that you were copied on. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you know who Dr. Culver is?
I don't recall exactly who he was.
Did you understand that Mr. Depp went to a specialist for his finger?
Yes.
That you're copied on this email?
I see my name copied on the email, yes.
Okay. And you recall that Mr. Depp was treated for a bad crush injury for his finger?
I recall him being treated for a finger injury. I didn't realize, this is the first I remember hearing it was a crush injury.
And that's the email you received from Dr. Culver, correct?
I'm seeing this today. I don't recall receiving this email.
Is there any reason you believe you didn't receive this email?
No, I just don't recall.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 20, which is a text message chain between you and Mr. Depp from your phone. You see that?
I see that.
On July 5th, 2015, Mr. Depp wrote to you, canceling the squeezing and needles tonight. Need to get the recluse out of his cage and his brain. You received that text message from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And then you said, how come you're canceling? You okay? Not sure what you mean by the rest of your texts. Please let me know if you need anything. I'm here if you want to chat or want me to go hang at the house with you. You wrote that text to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And then Mr. Depp wrote to you, I'm in a very anxious and painfully confused state. Rather not get into details, but in a nutshell, problems with family, My company, the ex business manager, and my fucking jumbled brain will need refills of meds tomorrow. Thanks, honey. X. You received that text from Mr. Depp?
I wish they put the text back on the screen.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Mr. Depp talked about how he was having problems with his
They could
family.
stop showing Johnny Depp and go back to the
That's what this
deposition.
states.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
Mr. Depp was
as
having
exciting
problems
as it is to watch him look at that computer.
The states.
Yeah,
Mr.
they should
Depp
really
was having
show,
problems
like,
with
they
the
should
ex.
cycle in Depp and Heard every
Mr.
now and
Depp was
then
having
for
problems
like
with businessmen.
10, 15 seconds. They're not showing
Well-
Heard at all.
What was really good when I went back and looked at
Trouble with his
when Gina Duders was kicked out, they did focus on Johnny Depp, and he had that, oh man, they're screwing me here. Look, he had that little laugh. It was
Yeah.
perfect. They did that perfectly.
If we can go back to Kipper 167. And Ms. Lloyd, I'd ask you to look at the entries for April 14th. It's at the bottom.
Okay.
You wrote at 1400, RN and MD arrived at patient's home to have meeting to set treatment plan and boundaries while traveling in Australia.
What boundaries are you talking
You wrote
about?
that,
Correct.
and the RN is you, correct?
Yes.
And the MD is Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what the treatment plans and boundaries were while traveling in Australia as of April 2015?
I do not recall.
And then if we go to the next page, you see the April 15th entries.
Yes.
And at 12:15, you write, arrived at patient's home. Assistant was in hallway and informed RN that patient was in a bad mood and told assistant he did not need anything from him today. RN was led in home by security and knocked on patient's door to let him know she was there. Patient screamed, "What?" RN informed patient she was letting him know she was there and would be downstairs. About 5 minutes later, security came into house and informed RN that patient has told security to get everyone out of his home and he did not want any more unexpected guests. RN left property and informed MD of the events. Per MD, drop tomorrow's meds off with security and do not reach out to patient again. Wait for patient to reach out to medical.
Yep. Okay, this
You
makes
wrote that
sense.
note?
Correct.
And this document and also this note also talks about you informing Dr. Kipper about what happened in this note, correct?
Yes.
This Lloyd, I'm showing what's been marked as Lloyd 21. You see at April 15th at the bottom there's
Sometimes you just
from
need to get all these
Mr. Depp.
motherfuckers out of your house. I mean, frankly.
And
Yep.
you- Hey, sweetheart, I'm so sorry about today. I thought you were Steven, whom I'm not. Particularly enthused about for his loss of loyalty and his loss of memory. He has tried everything to fuck me over as far as traveling with my wife. He also bursts into my fucking house like it's goddamn Grand Central Station. I'm truly sorry if I upset you. If you like, you can give me some morphine to see if my tongue and penis touch. All my love, Jay. Did you receive this text?
Got a little chuckle there.
See if my tongue and penis touch.
She's trying not to laugh.
Oh my
Do you have any
God.
understanding as to what Mr. Depp was referring to where he says, Steven tried everything to fuck me over as far as traveling with my wife?
I do.
First of all, going back to your work for Dr. Kipper,
Wow.
you said, I think you testified earlier, you cared for multiple patients that were of Dr. Kipper's, correct?
Correct.
And when you would care for Dr. Kipper's patients, how would you report their status to Dr. Kipper?
Objection vague.
Multiple different resources, phone, text, verbal, verbal and written.
Now we're on Johnny's lawyer.
And how often would you report to Dr. Kipper about his patient?
It responded. I mean, it depended on different patients, varied.
And I believe you testified earlier that you maintain nursing notes for those patients, correct?
Correct.
What type of information did you maintain in these notes?
And mainly we provide care given and patients' responses to care
Now
given
remember-
or any external factors.
This is the
they-
friendlier side to her. She probably will have a better memory
Expectation.
all of a sudden.
Is there any information that you would not include in your notes?
Not,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your answer.
not specifically.
Other than Dr. Kipper, does anyone else review your notes?
If another nurse was to work on the case, they could have access to the notes.
And does Dr. Kipper advise you on any information that should be maintained in your notes?
Not directly.
Has he ever told you that certain information should not be included in your notes?
No.
When did you become a registered nurse?
2004.
And have you been employed as a registered nurse from that time up until you became a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
In your time as a registered nurse, have you ever had a patient that you suspected was the victim of domestic abuse?
No.
Do you have any professional responsibility to report domestic abuse?
Yes.
And what is that responsibility?
I'm a mandated reporter for child elder abuse and any suspected injuries.
How would you define suspected injuries?
If I was to work in a facility and somebody came in and reported, or I felt that it was a result from an injury caused by somebody else.
Who do you report the abuse to in that instance?
I've never had to report abuse.
Okay. Given your professional responsibility, do you know who you would report that to in that event?
I do not.
In your time as a registered nurse, have you ever witnessed physical violence by one of your patients?
I do not recall ever witnessing any violence.
And when you say any violence, does that mean perpetrated by your patient or against your patient, or just
in general violence?
So you met Mr. Depp either on June 11th or June 12th of 2014?
According to my notes, yes.
Okay. Had you ever spoken with him before that date?
No.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Do you recall when you first met her? Not specifically when, but do you recall the instance when you first met her?
I do not.
When you first met Ms. Heard, did you have an understanding as to what her relationship to Mr. Depp was at that time?
Yes.
And what was that understanding?
That they were in a relationship.
Were they engaged when you first met them?
Shit.
I don't recall the dates they got engaged.
Recall the nature of her
Were they married
relationship?
when you first
Yes.
met
What
them?
was it? There was one.
Did you attend their wedding?
Yes.
And where was that?
On the island in the Bahamas.
Can we take this down and please pull up what I've marked as document B?
any evidence of violence yet. No,
But
not
23.
really. I mean,
No.
he hit a
Now, just for the record,
You know, a
A whiteboard.
a
I believe
whiteboard
these are
and a
the nursing
door.
Notes you were looking at earlier. This is just has a different production number, and I just thought it might go more smoothly if I am calling out the correct page number. So, just to establish this, do you recognize this document here?
Yes.
And these are your nursing notes that I believe you looked at with Mr. Nagelhoff earlier, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to the entry for June 17th of 2014, which is on page with, perfect, there it is. This is a note you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And at the time that you prepared this note, were you in Boston with Mr. Depp?
According to the note, yes.
Now, in the subsection that says to 2330, do you see where it says accompanied patient, fiance, assistance, and security to concert?
Yes.
Okay. And in this note, patient refers to Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Yes.
And fiance is Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Just refresh your recollection that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were engaged in June of 2014.
According to this, yes.
Is this the first time you met Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when I met her.
Further down in the note, do you see where it says assistant was also asked to pass on RN and MD's numbers to fiance, as we would both like to speak with her and to obtain her input towards patient treatment. You see where I'm referring to?
Oh, that's what you need. You need the fiance's
RN
input
is
on
referring to you in
treatment.
this instance,
Correct.
and MD refers to Dr. Kipper.
Correct.
Do you recall why you wanted to speak with Ms. Heard at this time?
I do not.
Probably because Depp wanted it.
Do you recall
Yeah,
Ms. Heard
probably.
expressing interest in participating in Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't remember the events other than what's stated in my notes.
Your phone number was given to Ms. Heard though, correct?
Correct.
724.
Ms. Lloyd, do you recognize this document?
No.
So I take it you did not prepare this document, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Directing your attention to the bottom of the
Ladies and gentlemen, that's probably a good break to go ahead and have our lunch break. So we'll go ahead and break until 2 o'clock. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay?
Oh,
We'll come back
thank
and continue
goodness.
this deposition.
Yeah, there needed to be a refresher. Something happening there. It's getting way too long. The pace of questioning slowed down quite a bit for Depp's team asking her questions. Kind of annoying.
They're going to rely heavily on the he broke objects, therefore he's a monster. You know, they're gonna,
this is the whole thing. They want to play on popular images of
tuning at
abusers.
2 p.m., correct? All right, okay, thank you.
Images of abusers. Abusers are alcoholic, drug users are abusers. People who hit things hit people. They want to draw these parallels because that's really all they've got. Remember, there's no evidence that anyone can point to of Amber Heard having signs of being beaten. So they got to go to stuff that they can tangibly grab onto. They know there's like messy houses when people show up after some sort of fight. Stuff has probably been thrown. Things are in a disorderly state. They know they can point to his bloody knuckles. Good image, by the way, but it's from a whiteboard, or it's from, or they can point to him kicking in a door. They really need to point to him kicking in her. Like that's what they need to do.
Well, and there were never any accusations about this until that letter. And then after that, man, the pictures, she'll have pictures that come up that nobody else can ever point to. So, well, you had the therapist saying at one time, I saw a picture, which is interesting, but
Right.
back when. It's also interesting that the therapist, who would also have the duty to warn if there were visible injuries, did not make a report. That's fascinating.
Right. So I think the reason maybe she wouldn't feel obligated to make a report in that situation is because you don't know where those injuries are coming from, right?
Yep.
Like someone, it subtly goes to the credibility of Amber Heard to this person even. I mean, she showed me pictures. You didn't report it? No. Well, why wouldn't you if you have some sort of obligation to report? It's because maybe you don't give the pictures the credibility that they're an authentic representation, that it came from him, right? It could come from anywhere. You don't know. But yeah, man. So it's interesting. I think the big wins that Johnny is getting is that he's just likable. Like still, even in these text messages, I know these are really boring things, but when people hear his text messages, right? Like he's likable. He comes across as normal and natural.
But yeah, you get the trained professionals. They kind of know. One of the things that you kind of get used to when people are off-putting or aloof, you can feel that they're hiding something like abuse. He's not hiding anything. Give me some morphine. So, whatever in my penis will touch. That's telling.
Yeah, that was a bit wild. Woo. Okay, let me get through some of these chats here while we have some downtime. The hard thing with these video depositions is it's hard to know when there's going to be downtime. There aren't objections with sidebars that bring nice pauses for us to either read a question or whatever. So if you've got something now, I'm going to try and catch up and then answer any questions people might have about some of the proceedings. I'll try and hit some general stuff if I don't see anything specific as well. C. Neal says, Nate, who's gone, I blame you for my LawTube addiction. Following you led me to LawTube, and you led me to celebrating Purim with Blue Joe and Adam. I got to go to rehab after that crazy time. Thanks to you and Nick for hours of entertainment. Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you very much. And by the way, guys, all my panelists, Tug and Nate, so far, I think we'll be joined by at least one other attorney later in the day. They're linked in the description. Make sure you go click on their names, go to their YouTube pages, give them a subscription or whatever, like some of their videos, check out some of their videos, anything like that. People come in and hang out with me on these long streams, and it's great to show them some support. And there's so much stuff out there to cover that we love to just share what everybody's working on so that people understand. Like if you want something covered, there's probably someone out there doing it, even if I'm not getting around to it. And Tug here has been an absolute monster on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff, going way behind the scenes, got tons of info, on the breaking edge of reporting this stuff for the past 2 years, really. There's been no better source for it.
Yep. It's going to, like I said, in the trial, it'll be really fun when Amber Heard has gone as far as to allege that I'm in communication with the teams over there, which I won't confirm or deny. Somebody might confirm or deny that, but I won't.
Yeah. Yes. Tug has been named in documents in this case because his coverage has been so irritating to the likes of Amber Heard and her attorneys. They do not want people like Tug, people like me talking about this case because they wanted to control the narrative. That's the point of Me Too. If you don't know this, and this applies to true Me Too accusations and false Me Too accusations. The point of it is for it's empowering the victim, using air quotes here, empowering the victim to have a voice. But what that actually means is disempowering the alleged or the accused, we'll say. And it really means shut them out of society. You don't get to hear their side of the story. Their side of the story can't have any power because there's a victim here, you bigot. And so when guys like Tug are out there, and Tug was doing all these videos, and tons of people are watching, getting this information, learning about some of the stuff that's popping out at this trial over a year ago, learning this stuff, finding out that, oh, she cut off his finger. Oh, she shit in his bed, literally. All of that comes out. They hate that. They wanted to control it. They wanted to clamp it down. Johnny Depp, bad man, bad, good woman, good. That was the message that they tried to do, and guys like Tug were out here destroying it. So it's really great.
And we all put out contact saying, if you have something like Amber Heard's team, they're more than welcome to contact me. The problem is they expect people's voices to be for sale with that. When I contact you, you better put out something positive about me. Hell to the no. Yep. Everyone can contact, but no one can actually own your voice in that.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And that's something that these teams are not used to, right? Like people like Amber Heard and their handlers and their PR people, they're not used to independent journalists having a voice. They're used to having an industry-backed person go to industry-friendly journalistic publications and give industry-approved stories to them. And then they'll just run with it.
They write their narrative. So there was Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's lawyer. He put out something I thought was really telling. A PR firm for Amber Heard wasn't just leaking documentation to the mainstream media. They were writing their articles for them. I mean, they would give them ready-made articles. And he leaked a ready-made article, and you could link that, and they might put a sentence or two in it, but you could link that to 3 publications that were out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if people don't know this, lots of news stories, newspaper stories, whoa, Jesus Christ. Whew.
That was nightmarish. I found out I had a bleep button
right there.
I found out I had a bleep button on my voice mod. I almost fell asleep on it the other day. I was like, a bleep button.
Yeah, but that's sorry about that. That was from the court feed. Did not know it was going to do that. It hasn't done that the past couple days. But if you don't know this, tons of publication stories are penned by someone else and actually pitched to the newspapers and magazines and trade journals and stuff like that. They're pitched with money attached. And so a PR team that is sufficiently funded can actually go to newspapers, and they can either pitch them a story that the newspaper thinks will be profitable, or if the newspaper doesn't think the story is going to do that well, they can actually you can buy news, and people do it all the time. I know this. I almost was the salesman. I almost was in the business of doing this, but I did not end up doing it. Thank God. That would have been soul crushing. But yeah, the idea was that the job I was supposed to do was I would have been working as a sales rep for an agency where someone comes in where they want a product, right? And they want news about the product, because you could get a product review or whatever, but it's better to have a news story about how great your product is. So they would come into this company and they would talk about their product. They would hire the company, and then that company's agents would go out to news publications, and they would pitch to those news publications the story. It would be drafted and everything. Here's a great feel-good story about how this widget helped Erica with her dog problem. And they would publish these things all the time. Lots of stories that you see with brand names or a product in them are done this way. Same thing works with PR. PR firms will go, They develop professional relationships with journalists because they work with PR firms for people like Amber Heard, work with other Hollywood people. So it's going to be an agent to an agent relationship. Hey, man, guess what? I got a hot story for you. Here you go. You don't even have to do anything with this. You know, maybe add a couple lines, add a bit of commentary, get your byline in there, and go ahead and run this for us. And that would be great. It's like, yeah, man, of course, every time, I publish your story, it gets good hits. They're well written. They go up. They get good early page views, stuff like that. This is the incestuous relationship of a media that is starved of money and people with stories out there that need to get out there that have lots of money. So
yeah, their desperation. I mean, when you have Huffington Post begging for, well, I think it was $5 million from backers. I mean, that just, God, man, that says a lot. Of course, they'll do anything to get stories out there because they need that. They'll shill for anyone that puts money in their hands.
Absolutely. Like you said, they need the money. They need it bad. Advertising dollars are not fully reliable. So they will take ways to earn income and guarantee stable revenue streams. And also they know that a story like this or an Amber Heard PR piece is going to play. It involves Johnny Depp. They know they're going to get clicks. They love that clickbaity stuff. And if you notice, newspaper headlines, magazine article titles, stuff like that, they're following the trend of clickbait because clickbait fucking works. Has forever.
Hell yeah, it works.
Okay, so Crusadist Viewing says taxation is literal highway robbery. The state can never spend your money better than you in any situation. I agree. Whoa, For Dorgy, more Corgi says, woke up Easter morning to a family member in his 20s trying at my 16-year-old daughter's DMs. Police told me I can't disappear him. All maps to the wall.
Amen.
Buy him a nice plane ticket on a private plane. The Aliyah Airways. It'll be perfect. Jesus. Did the police say if you could go like kick his ass at Thanksgiving or something? At least. Righty Rofty Pixels says, it is I, Righty Rofty Pixels. In my universe, I have the most base takes. Flash never cried to Gundam. We're enjoying Trump's second term, and the earth is truly flat. However, I regret to inform you that Nick cries all the time.
I missed that. I hated missing that. I caught some of the replay on it. It looked really funny.
Oh, Flashcast this
Yes.
weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, it was good times. The revelations about Camelot are devastating, though.
Oh my God.
Just absolutely devastating.
I was like, my God, he's actually pretty proud of it. There were a lot of women that were very devastated by that.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad, but some pretty man out there will be very happy. D says, unrelated news, gentlemen. There are unconfirmed reports that Coach Red Pill has been executed in Ukraine by Ukrainian forces on suspicion of being a Russian spy. Rip the documentary. Now back to law and laughing at the rage pig. Okay, I know what some of you are thinking. You're thinking that's a funny joke, that there's some speculation that Coach Red Pill has been killed. Oh yeah, somebody out there. No, there's a lot of actual speculation that Gonzalo Lira, who is Coach Red Pill, that's his actual name, hashtag doxed, it's been out there forever, but that Gonzalo Lira has been actually killed by Ukrainian special forces. That is just a report. However, there's also some reports that he is okay. I'm not sure what's true, but that might be real. Like Coach Red Pill, who was doing some really stupid stuff, like praising the Russian government while living in Ukraine during the invasion. He may have been apprehended. He may be dead. So, wild shit, man. Imagine shit posting your way into an execution.
Oh, Well, if anybody seemed capable of that, Coach Rip Hill did seem capable of.
Yep, he did seem capable of being that stupid to actually get his ass killed. I mean, I remember watching one of his. He's like doing his little stream from some unnamed Ukrainian hotel. I'm like, do you think the important people can't figure out what hotel you're in, dude? You're on record praising the Russian government during an invasion of the country. What are you thinking? You're not in America. You don't get to do that shit.
You might not get to do that in America if it ever got invaded either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. During the only time the right of habeas corpus has been suspended in this country is when Lincoln jailed all of the journalists who talked negatively about the Civil War, or who talked positively about the South. When there's an invasion or an insurrection, man, the rules get real flexible, we'll say, on what the government can do to you. And you know, the worst thing is they'll disappear you, and then they'll get punished for it later, but you get disappeared now. So no, thank you. Man, if you're in a former Iron Country curtain and you want to support the invading government, get out of the country first. Like, do that first. That's a better plan. C. Neil says, what did you wear while on the island? Did you sunbathe in the nude? And do you have any pictures from the trip? Lancelot 652 says her re-listening to text from Johnny saying she was going to cry probably has to have some credit for his charm to the jury. Yeah, I mean, I think that plays well, right? And you could hear the niceness in his text, and it also deflates the other Amber Heard's team's attempts to maybe paint those texts in a different light, because there were people suspecting that even Nate said Johnny and the nurse had a thing going, but it's like, but when you read it, you can read it that way, or you can read it in an endearing way. And then it's wholesome, right? Like, I don't know.
What's amazing, I mean, Amber Heard's team hired a pretty renowned private investigator, like in the middle of all of this mess, you know, thinking he would come back with, you know, some dirt. He interviewed hundreds of people, and he came back to her team. They fired him afterwards. This is how we found out about it, because he went public afterwards. They fired him because he came back and said, I can't find anything like that. We're going to have to switch narratives because I can't find anyone that will make the kind of claim that you want to make.
Yep. It's amazing how that works when someone is who Johnny Depp appears to be genuinely like a generally decent dude. And if that's what you got as a generally decent dude, then you know, it's going to be hard to find anything that can really bring him down. Next, we've got Execution says, shout out to Hakey Perry. Hakey Perry. I convinced her to watch your stream. Spanky. I don't know who Hakey Perry is, but welcome. Thank you. And shout out from Execution. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you. Gonfall says, I am the one breathing. What the fuck are all of you going to do about it? Breathes in and out super hard. Get wrecked. Next, Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, thanks again for covering this, Nick and Tug. Oh, it's my pleasure. My pleasure. Tim the Ancient says, are you allowed to go meta and tell the jury what the opposition strategy is? The defense is trying to play on popular images of abuse. Do not be misled by what they are trying to do. You can do stuff like that in closing argument if you are very, very careful, right? You cannot suggest, unless you can prove it, you can't suggest that they're lying or anything like that, and you got to be careful about how manipulative you sound. But yeah, you can say, you know, why would they be showing you these pictures, or why would they be trying so hard to get to show you that Johnny Depp hit things, but they just can't manage to show you that Johnny Depp ever hit any people? It's because he doesn't hit people. You know, he doesn't hit people. He didn't hit Amber Heard. You know, you just kind of craft it a little bit, little tweaks here and there. Next, Mandy Kravitch says, I saw my first Flashcast last weekend. First impression, very boring. Mostly dead air between picking on Star Wars Girl and asinine Gunt impressions. Not very engaging to super chats. I get 1.5 out of 5 stars and no sub.
That's because
Rude.
the host is drunk as hell.
Yeah. Look, Mandy, I was there when you got in there. You got in there really late. Flash is drunk. And I know I was really low energy that night. And so, but, to each their own. To each their own. You can be wrong, though. What was that?
I said I love Flashcast. It's the one place that I feel like, we're hanging out, goofing off, and we can do whatever the fuck we want. And nobody's going to say, no, don't do that, please.
Yeah. And there get to be some good, like, epic arguments and stuff like that going. Yep. But yeah, try it again. Try it again, Mandy. Adam Trapp says, could a president suspend habeas corpus in 2022, even for a few days before the Supreme Court knocks it down? The Supreme Court upheld the suspension of habeas corpus for Abraham Lincoln. So in theory, yes. I think war on your soil changes everything really quickly. Yep. And when you have a military leader trying to defend the country against an invasion, especially a foreign invader, the Supreme Court's opinions become less and less important to that military leader. So I think they're smart people. I think, self-preservation, because president could have the Supreme Court arrested for treason, and who's going to rule that he's wrong during a time of war? Are they going what court are you going to take it to? They're going to hear their own case. I think a president could do it, but U.S. doesn't typically get invaded. We're not getting invaded by foreign armies in the traditional sense. I know the border. I know all of that stuff. I'm not making a commentary there before people spurg out because it's the internet. But we don't have an army rolling tanks through the streets of fucking Detroit, right? We do that on our own. Let's see. And I'm caught up. You meant Haley Perry, not Hakey Perry. Oh, okay. Thank you, Exation. Haley Perry, big shout out. First time viewer. Welcome. Welcome to the show. Okay. So that covers the main stuff. I was trying to think if there was something else I needed to explain. Chat, are there any major questions you guys have about the coverage? Or Tug, is there anything specific you wanted to talk about?
There's a major thing I forgot to do last time. I forgot to shill my book. Remind me before we end this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot last time. I was like, that their low energy Dr. Kipper crap like about killed me last time we were on.
Yes. Oh, and real quick, to the people who have sent in super chats that haven't been read yet, I have not missed them, and I will probably start reading them in a second. I read all of the $20 and plus super chats as soon as I can, and then the rest of them I get to them when I am able. So I wanted to make sure we don't have any specific topics to hammer out right before I go into reading some of those, but I will read some of those during the break, most likely. And then, as the day goes on, that will happen. All of them will be read by the end of the stream. That is something that I really do try to adhere to, and most of the time am able to get that done. So
there's a few things we don't know what the decisions were on. Like there was a huge argument about metadata. The metadata, we don't know if there will be a statement when certain pictures come in that they didn't turn over those for examination by some kind of professional. And I'm curious about that, though. There is we're going to get into that pretty soon. We're going to start seeing pictures and deflection away from that. And I think we're going to find out about that.
Okay. That'll be interesting to see what happens. It would be really nice even if they don't have the arguments, in public, if they just would publish some fucking rulings on some of these things. Yeah. So we know what's going on. A lot of it they did,
but toward the end, you would get, just random items. Normally, too, you have all of these issues decided well before the trial hit. So they were supposed to have all of that, I believe it was a month before. I believe it was March the 11th, but they extended it. It went all the way into the end of March that we know of. So they were ironing out and arguing things. That may be why we're still seeing items being introduced the way they are, because I mean, like I said, that I know for sure that they were arguing right up to the beginning of April, which that would be 11 days before the trial, and a discovery may have gone further than that.
Yeah, it's it's clear that there's still disagreement over some of the evidence that they have objections to and redactions and stuff like that. All this stuff should have been taken care of, but for whatever reason they have not gotten around to it. So yeah, there's a bunch that's left out, but I just, like, on the motions in limine and stuff, it'd be nice to know what they're excluding and what their ruling gets to come in. But I guess we just get to wait and see.
I guess.
Let's see. Funeral Man 04 says, to be fair, I told Amber to dress in black. We're getting her ready for the service after Johnny buries her lies. Nice. Very, very nice. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's see what else. Someone asked a question. Where the hell did it go? Oh, yeah. Someone asked if judges have to refrain from reading external media on the case. No. Nope, they do not. Judges are really smart. Just so you know, judges are very smart and they're very neutral always. And so therefore they cannot be swayed by what they read or see. You'll learn this about judges. They're really good and they're really smart and they're always right. So they're not susceptible. I mean, you guys are dumb. So if you were a witness, or not a witness, a juror, you couldn't read anything because you would be immediately swayed as a ridiculously stupid rube that you are. But judges are smart. And so judges don't get affected like normal people do. And I mean that. That's how they see themselves. So no, they're not. There's no restraint on a judge looking at things outside of the courtroom. The only restraint would be a restraint the judge puts on themselves intentionally and purposefully, but with no consequence. So there you go. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, howdy, Mr. Nick. This stream is trending #1 on Rumble's entertainment section right now. Verified by checking while signed out on multiple browsers. Congrats, good sir. Hey, thank you. That's cool to hear. What's up to the Rumble people? I see you. I see your chat. See how things are going. Hopefully the stream is stable. Also, we're over on Odyssey as well. To the Odyssey degenerates. We got you. We got you too. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, Nick, can you do a quick and dirty summary of the testimony that was thrown out last week and who Eve Barlow is and why she was banned from the courtroom? I missed those parts last week. Quick and dirty summary of the testimony that was thrown out last week was all testimony from a witness named Gina Duders. Gina Duders, who is married to Stephen Duders, right, Tug?
That's correct.
Yeah, Stephen Duders. He does a whole bunch of stuff for Johnny. He's like the president of one of Johnny's companies, and has been working with him for a very long time. She was testifying about some things, mainly what she saw. Did she ever see Johnny Depp hit Amber Heard or any effects of it? How much was she around them? This is someone who spent considerable time with Amber Heard while Amber and she were left behind as Johnny and Steven went off to do something, to record, to do promotional tours or whatever. So she was around a lot of this stuff. She was also would see them while Johnny would be intoxicated on drugs, whatever. She was around for that stuff, participated herself. And she was there to testify in large part that, he never hit her, that they were always on pretty good terms. They were not, he was not physically violent towards her. All of her testimony would be thrown out due to the fact that Eve Barlow, who is a journalist that is apparently dating Amber Heard, transferred to Amber Heard's legal team a misleading post. Well, the post wasn't misleading, but the the misleading nature of an Instagram post by Gina Duders, which she posted in January, but Eve Barlow and consequently Amber Heard's legal team represented that this was posted recently and that it indicated that she was looking at external media about this during the trial. And so she was disqualified as a witness. Well, when Johnny Depp's legal team, I guess when they found out that that was the source of why all this came up, they moved to have Eve Barlow excluded from the courtroom, arguing that she was a little bit more than just a passive courtroom observer, and she was breaking some of the rules of court, I believe, with her electronic devices. And since she refused to follow along, the court has excluded her from the courtroom. So that's not a particularly important point for the case, but it is a pretty good thing to have Eve Barlow out of the courtroom, mainly because Eve Barlow is horrible. So that's what I got for you there. So that's the quick and dirty of last week. There was some good testimony. I've got a video up with Isaac Baruch's testimony, longtime friend of Johnny Depp, or some highlights from it. And I believe we've got 2 more highlight videos coming soon. Johnny Depp's sister and Amber Heard's former personal assistant. So that is that. Cynthia in the chat asked if I could summarize today's testimony. It was the finishing up of Dr. Kipper, Johnny Depp's personal physician, his retainer-based physician, not like the physicians us plebeians go to, but someone that you pay to be there available for you all the time, to even travel with you if necessary. This is a concierge doctor, and they are pretty amazing to have. Like all of us would want one. Because when something happens, they're there. But he testified that he never witnessed any abuse, never saw any signs of abuse from Johnny to Amber. He testified about Johnny Depp's severed finger that Amber Heard threw a bottle. I think he testified that she threw a bottle at it. But no, that might have come in through the nurse. That she had heard that, but he testified about Johnny Depp's severed finger, and also testified that he had never seen Johnny Depp strike what's her face, Amber Heard, and never seen any signs of abuse from there. And then we got to the most recent, which is this nurse whose name is eluding me right now, but she has been testifying to largely the same thing. And the key strategy of the defense right now, Amber Heard's team, seems to be show Johnny as a drug abuser. I mean, that's their biggest go-to.
Well, and it's funny, like they just have to throw aside the, oh wait, she was a drug abuser too.
Right. Yep. They have to do that. This case is about whether or not Amber Heard lied in a couple statements in the Washington Post, but what is in those statements is so much more than what's on the paper. That's Johnny Depp's team's task. Amber Heard's team's task is to paint Johnny Depp as an abuser sufficient to support her statements in the Post. Johnny Depp's team's goal, what their task is to bring in all of the shit that Amber Heard has said and has accused Johnny Depp of, not in those statements, but everywhere else, to everyone else, how she has represented him and how she is blanket stating that this stuff was abuse, that she suffered abuse, and that everybody covered it up. That everybody covered it up was the dog whistle, by the way, to get all these people to fire him. Like that's the reality.
Here's a fascinating question someone just brought up to me. So Depp isn't just an actor; he's a musician, right? He's a guitarist. Why would a guitarist cut off his own finger? Like that seems a little that seems a little questionable and suspect too. You know, because that's going to cause you some real problems musically.
Yeah, it doesn't seem likely to me. Doesn't seem like a thing that people in general are remiss to cut off their own fingers. It's not something they do.
They were reporting he took, so her testimony is that he took 8 to 10 hits of ecstasy, which God, by itself. Then on top of that, they're going to bring in cocaine, weed, alcohol. I mean, I realize there are some people, like a Keith Richards, I guess, that can do this stuff, but my God. Then they want to tell me that the man could urinate messages to her in the carpet afterwards. I mean, that's talent,
Yes.
man,
Man, God, I can't urinate messages in the carpet when I'm sober.
Exactly.
I got to figure out how to do this on ecstasy. Oh my gosh. Looks like I got a black eye. I don't think so. It was probably a shadow from my studio lighting or whatever. But yeah, and again, that's the whole strategy is drugs. They have to get the jury to believe that because Johnny Depp did drugs, that he's also awful to other people. The problem is all the people that he interacts with seem to be quite positive about his interactions, that he's not awful to people, that he doesn't hit people.
The one person they're going to try to weaponize is his ex-agent, Tracy Jacobs. Remember, they're talking about gifts. I mentioned one person getting like $20,000 gifts. Well, she also got a 10% commission off of his hiring for different things. So when he fired her, she was pretty damn salty about it. She's represented him all the way back to Nightmare on Elm Street. So she went on record saying, I made him, he's mine. I made him. And yeah, of course she came out. They found her probably 6-7 months ago. I mean, she was a recent, they were desperate. You could tell they were trying to find a way to bring in somebody to, again, counteract all of these character witnesses, because everyone that's with her, they're either good friends, they freeloaded off of Johnny Depp, I mean, none of it works for her. So they're going to weaponize her, and there may be one other person.
Yeah, and that's what they've got to do. Well, the sister, right, Whitney.
Yeah.
They're gonna bring in Amber Heard's sister Whitney, because she is one of the only people who can directly testify to witnessing some level of abuse. Of course, she's the only person who saw this abuse, she and Amber Heard. And this is the story where Amber was being hit, I think, by Johnny Depp. Whitney tried to intervene. Johnny Depp was going to, quote unquote, throw Whitney down the stairs. And so Amber Heard had no other option but to heroically strong woman punch Johnny Depp and stop the encounter. And she did that. And then also everybody came out of their apartments and clapped. So that's going to be the other story. That's going to be some pretty dynamic testimony. I think that the defense is gonna lead with Whitney. I think she's going to be their first witness, and Amber Heard will be their last.
So I want to hear them explain. Here's a little thing that they love to leave out of that story, and they didn't really counter this in the UK. So I'm curious. Here's a picture of him at the time of the time when he's supposedly throwing those haymakers and going after her. See, he's got a little problem here. Yeah, I mean, he's supposedly not just hitting her. He's supposedly grabbing hair and everything else, and yeah, he seems a little debilitated right there. They were
he can do it.
Yeah, apparently. I just thought, man, him and his little dinosaur cast, he.
Yeah, it's it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I'm really curious what Amber Heard's defense strategy is going to be. They have a huge witness list, but they're not going to get to run all of them. The judge made it pretty clear that they have 6 weeks to do this trial, 24 days, because it's only 4-day weeks, right? So they have 24 days of trial time. That's it. The judge is not going to allow them to extend past that 24 days. So Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, they each have considerable witness lists. Amber's witness list, I believe, is about twice as long as his. They're not going to get to sit there and run this for, like the OJ trial, like months at a time. They've got their 24 days, and that's what they're getting for this case. So they're going to have to be very selective with their witnesses. I frankly think that some of these video deposition witnesses are giant wastes of time because they take so long and they're unengaging, but it'll be interesting to see what Amber's strategy is with that. Eric Goldhaber says, do you feel as if her I do not recall strategy could somehow be harmful? I'd like to hear more of your thoughts on the strategy. Anything and everything could be harmful. It's all about your impression to the jury. So the question is, and we can't answer this. There's no answer for this. But the question is, did the jury find the nurse believable? I think 8 years ago, I don't recall most of what happens. I think actually with relative frequency, I don't recall most of which happens. And that's why doctors and nurses take notes, is because it really falls out of your mind very fast, especially if you're dealing with other medical issues. So I don't have a problem with her. I don't recalls. They didn't come across as like snarky or standoffish. She didn't have like long pauses where it was like, oh, I realized a bad thing. I mean, I don't recall. She didn't really have that. They seemed fine to me, but I have biases and opinions too. And so a juror may see that completely differently. They may see it as really evasive. They may see it as, they may think it's ridiculous that she can't remember a specific conversation from 8 years ago. You never know how it's going to pan out. But my general rule is, if you are thinking in a particular way about something while watching a trial, there's a good chance that someone on the jury is too, because you're just developing inferences and thoughts based on what you are witnessing. That's what the jury is doing as well. And they'll come into this trial with various levels of experience and knowledge about it. But, if you see something one way, there's a good chance someone else does too. Well, except for in this chat, because I love you all, but some of y'all are crazy. Abe Eckstein says, Florida judge knocks down CDC mask mandate. Good. Get it out of the airplanes, please. Get it out of the fucking airplanes. Wolf of Fenris says, Nick, do you or Tug know if Amber beat Eve Barlow after getting kicked out of the courtroom? Seems likely. Very possible. Very possible. We do have some chats over on Odyssey to read, and then I'm going to be reading the YouTube chats that have come in as well. Candy Bar something says, so Turning Point cares for Depp. I wouldn't want Charlie Kirk to be my doctor, but whatever gets his kicks. Oganza 1000 says her memory didn't seem to get any better, Nikki. No, it really didn't. I thought it might, but it didn't. Oganzo also says, just saw a picture of Eve Barlow. Are we sure Amber's not straight? Otherwise, ew. Maybe I should pull up a picture of Eve Barlow real quick. Whoa. Someone was loud in my house here. Eve Barlow images. Now here we go. Guess we'll just use this one. Here's a misogynistic picture of Eve Barlow. I don't know. I don't know why it's misogynistic. There she is. That's Eve Barlow. That is purportedly Amber Heard's current girlfriend. Don't know if that's actually true. That's what some people have asserted. That is who was kicked out of the courtroom. And she's a special kind of person. Tug could probably tell you a whole lot more than me about that, but whew. Woo! Jay Winkler says, holding your nuts up. Do you feel my support, Nikki? I do. Thank you. My nuts. Thank you. Fractured something says, you start just as I need to sleep for my shift. Have a good stream then. Thank you. Fractured. Yep. I start when the court starts. Well, a little bit before, but that is not one of the Olsen twins. The Olsen twins are better looking than her. Mandy says, Nick's house, FBI open up. What for? What did I do? Nick needs to stop disrespecting law and crime. No. Here. Okay, I'll put something up for just a second. This is for you, chat. Welcome back, Tug. Here,
Yeah.
hold on. I got to do something real quick just for a minute. There we go. What's up, Law and Crime? Get cucked, you pieces of garbage. This coverage brought to you by Law and Crime. Notice that there is no coverage happening right now. The worst commentary channel on the internet is Law and Crime. Law and Crime, the false flagging garbage organization brought to you by Dan Abrams, a guy who I have no idea how much involvement he has in this, but I will blame him anyway. A literal piece of shit who created Mediaite and the Mary Sue, garbage publications from a garbage parent company, the Abrams Media Group, and the Abrams Media Group can get fucked. And in particular, this screen right here, this splash screen is weak. The text is way smaller than it should be. It's harder to read. I'm offering commentary and criticism, motherfuckers. This is how you do fair use. Maybe you should learn it, you pieces of garbage. I hope you catch on fire in Minecraft. There we go. So that's.
I just saw I saw one of the best trolls ever. Let me pull this up for you. I'll have to explain the background, but this is kind of hilarious. So, at the courtroom, Johnny Depp at one time was asked if he would ever go back to Disney, and he said, "I wouldn't go back to Disney if they offered me millions of dollars and like 1 million alpacas." So apparently someone brought alpacas to the courthouse.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and it's like Justice for Johnny sign on its neck. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my God.
Alpacas.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. I thought that was, I don't know. I saw that. I was like, oh my God, you have to be kidding me. That's dedication. Man. Like I have to say, I love the Depp supporters, man. A lot of them, they're hilarious. He's got a lot of funny, like, trolls out there. A lot more than, the amazing thing about this stuff has been the support you see. It's not aligned across like a one side of a political divide. You see it on both sides of a political divide. Many people that would never get along with anything else or agree on anything else, they agree on this being something that needs to be remedied.
Yeah, and that's a lot of people have dumped on Johnny Depp for his political views, which is fine. People are allowed to do that, but it's something that we've talked about a little bit as this trial wound up. Is like it's actually kind of good that a Me Too thing is hitting someone on the more liberal side of things, because they can't just dismiss Johnny Depp as pro-Trump. Like Amber Heard's team tried to paint it that way, like this somehow set up as like or aligned with the right wing or whatever, but you can't do it because Johnny Depp isn't that, and that's apparent. His statements make that pretty clear that is not his political leaning. This is their guy, right? He's one of them, and he is not even safe. And so hopefully it wakes up other people to the fact that they're not safe, right? Like other people on the same caliber and status as Johnny Depp, they're not safe from these accusations. And hopefully it wakes up people who would otherwise dismiss it as, well, that's just some right winger. What do I care about them? It's like, yeah, no, the Me Too is the reaper, which comes for all. It is the corn harvester in chief.
Yep. I hate it happening to anyone, but like you said, it's good that it happens to somebody that is so outside of that orange man bad, man, because doing that to him and trying to connect him with Trump after his statement, when the conservatives were rightly, they were pissed off about that statement that he made. It was a dumb one, and yeah, but like you said, they went right outside of it, and they did. They tried to link him into Orange Man Bad. They tried to make him the face of the Violence Against Women Act. So she would have been, the face of the abused. He would be the face of the abuser. That's insane. And again, they would have used Trump as the way to galvanize.
Yep. And that's because that's how they've done it all the other times. And it's very, very effective. But when you're hitting someone like Johnny Depp, who doesn't apparently like people like Donald Trump, then you can try. And part of it is, of course, getting control of the message, which they've tried to do. But she may have bit off more than she can chew with Johnny on this one. I'm not talking about his finger. Justin Fortney says, just wanted to say thanks for the coverage while I work from home. Keeps me entertained while I audit Obama phone orders. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. Boojalicious the third says, morning, Mr. Rackets. Thanks for helping me get through my work week with these, you breaded shyster. Oh, hey, Tug, why don't you pull up your book? Because we got about 8 to 10 minutes before the court comes back, and we'll get a plug in right before we come back from lunch.
Also, after the things, when Rackets has his break, I always, about 5:30 p Central Time, I have a thing breaking this down and covering anything we don't have time to get to, and then we discuss it more here, but I don't know, I talk a lot, so I like to have 2 hours to just talk. All right, there's the book.
Here we go. This is Tug's book. You're up at 122,709. Is that what that says?
Yes, sir.
Damn.
That's what it says. I know we are moving along.
Share the link in the description. Guys, Tug is working with his daughter on creating a comic book. It is the third comic book that they will have produced together. The first two were delivered, they were fulfilled, and they were on time, which is something to say. That is one of the places where independent creators tend to struggle, because it's hard to predict this stuff when you don't have, when you haven't been doing this for 100 years. But they were delivered on time. They're great quality. These are all age stories, and that is not just code for kids stories, right? These are all age stories, 1 to 100. Enjoying this. If you're reading them to your kid, this is a sort of a detective noir style story, right?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We think classic monsters meets Twin Peaks. We go with detective noir meets horror elements, and we try to make it, again, friendly for everyone. There's not a lot of stuff out there like that anymore. If you go to the same industries too, they didn't just go after this guy here and try to burn him down. When people brought that up, they said, we know what's best for industry. You guys, you're not best for industry, so that's fine. Walk away from them for sure.
Yep, these are the companies telling you that they don't want your money, they don't want your support. So take that money and support that you would give those companies and support an independent creator. Very big on independent creation here on this channel. I love seeing people make stuff, and you can see the quality of the art on this. And one other thing that is really cool that Tug's doing. Some of you aren't into comic books, you don't care about comic books, and that is perfectly fine. But I'll tell you what. There are kids which are kind of local to Tug, right? In the Appalachian area that do not have money and would love something like a comic book with some good stories in it that are aimed at them. And that is this charity tier that Tug has for $25. You can donate 2 comics to kids specifically. And these will go directly to the hands of a child, right? Like that's where they're going. So you may not want a comic book for yourself, but if you want to support independent creation and get some fun stories in the hands of kids, this is a way to do it. And it's a pretty inexpensive way to go about it. But make sure you check that out. And Tug, can you go ahead and share that link in the chat so people can find it?
I sure will. Yeah, man.
And I would like to welcome to the stream a new guest to the channel. A new guest, Miss Andrea Burkhart. Welcome.
Hey, Nick. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to have you here. Andrea is an attorney on YouTube, which, I mean, I don't know who would ever do that. That's a ridiculous idea. But yeah, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm an attorney over in Washington State. My practice has been focused primarily on criminal defense. I've been a public defender for over 15 years. I've had, dozens of trials, all kinds of drama, and this case caught my attention in the lead up to the UK trial. So I have been watching it for quite a long time, and I'm very excited to see things play out here in Virginia.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I'm apologize. I'm not really familiar with your YouTube work or anything like that, but someone tagged me on Twitter, said, "Hey, here's an attorney who's been covering this." Maybe I'm embellishing the text or the tweet, but it was basically, you should see if Nick would have you on the show, and I'm happy to do so because I love bringing more attorneys into this stuff, letting people know where they can find coverage. How long have you been doing YouTube stuff?
Well, so I don't actually have my own YouTube channel. Okay. I'm literally just a rando with a Twitter account. I started talking about this case and people started to listen. Just by way of reference, I think the first thing I ever said about this case in public was that I have represented murderers that I liked better than Amber Heard.
Okay, so I got that wrong. I apologize. This is a Twitter lawyer, which I look down on all Twitter lawyers. YouTube lawyers are superior, but
they're by far the worst. I mean, the worst of the bunch. You have to question their intelligence being on such a platform. But yeah, so I have appeared on other people's YouTube channels at their invitations. I'm regularly on with Colonel Kurtz. She's kind of like my home base on YouTube. And then just some other folks kind of as they've asked.
Well, welcome to the stream. It'll be great having your trial expertise here in the I guess in the chat as we watch what's going on. We got a couple minutes before they come back, but what are your thoughts on how this case is progressing? I know you have been following this case pretty closely, and I've seen
time too.
You've got some
time. Yes.
Yeah, you're outspoken about it. So give us kind of a rundown of what you think's going on.
Yeah, well, this is one of those cases that it's not nearly as dramatic so far as I think everyone would have liked and hoped for. A lot of that, I'm sure, is just because of the format. The video depositions never have quite the same punch as live witnesses.
Oh, they're
live
murderous.
Cross-examination do. The exciting points, obviously, that we've seen already have been with those live witnesses. So at this point, there's just been a lot of detail that's been dumped on the jury. I'm sure that they're having a very hard time trying to sort out what kind of sense they're supposed to be making out of all of this. But I do believe, because we know the background of the various allegations that Amber has already made in the UK and in other, sworn statements, that they're basically getting out ahead of those in the expectation of being able to tie it all together, perhaps with something like when Johnny Depp testifies and they can revisit, what they've already heard so far as he tells his story, but certainly in closing at the latest.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I think a lot of people did think this is going to be very sensational and sensationalized, but when you've got a 6-week trial, that sensationalization is going to be spread out and it's going to be sporadic because there's just no way. There's too many people, and especially what you said, the nature of the deposition testimony is just not engaging in the same way. Depositions are. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a real impression from this so far because I'm looking at this as a criminal attorney, and just in general, criminal attorneys do trials a lot more than civil attorneys do. Civil cases tend to settle more often than not. So it's not that uncommon for civil attorneys to have less experience with the actual trial process. And the depositions look to me a lot like they are just conducting them like depositions, not like you would conduct a redirect or a cross-examination in a trial setting. There do seem to be some instances of maybe leaving some opportunities on the table, maybe being a little bit too reactive to how the witness was led in the direct by the opposing party, and less attention giving to really drawing out what they in particular want from this witness. So there are just some unique things, I think, that we're seeing, just given how this case has come about.
Yeah, I agree with that, and it's a really important note that I said this at the beginning when we were getting ready. I said the interesting thing about having Johnny Depp and Amber Heard as the parties here is that you're about to see some of the highest paid, like highest dollar lawyers you can have, like the best of the best, and prepare to be completely underwhelmed because it's the nature of civil litigation is most of this stuff is going to settle out of court. They don't litigate a ton of cases. Public defenders, and prosecutors are in the courtroom all the time. They're doing stuff constantly. Good civil litigators, the really high paid ones, you hope to not be in the courtroom ever because you want to be settling stuff out. You want to save all of that work and get your clients' results much quicker. Trials take too long. They're messy. They're way too expensive. They cut into the amount of money that clients are going to recover. Or if you're working on contingency basis, they cut into the amount of the dollar per hour that you're making, because the longer something goes on, the less money you're going to get out of or the less efficient the dollars you're extracting from it are. So, civil litigators are really incentivized to stay away from trials, whereas criminal litigators are encouraged to go to trials a lot of times because depending on the nature of the crime, that might be the only option your client has to get some relief. Like if you're a murder defendant, you're probably going to just go to trial because your other option is life in prison anyway.
Exactly. I mean, the stakes are so different. It's just a whole different set of incentives going on with a criminal case.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so one thing, guys, I've got Andrea's Twitter handle in the description. So if you want to follow her on Twitter and kind of get her takes that she's had on this case and, of course, everything else, go ahead and do that. If you are a degenerate Twitter user, of course, that is the trick. You have to delve into that horrific app, which sucks the souls out of so many of us.
Indeed.
Cameron Griffin says, is there a possibility of criminal charges being brought for Amber if Depp can prove in court that she's consistently lied and filed false reports? Very unlikely. The reality is that perjury is a crime, and perjury is probably the least prosecuted crime on the planet versus how often it happens. But the reason for that, the logical reason for that is that they want to encourage people to come in and testify. And if every single testimony was a perjury trap that was enforced, people just wouldn't actually engage with the court. All right. Judge is looking unimpressed, unenthused. I would hate to be a judge on days like this, actually.
I imagine that this whole televised trial is really just her worst nightmare. No judge ever wants to be under scrutiny on this kind of scale.
That's fine. Yep. That and with so much deposition testimony, with stipulated edits to the deposition video, she didn't have anything to do.
Yeah.
Just sit
so you
there.
can have a seat. That's fine. Microphone.
Watch the jury nap.
Maybe if you just talk real loud.
Okay, they got something going on in the courtroom. Maybe
Hold on just a minute. I really can't hear you.
Maybe with a juror? They wouldn't be. I don't think the jury's actually back in the courtroom yet, so not sure who they're talking to.
I have a hernia problem. That's why I start pain.
Okay. Oh, you have a problem with a hernia.
Yes.
Okay, and it's really bothering you to the point where you can't concentrate.
Yeah,
oh no, this is a juror.
I don't know why it bother me too much.
I know, but what I want to make sure you understand, if I excuse you today, I'm excusing you from the jury.
I'm trying to go today home and take medicine and rest, get ready for tomorrow.
I can't do that. I can't have that done. We have to keep going. Okay. So, I mean, has it been bothering you other days while you've been on the jury?
No, today start now. Never bothered me more than 2 weeks I'm here.
Okay, but it might bother you also tomorrow?
I'm not sure, but I'm trying to do my best to.
I know you're trying to do your best, but I want to make sure you're healthy too. I don't want you to ruin your health for this. All right, just sit there for a second. If I can have the attorneys.
Get that man some Amica.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. So to the chat, a juror has reported that he's got pain from a hernia that is causing him to have difficulty concentrating on what's going on. With that, he's saying he needs to go home and get some medicine. I'm not quite sure if he's understanding that he can't come back. That a judge cannot send a juror home for a little bit, for a while, to do that. It's there's a question on whether or not they would want him to be on the jury medicated either, because if that medication impairs his ability to understand or pay attention or focus, then that would be unhelpful. And yeah, so that's the dilemma. She's saying, do you guys want to keep this jury? I don't know. Do we have any idea how many alternates they have?
They have 4.
4 alternates. Whew. It's not a ton for a 6-week trial.
Nope.
It's not, but if they can keep the rate of 1 every week and a half, we should be good to go.
We'll just coast in right there at the end. Yeah. So it's always interesting to hear from a juror, especially one with like a really, really thick accent. And without trying to sound horrible about this, you always wonder how much someone is
All right.
picking up.
So we just
Are they
want to make
picking
sure
up
you're
on-
healthy and everything. So we're going to excuse you from this jury, okay? All right. Just take care of yourself, okay?
Are they able to pick up on subtle idioms? Are they able to pick up on sarcasm, on Americanisms?
All right, you can- thank you.
When they hear Johnny Depp's texts, do they take them literally? Is their brain trying to translate that into a native language? Those are real questions, especially in a case about words, that are really important.
It's a really good point, and kind of the other side of the coin too, though, is that I've often found with immigrants
before the
who
jury comes in.
obtain citizenship and end up on the jury,
Okay,
they
that's fine.
often know so much more about the legal system and the legal process than the natives do.
All right.
Yeah, well, they had to take a test on
Okay,
it.
548 is done. All right. I did have one question. There seems to be a few, that's okay. You can stay there. We don't have the jury here now. There seems to be a few exhibits I just want to make sure of. We have everything that you just gave us earlier from Dr. Kipper's deposition, but I just want to make sure if there were redactions needed for 395 or 414, or am I using mine for that?
Oh yeah, I don't have the names on.
I just
Oh
want
my
to see.
God.
I mean, I
There
can just
we
give you the numbers of ones I'm not sure about, and you can look at it and we can move on. I just, 405, 455, 304, 307, 395, and 414. I'm just not sure if those, I'm waiting for redactions or if I'm using the ones I'm going to use. And then you had one that, I'm not sure if you said 1083 or 283. So if you could let me know. I heard 1083 as the exhibit number. Jamie heard 283. So I just want to make sure we get the right one. That was with Dr. Kippers. You said 1063, then you said either 1083 or 283, and I'm not sure which.
Ugh.
You can get back to me on it, Mr.
These
Whitehouse.
redactions should have
Catch you
all
off
been
guard.
handled so far ahead of time.
Yeah.
304, 455, 405.
Oh, well, there you go.
I think it's probably 283.
283? Jamie's always right. That's good. Good to know. Okay. All right. If you want to hand those up, that'd be fantastic. All right. Is there anything
Andrea
else before the
Burkhart,
jury?
there's a salacious
Your Honor, just for the
accusation
record,
against you in the
Plaintiff's
chat.
Exhibit, 47,
1 second.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 48, and Plaintiff's Exhibit 41 were also used and offered during Kipper, but Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe I passed the redacted versions of those up to you.
Yes, we have all of those.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are accused of representing sex offenders. How do you plead?
Duh.
Yeah, she's a public defender, man.
You haven't earned your bones as a criminal defense lawyer until you've represented sex
Okay, are
offenders.
we ready for the jury then? All right, thank you.
How dare you? Yeah, public defenders will have represented all of the worst types of people right away. very quickly. It doesn't take that long.
That's why I recognize them when I see them in a civil courtroom.
Oh shit. Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay. Post Singh says I'm going to read through some of the super chats. Post Singh says, with this being the case, would the judge be allowed to reinstate the witness? No, I think the problem with Gina, even though it seems like the information was brought inappropriately before the judge and was misleading, she did
Thank you,
admit on
ladies
the
and gentlemen.
stand that
Just
she's
to let
been.
you know, Juror 25 was experiencing some health issues, and obviously your health is a top priority for us. So I went ahead and excused him for the jury, and that's why we have alternates. So, okay. All right. Thank you.
She admitted on the stand that she had
All
been
right,
watching
so we can
clips of the
continue.
trial. I mean, she said that under oath. There's no way
With
the
Ms.
judge
Lloyd's
can bring her back
testimony?
in.
You see where it says this protracted therapy will include 12-step private counseling and personal psychotherapy, and couples therapy with his fiance Amber. Both are in agreement to this plan. Do you see where I'm referring?
Yes.
Do you recall that couples therapy was a component of Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall what was set between him and the doctor.
Put her back
Recall
on
Mr.
screen,
Depp and
please.
started attending couples therapy together.
Fix the sound.
If we could turn to the next page here. And then at the top, it says, I met with Amber for 90 minutes and discussed
One
the above
second.
and her concerns that he be strictly monitored and supervised. Do you recall Dr. Kipper meeting with Amber early on in Mr. Depp's treatment?
God, yeah, it's. I
If we could bring back up.
don't know why the sound went quieter. I thought it was something I did. It's not.
No, it's on their end.
Now marked as exhibit 22, is that correct?
23.
23. Oh. Can we please go to the entry for June 24th, 2014, which is on Dep 1661. Okay. Now, with respect to the entry for June 24th, 2014, this is a note, this is an entry you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And the first line says, RN and MD met with patient's fiance to inform her of treatment plan for patient. Do you see that?
I do.
Does this refresh your recollection that you attended a meeting with Dr. Kipper and Ms. Hurd concerning Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall the meeting.
Do you have any reason to doubt that this meeting occurred?
No.
Do you have any, other than what's reflected in this note, do you have any other independent recollection of any such meeting with Dr. Kipper and Ms. Hurd?
I do not.
If I could direct your attention just to the last line of the note, it says here, she was encouraged to call RN or MD with any questions or concerns that might arise. Do you see that?
I do.
Throughout your treatment of Mr. Depp, did Ms. Hurd reach out to you with questions and concerns?
Yes.
She had your phone number, correct?
Yes.
And I think we saw some text messages that Mr. Nadelhoff was asking you questions where Ms. Hurd was reaching out to you, correct?
Correct.
When Mr. Depp became your patient, did Ms. Hurd ever show you any pictures of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd showing you any pictures of cocaine?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard ever showing you any audio recordings of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Okay, I'd like to move on to the Mr. Depp's detox, and that was on his private island, correct?
Correct.
And you traveled down to the island with Mr. Depp, is that right?
I don't recall. I'd have to, it should be in my notes.
We can look at those in a moment. But you were on the island with Mr. Depp for the majority of his detox, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were on the island, did you see where Mr. Depp was staying?
Yes.
And was Ms. Heard staying with him in that location as well?
Yes.
And what did their accommodations look like?
Can you be more specific?
What type of structure were they staying in?
It was a house.
Could we pull up document E, which is a short video?
Please stand by.
All right. I can't wait for a short video. This will be great.
For the record, this was produced as Depp 9811.
The rug there says "Beat it, hippie."
Ah, this is the Bahamas.
During
Okay.
Exhibit 25.
Beat it, hippie.
Let me know
Now-
whenever you need me to play, counsel.
Please play, thank you.
Yeah, guys, the courtroom reduced the volume of the actual like video. If I crank it up when the judge talks, you'll all die immediately. So if I turn us down and like you compensate by raising this video up, the judge has not gone down in volume. She's still extremely
Ms.
loud.
Lloyd, do you recognize the location reflected in that video?
Yes.
So we're just going to try and be a little
What is
quiet
it?
during the testimony.
It's the Johnny's home on his island.
And is that where he was staying during the detox process?
Yes.
Is that video consistent with how the house looked in August of 2014?
Yes.
Is there any part of the house that's not reflected in that video?
The bathroom wasn't in the video.
When you were on the island, you were personally overseeing Mr. Depp's detox process, correct?
Correct.
And how often would you see him in person during that?
That's an answer.
It varied.
Did you see him in person at least once a day?
I cannot recall.
When Dr. Kipper arrived, do you recall how often he would see Mr. Depp?
I do not.
What substances was Mr. What substances was Mr. Depp detoxing from?
Opiates.
Was he detoxing from any other substances?
Not on the, no, I don't recall.
Have you overseen other patients detoxing from opiates before you were caring for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many would you estimate?
Hundreds.
What is that process? What does that process do to the person physically?
They go through withdrawal symptoms and we medicate them.
And what type of withdrawal
Ugly.
symptoms have you observed?
Nausea, vomiting, body aches, hypoerection, rhinorrhea, restlessness, anxiety.
They don't get medication for that in jail.
Time during the detox process when those symptoms are typically the most acute.
Yeah,
What stage in the process is that?
typically day 3 through 5 or 6.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's physical state throughout the detox process?
I don't recall specifics. I'd have to refer to my notes.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's psychological state throughout the detox process?
I don't recall. I'd have to review my notes.
All right, let's go back to your notes then, which I believe is Exhibit 23. Okay, great. Could we first go to the entry dated August 8th, 2014? Ms. Lloyd, does this refresh your recollection as to when you arrived on the island to assist Mr. Depp in his detox process?
According to my notes, it was August 8th.
Okay, and so as I think we established earlier, you met Mr. Depp in June. Fair to say that you had known him for about 2 months at this time?
Correct.
Okay. Can we please go to the entry for August 11th, 2014? Okay. And this is a note you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. If you need to take a minute and read it over, just let me know when you're done, or I can go right into it.
Detox is no joke, by the way. If you've ever seen someone going through it, it's ugly.
Yeah.
It's gross.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible.
Yeah. Hey, everybody.
Welcome, man.
Fair to say that this note reflects that Mr. Depp was experiencing discomfort on this date?
According to my notes, yes.
It says he was experiencing muscle spasms, chills, and pains, right?
Correct.
Did you personally observe Mr. Depp in this state?
According to this note, it does not appear I did.
Are these symptoms typical during a detox process?
Yes, they are.
Can we please go to the entry for August 12th, 2014? And I believe you looked at this earlier, but I just like to direct your attention to the last line in this first paragraph. MD arriving this morning and will assess patient. Do you see that?
Where are we on? What?
So I directing your attention to the August 12th, 2014 entry.
Yes, I see it. Sorry.
Oh, great. And so based on your note, it appears that Dr. Kipper arrived on the island on August 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was the plan always for Dr. Kipper to come down to the island to attend to Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you recall any issues in your caring for Mr. Depp prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival?
I don't.
Do you recall any medical issues arising with Mr. Depp before Dr. Kipper arrived that caused you concern?
I don't recall.
If there had been a serious medical issue with Mr. Depp prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival, would that have been reflected in your note?
Yes.
If Mr. Depp's behavior had been unmanageable prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival, would that have been reflected?
Yes.
Oh my God! Edit out the pauses.
Can we please go to the next entry for August 13th?
Like, you're already editing this video down. Just edit out the gaps. Just let's wham bam knock this thing out.
And Ms. Lloyd, this is also a note that you prepared.
Yes.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the portion of the note that starts with 1340. Again, this is military time, is that right?
Correct.
And I think you testified earlier, this is the time that you prepared the note, not the time of the events reflected in the note, is that right?
Yes. Sometimes, I mean, I don't recall specifics, but sometimes they were at times and sometimes they were done later.
So generally speaking, when you prepare these nursing notes, how long after the event reflected in the note was the note actually prepared by you?
It varied.
Okay, so directing your attention back to the portion that starts with 1340, you see where it says patient's fiance text to say it wasn't feeling well. MD orders Phenos 64.8 milligrams, Neurontin 600 milligrams stat. Patient and fiance informed that today and tomorrow will be the most difficult days and to keep in close contact with us. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall informing Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that the following days would be the most difficult?
Just what was stated in my notes.
Can we please go to the entry for August 17th, 2014? You see that?
I do.
And this is a note you prepared?
Correct.
Do you recall this specific event?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt that what is reflected in your note is accurate?
No.
Okay. So when you wrote RN and MD found patient sitting quietly on his porch, you believe that's an accurate recitation of how you found Mr. Depp on this date?
Did you write down the
And then
truth?
You wrote that he was calm and stated he was frustrated. You have no reason to doubt the accuracy of that statement.
Correct.
Could we please bring back up Exhibit 23 and specifically go to the August 18th, 2014 entry, which is on Depp 1677. Ms. Lloyd, I'd like to direct your attention to, well, first of all, this is a note that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'd like to direct your attention to the end of the note, which is actually on the second page or the next page. You see at the end here where it says patient was escorted to bed. You see that?
Yes.
Would that have been you who escorted Mr. Depp to bed?
I don't recall.
Ooh, salacious.
You testified earlier, though, that you
How
did
close
really
was
want to
your
go
relation?
see Mr. Depp in the home that he was staying in on the island, correct?
Correct.
Super hot to have an affair while detoxing.
I do.
And directing your attention to the next note, August 19th, do you see that it says next to 2335, arrived back in LA?
Yes.
Okay, so does this accurately reflect that you left the island on August 19th, 2014?
According to these notes, yes.
Ortilio says, Judge, could we hurry this up? Some folks are getting trigger happy and are ready to cause some havoc. Thank you, Ortelios. I agree. Can we?
I'd like to direct your attention.
We're halfway through this one.
To,
God help us.
August 20th, 2014 entry, which starts on the next page.
Hey, Nick, I don't know if this has been brought up, but I wonder for her and some of these other doctors that I don't know and kind of the crappy record keeping is part of their, we keep it discreet for you. And they just force them to use what they wrote down.
I'd like to direct.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of talked about that earlier.
Okay.
This is like good resume material for these doctors, for private doctors.
Yeah, I mean, they're keeping their mouths shut the best they can.
I do.
This would have been you and Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
Man.
And does
Reading this about Johnny, he had a rough detox. Really rough.
Reason for wanting to give up was due to tension between him and his fiance. I mean, good Lord, imagine being married to somebody that you need opiates to deal with.
And also imagine that Amber's probably still using and probably using in front of him.
Not like
exactly
Barb was making him feel. Initially, he stated he was done with the process and no longer wanted MD and RN services. After processing his feelings and realizing how far he had come, and that part of his wanting to give up was due to tensions between him and his fiance. Patient, fiance, RN, and MD came up with a plan for fiance to take a few days for herself, and patient was willing to continue treatment, but was going to refuse phenobarbital from this point forward. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Can you get the hell out? You're really terrible. Just for a couple days.
Tensions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard at this stage in his detox process.
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
I recall Johnny feeling that she was trying to interfere.
In what way did he feel she was trying to interfere?
By reporting to us things that he didn't feel were true.
Can you think of a specific instance where Ms. Heard reported something to you that you found out later was not true?
Ooh.
I cannot remember specifics.
All right.
Damn.
That would have been fun.
Do you recall the plan for Ms. Heard to take a few days for herself?
I don't recall specifics.
Have you ever recalled anything specific in your entire life?
Tension between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard around this time?
Yes.
And do you recall that having an impact on Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall specifics.
Let's go on to the entry for August 26th, please.
She's keeping it discreet.
First of all, is this a note that you've prepared?
It is.
Directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1900. First line says, meeting at MD's house was quite stressful for patient. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall attending a meeting with Mr. Depp at Dr. Kipper's house?
I don't recall.
The next line says, him and his fiance are having a hard time communicating and understanding each other's point of view and feelings. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall any specifics about this situation?
I do not.
A couple sentences down, it says, plan is for fiance to start therapy tomorrow. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall that Ms. Heard started therapy shortly after Mr. Depp's detox process?
I don't recall.
Do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard was starting therapy?
I do not.
Directing your attention to the
For a second, I thought that said 600 milligrams of Seroquel. Holy cow.
14, which starts on Depp
That's a lot.
87 or 86, excuse me. 1686, yep. Again, this is an entry you prepared?
It is.
Oh, Doug Murray says my wishes come
Okay.
true.
Do you see where it says?
1 second.
Received text from patient's sister that patient had been recording music with his friend until 5 and did not go to sleep until 7 and is currently sleeping.
Yes.
And who is Mr. Depp's sister that's referred to here?
Christy.
And at this time, had you met Christy before?
I don't recall.
Have you met Christy before?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
More than once?
More than once, yes.
At this time, have you communicated with Christy about Mr. Depp's treatment before?
I don't recall.
Okay, the entry goes on to say, sister stated that patient and his fiance had had a disagreement last night and that patient was able to remain calm and handle the situation appropriately. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall Christy telling you that?
I do not.
See the portion of the note that starts with 1330.
I do.
The second line reads, patient expressing feeling about argument with fiance and feels relationship is putting unwanted stress on him right now. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall this exchange with Mr. Depp? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Like,
I'm sorry, I do not.
okay. Based on this note, can you tell whether this was a conversation you had in person with Mr. Depp?
Based on this note.
So the reason they're asking these questions, even though she's basically stonewalling them on the answers, and this is Depp's lawyers, is because if she recalls a specific thing, it's a trigger to look for more. Ask another question, follow up.
His relationship was putting unwanted stress on him.
I'd have to review my notes.
You are reviewing your notes. You're literally doing it right now. You're looking right at your notes.
Okay, directing your attention down to the portion of the note that starts with 2130. It says, patient back home. For patient, he had a long conversation with fiance, and they both understand that right now is a time to work on themselves as individuals. Patient's fiance now has an RN to help her anxiety and to monitor her while she is starting a new mood stabilizer. Do you see that?
I do.
Who was, I believe you testified to this earlier, Miss Heard's nurse was Erin Borum, is that right? And Miss Borum was an employee of yours, is that correct?
She was an independent contractor.
Okay. But you placed her, Dr. Kipper, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall when Miss Borum was assigned Miss Heard?
I do not recall.
Do you have any understanding as to why Miss Heard needed a nurse?
Other than what my notes state, I do not.
Do you recall witnessing Miss Heard being anxious or having anxiety?
I do not recall.
Now, the last line
Oh,
here
boy.
says, patient feels this will take some of the stress off their relationship. And in return, if we could go to the next page, take some stress off of him. Did I read that correctly?
You.
Do you recall why Mr. Depp felt that Ms. Heard having a nurse would reduce the stress on their relationship?
I do not recall.
From your perspective, was it important to Mr. Depp's treatment that his stress be reduced?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because that's why people use drugs.
You're right.
Detox or changes. Always important to relieve as much stress as you can from them.
He said repeatedly he wants to quit. He wants to quit detox because he's sick of her shit. He just wants the pill.
Please just give me all the barbiturates or whatever.
And continues on to 1695. September 10th, 2014 entry. This is your entry, correct? You prepared this?
Correct. Sorry.
Sorry. And if I could direct your attention to the portion that starts with 2330, which is actually on the next page. The first line says, met with patient, he complained of body aches and nausea. Do you see that?
I do.
And does this reflect that you were physically with Mr. Depp at this time?
It would, yes.
Okay.
The
A couple
amount of
sentences
medications these people
down,
take
it
is
says,
astounding, though.
and this portion is highlighted.
Yes, it
here.
is.
While RN was visiting patient, fiance came in and tried to start argument with him. Patient was able to stay calm and talk his fiance down. See that?
I do.
And if you tried to go through detox, they would not treat you this way.
No.
At all.
Do you recall any instances where you witnessed Ms. Heard try to start a fight with Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
How many instances do you remember?
I don't recall specific numbers.
You remember at least one?
Yes.
It's in her notes.
Remember more than one?
Yes.
More than two?
I don't recall specific numbers.
What do you remember about that first instance that you can remember?
I remember one night trying to leave the penthouse and Amber standing in the elevator and not letting us leave.
Why wasn't she letting you leave?
She didn't want him to leave.
Had they been fighting?
Or she didn't want him to leave with
that
you.
point?
I wasn't there previously.
And what's the other instance you remember?
I can't remember specifics.
So again, guys, I don't recall, and I can't recall
Do you have any
specifics.
reason to doubt the accuracy of what's reflected in your note here?
That's there to
No.
cue the lawyers. Like, it's nothing here.
Do you have
Nothing
any
here for me.
understanding as to what you meant when you said patient was able to remain calm, was able to stay calm, excuse me, and talk his fiance down?
I don't recall the events of that note.
Have you seen Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard get in a fight before this date?
I don't recall.
Let's go to the entry for September 12th, please. And this is a note that you prepared as well, Ms. Lloyd?
One of the interesting things is we're getting tangible links of how Johnny Depp's drug abuse, which
RN
the defense wants to call attention to, is linked directly to Amber Heard.
Yeah, and the
And
stress
so
that she's causing him.
This reflects that both you and Dr. Kipper went and saw Mr. Depp, is that right?
Correct.
And the entry states here, patient expressed some concerns with.
I wish they would have used yellow highlighter so we wouldn't see it on the page now.
Do you see that?
I can't read it.
Do you recall this, Mr. Depp saying this to you in this instance?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what's reflected in your note?
I do not.
Could we please go to the entry for October 22nd, 2014, which starts on 1717 and continues on to Depp 1718.
My notes are different. What's the top of the, I see the top of that, just so I know what I'm looking. Okay. 10. Okay.
Oh. First of all, this is also a note that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And if you want to take a minute and read through the note, I know it goes on for 2 pages.
Okay. Oh.
Just let me know when you've read through it.
Oh boy. Yashimi's Corner says the psychiatrist mentioned bruises on both sides of her cheekbones could actually be consistent with her cheekbone plastic surgery. She's also had possible nose surgery. That's maybe why the psychiatrist did not think it was abuse related. Well, we don't know if she thought it was abuse related or not, but she didn't report it. But that is possible. I mentioned that before.
It can't be possible because the notes that we saw from Nurse Tucker indicate that Amber has clearly reported no surgical history.
Yeah. Believe that.
I think we were.
Oh, she's made that claim? I didn't see that
At
part.
the end, it says now in Georgia. I don't recall, but the travel day.
Well, you see above that where it says 10/22, and then below it, it says now in Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on your notes, you were in Georgia on October 22nd, 2015? Okay. Do you recall being in Georgia with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall who else was with you in Georgia?
I don't recall who was with us, but the purpose of the trip was to visit Amber on location.
Okay, so Amber was in Georgia as well.
Yes.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the portion of the entry which is on the next page and begins with 1530. It states here, he requested an emergency session with the psychiatrist to discuss feeling about arguments with fiance and would like some tools to help him feel with his emotions. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd having a fight on this trip in Georgia?
I do not.
Do you recall who Mr. Depp's psychiatrist was at this time?
I do not.
Do you recall why Mr. Depp started seeing a psychiatrist?
Probably from his bitch of a wife.
Directing your attention down to the portion of the note that starts with 2010. It says here, patient spoke to a psychiatrist for 50 minutes and was open and honest with his feelings. He feels better after conversation, but also feels he is in a no-win situation with fiance. Do you see that?
I'm kind of lost where we're at right now.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, 15:30. Okay, yes, yeah, I see it. Sorry.
Okay. Does this reflect that you were present with Mr. Depp when he spoke to his psychiatrist?
I don't remember.
I know this is really kind of
Based on him
boring,
telling
but
me
these
or if I
notes
was
are
present.
really great for Johnny Depp. I mean, honestly, like having a
recall
doctor's
Mr. Depp
note
ever
about all this
expressing to you
stuff,
that he felt
contemporaneous
he was
with
in a
when he
no-win
says it. It's
situation?
recorded. It's not just him saying,
don't
"Oh, I
recall
felt
those
this way
specific words.
back then." She knows he felt this way, communicated with her in a doctor-patient
wrote
session.
them in your nursing notes, correct?
You know, desperately needs to see the psychiatrist to get some coping tools. Yeah, it's not. That doesn't look good for Amber.
No. This note in here, he was able to see her negative behaviors. That seems like the first little bit of judgment that we finally
Yes.
see these doctors express towards Amber's
Well, in this
behavior.
portion, it
Yes.
starts with
His mind finally cleared.
You see where it says, plan is for patient and fiance to go to dinner this evening. Patient is feeling exhausted and wants to stay home, but does not want to upset fiance. You see that?
We're on the same page.
Yes, we're still in the portion of the note that starts with 2010.
2010. Okay. Yes. Yep.
Do you recall this specific incident?
I do not.
Do you have any understanding as to why Mr. Depp would be concerned about upsetting his fiance?
I do not.
If we could go on to the next entry, which is on the same page, 1023. And this is also a note you prepared, Ms. Lloyd?
It is.
Okay. It says here you text patient to see if RN could come by and check in. Do you see that?
I did. I do.
Why did you want to check in on Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Were you ever concerned about Mr. Depp when he and Ms. Heard were in arguments?
Yes.
Why were you concerned?
Ooh.
Their arguments were a trigger for him emotionally.
Well, that was bland.
Yeah, I was hoping you see because she
Any other
beat him.
reasons?
Could you expound on that?
Yeah. Well,
What
it
do
says
you
it in
mean
there.
by, a trigger
She
for
calls him an inmate, and that's just
Cause him to be
driving him off the
upset,
edge.
add stress.
And then he looks forward to meetings with a psychiatrist next week
The next
as he's
question
stressed about the current
says,
state of his relationship.
"RN arrived
Jeez.
in the room, patient was agitated and felt fiance was using the term mania to explain his behavior and excuse herself from any fault during arguments." See that?
Yeah.
Do you have any? Did you ever hear Ms. Heard use the term mania to describe Mr. Depp?
I don't recall if that was, I heard it from her or heard it that she was saying it to others.
But you do have some recollection of hearing that Ms. Heard was using that word, whether it was directly from her or from others.
Yes.
The note goes on to say, patient was upset by this label. RN processed his feelings with patient, and he was able to see fiance's negative behavior. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of what you meant when you wrote that?
I do not.
You don't have any understanding of what fiance's negative behaviors refers to?
I don't recall specifics.
If there was a cut.
Yes.
And what do you recall?
At times, she would almost try to instigate him.
And when you say she, you're referring to Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Did you ever witness that personally?
Yes.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
Ballpark, how many times did you witness that during the time you cared for Mr. Depp?
I don't recall a number.
More than 5?
I don't recall.
When you say Ms. Heard would try to instigate him, what do you mean?
I remember an argument or being in there when he was going from room to room trying to remove himself from a situation, and she would just follow him from room to room and not give him his space.
And that's one specific instance that you remember?
Yes.
It's consistent with the psychiatrist's testimony that said she would
On other occasions?
just
yes,
unrelentingly badger him with questions and things, and he was not able to get a word in or respond or get a break.
Are you aware of any of the fights that we just went through? Are you aware that any of them became physical?
No.
From what you observed, what was the cause of the friction between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard during this time?
I don't know.
Could we please go to the entry for November 3rd, 2014, which is on Depp 172.
172, sorry, counsel.
Yeah, 1721.
Speaking of not eating all
Lloyd,
day,
this is
oh my
also
God, I'm
Matthew
starving.
Correct.
And it says here, you arrived at Mr. Depp's home and he was, quote, focused on relationship with fiance and is struggling with conflicted emotions. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Based on this note, is that something Mr. Depp would have told you?
Based on this note, it appears so.
Looks like there's another note for November 3rd below this one. Do you see that? And it continues on to the next page, which is Depp 1722. If we could go there, please.
Very good. Very good. You sound.
And Ms. Lloyd, directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1700. Do you see where it says RN went back to patient's house? He was chatting with a friend and is feeling stressed about his relationship. Do you see that?
I do.
And it goes on to say he feels she is not being truthful with him and he is not sure how to comfort her about this confront her about this when she arrives home. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the she here refers to Ms. Heard, is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember this exchange with Mr. Depp?
Objection hearsay.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your note?
I do not.
It's weird that they left the question and the objection, and most of them they've edited out, but
Yeah.
even editors get tired.
If you could turn to the entry for November 17th, 2014, which begins on Depp 1723. Ms. Lloyd, you see at the very bottom, it says 1117.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think the entry itself is on the next page. Yes. Thank you. This is also a note you prepared.
Correct.
And this says RN and MD went to patient's house to assess him. Do you see that?
I do.
And so again, this reflects that you and Dr. Kipper went to see Mr. Depp.
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of why why Dr. Kipper was visiting with Mr. Depp at this time?
I do not.
The next line says, patient appeared anxious and depressed over relationship issues. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it says, patient continues to be ambivalent about relationship status. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp expressing these sentiments to you?
Objection hearsay.
I don't recall specific conversations.
But you also have, but this is what you wrote in your notes, correct? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Oh.
Correct. Sorry.
Sorry. Do you recall when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard got married?
I don't recall the dates.
Okay. But you testified earlier that you did attend the wedding.
Correct.
Were you there to provide nursing services?
I don't recall.
I don't really recall. I was a guest, or I don't think they made that clear to me.
Did Dr. Kipper attend the wedding?
He did.
And did Aaron Borum attend the wedding?
He did.
Do you recall any discussions of a prenuptial agreement between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard before they got married?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
I don't recall specifics.
Why are you involved in that discussion at all?
Stress.
Yeah.
I only recall what Johnny told me about the conversation.
And what was that?
Objection
That she
hearsay?
didn't take it well.
Didn't take what well?
The idea.
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
The idea of having to sign a prenup.
But I want your money. You're very famous.
Did Johnny tell you that
Yes.
he asked Ms. Heard?
I want to drive you to an overdose.
I don't recall specifics.
She was dying to be the grieving widow.
You recall Johnny telling you that Ms. Heard didn't want to.
Isn't it the plot of Heartbreakers? Jennifer Love Hewitt.
And when you say didn't take that well, what are you referring to?
From what Johnny said, her reaction was when they spoke about the prenup.
Do you recall that in January of 2015, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard traveled to Japan together?
I don't recall.
Do you recall traveling to Japan with Mr. Depp?
I recall being in Japan, yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that trip?
I do not.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having a fight on a plane?
I recall a fight on a plane, but I don't know the time it was around.
What do you remember about that fight?
I don't recall
It was
specifics.
another instance where he was sitting at a table and
I would not want to be stuck on an airplane with Amber all the way to Japan.
She wouldn't leave the table.
God, I'd be begging for the engines to lose power.
She wouldn't leave the table. And he was saying, please just go away.
And then Donnie started trying to open the emergency door to get out.
I don't remember her words.
He said, "No, I don't need a parachute.
Yes.
Just get me away from her."
I don't recall.
I wonder how that treatment went for him in Japan, because a lot of those medications, like Adderall, are banned over there, I'm pretty
At
sure.
some point, you traveled
Yeah, they
to
are.
Australia with Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
Can we pull up what has been previously marked as Exhibit 14? I'd like to direct your attention to the March 1st, 2015 email from Dr. Kipper at 2:10 p.m. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp having issues with his sleep when he was in Australia?
Not specifically in Australia.
Do you recall Mr. Depp having issues with his sleep generally?
Yes.
And what issues were those?
A hard time sleeping and staying on a sleep schedule.
Miss Lloyd, when you were in Australia with Mr. Depp, did you see where he was staying?
Yes.
And how many times did you go to that property?
I don't recall specific numbers.
Fair to say you went there multiple times, though?
Yes.
You talked about this with Mr. Nadelhoff earlier. At some point in Australia, you learned that Mr. Depp had injured his finger, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was already in Australia at that time?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you and Dr. Kipper went to see Mr. Depp after he injured his finger, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Amber?
Do you recall anything about what do you recall about Mr. Depp's physical appearance when you first saw him?
Don't recall specifics.
What do you remember about his demeanor, if anything?
I don't remember the events of when I first arrived.
But you did see Mr. Depp at that time, correct?
I can't recall when I initially saw him after the finger event.
And I believe you testified you don't recall whether Miss Heard was at the house when you went to attend to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember seeing Miss Heard in Australia?
Yes.
Did you ever see any injuries on Miss Heard when she was in Australia?
Yes.
What did you see?
A bruise on her arm.
Anything else?
No.
Did she have any injuries to her face that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
Any cuts or abrasions that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall Miss Heard ever seeking medical treatment from you while she was in Australia?
I do not recall her ever seeking a medical treatment from me.
That's good.
At the time that Mr. Depp injured his finger, Miss Heard was a patient of Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether Miss Borum was already assigned to Miss Heard?
I don't recall if she was working with her at that time.
Can we turn back to the nursing notes, which is Exhibit 23? And specifically entry for March 7th, which is on 1732.
Hey, Nick, I'm going to head out. See you guys later.
Okay. Thanks for joining.
How could he ever want to miss this? I don't get it.
Right.
It's been brutal. This one is brutal.
3/7/15.
Oh, so 15. Hold on. No. I wasn't there.
Yes. You said you saw a bruise on Miss Heard's arm at some point when you were in Australia, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any understanding of how she got that?
Here it is.
Okay, directing your attention to the entry for March 7th, 2015.
It's interesting that this is deposition testimony, because if it were in the courtroom, the defense would have said, you saw that bruise on her arm. And that could have been from Johnny Depp. Couldn't it? I mean, he could have done that to her. Couldn't he have?
He could have struck her. He could have beaten her. He could have thrown her to the ground. That would all be consistent with a bruise on her arm, would it not?
The portion that starts with 1530.
Okay.
It says MD cleaned and dressed wound to our middle finger. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What does our middle finger reflect?
Right.
And so Mr. Depp had cut his middle right finger, is that correct?
According to this, yes.
Now, if I could direct your attention down to the bottom part of this entry that starts with 1130. Do you see that?
I do.
COVID.
This starts with patient and staff returned from ER at 2130. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So, is it correct that the 1130 at the beginning of this is referring to 11:30 p.m.?
Yeah, that would make sense.
It's supposed to be 23:30.
This is the same day
Get it
that
right.
you were notified that Mr. Depp had injured his finger, correct?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And this was also the same day that Mr. Depp was seen in the AER for his finger, correct? Okay. In the middle of the page here, do you see, or in the middle of this entry, do you see where it says, upon arrival back to apartment, patient discussed feelings of anger and sadness about his relationship. Patient was encouraged to stay away from wife as the relationship is toxic. Patient expressed verbal understanding and why they needed to separate. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you have any recollection of this conversation beyond what's reflected in the note?
I do not.
We all knew the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what you documented in your notes?
What'd you eat for dinner?
Him for
Steak.
keeping on asking it though.
Do you recall
What'd you have for dinner? Steak. What cut of steak? I don't recall specifics.
advising Mr. Depp to stay away from Miss Heard?
I'd have to check my notes.
I don't recall anything other than what's stated in my notes.
I legitimately thought that she said that for a second. I was like, you're looking at your notes.
View that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship was toxic.
Yes.
And what's the basis for that view?
Conversations that he would share with me.
What did Mr. Depp share with you?
Audio
I don't
conversations?
remember specifics, just like things we've reviewed in my notes, that he would be emotional and that the relationship was causing him stress.
Welcome back, Tug.
Thanks.
After Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, do you recall him coming back to LA?
Yeah, I don't recall specifics, but I know we did return to LA at some point.
Was Mr. Depp's hand bandaged at all?
Yes.
And why was that?
Beforehand, we kept it bandaged to keep it clean, and then he had surgery, and it was bandaged after the surgery.
Do you recall that Mr. Depp had pins in his finger?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Depp reporting that his finger was in pain?
Yes.
How would he report his
It's a safe answer.
I have to review my notes for specifics.
His finger was chopped off. Do you recall him reporting that it was in pain?
Well,
Nah.
let's take a look at the entry in your notes for March 23rd, 2015, which is on
Uncle Brat says,
on page 1735 and goes on to 736.
he says, for God's sake, Nick, put a longer delay on slow mode. No, 10 seconds is enough.
Actually, before we turn to that one, do you see in the entry above for 32215? Do you see that entry?
Yep.
Okay, and do you see next to 20, the portion of the entry that starts with 2015? You see in the middle, it says currently 5/10?
Yes.
Do you know what that refers to?
It's a pain scale.
And is that how Mr. Depp would report his pain to you?
According to my notes.
Is that how everybody reports pain to you on a pain scale?
Pretty much.
Okay,
Actually,
so
some
now
of them
going
use
to,
a letter-based scale. They just say,
never seen that.
March 23rd. First of all, do you see the portion of the
Although
entry
Johnny
that
Depp may
says
have a different
120?
scale than the rest of us.
Yes.
Is this 1:20 in the morning, a.m.?
you can measure how much pain he's in by the amount of times he says
According to
love
this,
per
yes.
minute.
Do you see it says patient states his wife is trying to argue with him?
I see that.
My wife just does it. She doesn't try to argue with me. She just does it.
Again, you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of your note.
Correct.
I never argue with my husband. I just show him the error of his ways.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She needs to learn. She needs to take some lessons.
45.
Yes.
And it's a call to loft, correct? What does that refer to?
I don't know specifically. Loft is where they were living.
Is that the Eastern Columbia building?
Correct.
And then the next two sections of this note says 820 Torrid Val, and then at 1445, the same thing. Do you see that? What is that referring to?
Incomplete notes. It would have been Toradol and Valium administered.
And do you have any recollection as to why those medications would have been administered?
They were for his pain.
Okay. And then do you see below that it says FU Thursday afternoon and Tuesday afternoon, skin graft bandage off, week from Tuesday, pin off in 2 weeks.
FU is follow-up is way different than I normally use it.
Yes.
Right. Degenerates.
What does this reflect?
I don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp have a skin graft on his finger?
He did.
And I think you just testified, he had pins in his fingers as well, right? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So at this time on March 23rd, he had bandages and a skin graft and pins in his finger.
Hey, welcome, Emily.
Hi, I was trying to not fall asleep watching this witness, so I figured I could come hear the jokes live.
Yes. Yes.
Good to see everybody.
That starts with 2000.
2000.
Patient informed wife is coming to talk to him, and he became extremely anxious. You see that?
I do.
He needed Valium
Why
to calm down just because she was coming to see him.
Probably not a good sign.
We call this a red flag.
Not just that, like Toradol too. That's all. I mean, anyway, it's always interesting to see the medical stuff and get to see the behind the scenes of what concierge doctors look like and how the rich and famous live. It's fascinating stuff.
Shortly after.
Jurors love to dig through medication too and be like, oh, I know what that does. Oh,
Yeah.
I couldn't be mixing these medications. Like
Absolutely.
they become experts when they're on the jury.
They do. Medical experts. I missed a juror getting dismissed apparently earlier.
Sister Whitney was present.
Yeah, he had hernia pain.
It was this witness. This witness caused him his pain.
I don't recall.
We feel for him.
You know, you would think they would break up the deposition testimony with live witnesses, but they've got to get all the medical stuff together because it all makes sense in context. So I get it, but also they
So,
know.
oh, please give me another Isaac. Give me Isaac all day.
Isaac was so good.
Well,
Definitely
if we
way
get-
better though. I love the ponytail today.
If we get to Sean Bett may bring us back to life for the afternoon.
I mean, they've got.
Well, we should
sleep with this.
We should wrap up. There should be about an hour left when her testimony's done for the day. So they'll hopefully get into something.
Get started.
Hello, chat. It's good to see you. I put my Amica cream on this morning, so I'm ready. I look fresh.
You look fabulous.
It's nice to meet you, Andrea. I know we haven't met, lawyer. You know we haven't met. Umbrella guy, I've been watching your stuff. We haven't met. Hi, everybody.
So nice to meet you,
Hey,
Emily.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And Miss Lloyd, you're not included on this. But I just wanted to
Have they been showing Amber as much as they've been showing Depp today? Because I've
Almost zero.
This is, I can represent to you. These are text
interesting.
messages between Erin.
Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing.
Does she just have RBF going on so badly that the media doesn't even want to address it?
Have you met her before?
She looks sedated, honestly.
She may
She's wearing
be.
a lot less makeup today, too.
And what is Whitney's relation?
She put on the Amica cream during the weekend.
So the first text message appears to be.
I can't. I'm never going to let it go. That lawyer
It's
has
never
pissed me
gonna
off.
die. It's never gonna die. It's a forever meme now.
14. It's at 14:32 military.
The
time.
panel's mics are not too loud.
on
This
the date,
video
March 23rd,
from the court is too quiet. If I turn it up when the judge comes
Okay, it
on,
says,
she will
Debbie
kill you.
just told me what is going on and to check with you. Is Amber awake or fall asleep? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall reaching?
Why don't they have her
out
notes
to
up here?
Erin Borum on this date.
I do
That's a
not.
good question.
Or
They might not have been approved
might not be her notes.
to be published.
Directing your attention down to Whitney's, to 3 messages down from Whitney.
Yeah, these are third party.
Let's go up. Do you see that Whitney responds to Erin? She finally fell asleep. And then Erin says, thank goodness. She must be exhausted. Do you want me to come to the loft or is she safe and sound asleep? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Whitney responds, safe? No, she's not. She keeps saying she wants to kill herself. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you ever hear Miss Heard say that she wanted to kill herself?
No.
Do these text messages combined with your notes refresh your recollection about an incident that occurred on March 23rd, 2015?
She's going to be like, no.
I remember what the notes say.
I remember an incident, but I don't remember the dates of it.
What incident are you remembering?
There was an incident where Johnny and Amber got into a fight at the lofts.
And what do you remember about that?
I was staying next door at a hotel, and security had come to get me, saying that they had had an argument and Johnny wanted to go back to 86. So
Is that is 86 the Sweetser property?
Yes.
Okay.
Why does the nurse need to be involved if he wants to leave his penthouse to go to another penthouse?
And so I went to the loft.
He seems to need handlers for
Already
everything.
leaving, she was in the
He needs Valium.
To me, it's amazing. You pay a guy $100 grand a month,
lobby
and he sends
when
his
we walked
nurses
through. And when
to
she
take care
saw
of you.
that
It's
I
like,
was coming, she came back up to the apartment.
I'd probably rather have nurses than that creepy old guy showing up.
Back up to.
I don't remember specifically what happened. I remember Johnny was sitting outside and we went to leave, and somehow we didn't end up leaving.
And why didn't you end up leaving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who else was in the apartment?
I remember Travis, one of the security guards, was there.
Anyone else that you can remember?
I don't remember exactly who else was there.
Is Travis McGivern?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing Ms. Heard throw anything at Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you remember Mr. Depp throwing anything at Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Just some
Do you
sick
remember
beats.
witnessing any physical violence?
No, he's just an old dude on the guitar.
said
Guitar
Johnny.
chords, not sick beats.
Push
He's
over
actually
one
a
of Amber's
DJ.
clothing racks.
Don't lie to me. Let me have this.
Okay. No physical violence directed at
No
at human, correct? Okay. Okay. And then you said you didn't end up leaving the apartment after that, correct?
At some point that night we left.
And when you say we, who does that include?
Myself, Johnny, and Travis.
And where did you go?
I don't remember.
Do you know where Amber went that night?
I don't know.
Okay. But she didn't come with you?
No.
Maybe the hair's strategic so the jury can't see the resting bitch face. Because the whole side of her
Ladies and
face
gentlemen,
is
let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes, okay? Again, don't talk to anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Oh,
All right,
shit.
we'll see you in 15 minutes.
They're only going to have 45 minutes. I forgot about the afternoon recess.
Damn
it.
the outfit's much different today.
Yeah,
For-
she's really trying to fem it up. I mean, we know she's obsessed with social media, and so I think the commentary about her SS outfits is not, landed well.
Well, I mean, it's better for her. Her attorneys should have said that to her from the beginning. She was looking, if she's trying to come across as a victim, she needs to not look so
All right.
aggressive in
Come
court.
back at 3:45 then? Okay, all right, thank you.
Fair or not,
Yeah.
people judge
Can
that.
we-
Judge women more harshly for that.
Can we have you dressed so you don't look like Amber Mengele, please? That would be helpful. Just try that out for a day, maybe. Put on like something feminine in the slightest.
Like,
It
just
doesn't have to
don't
be
look like you want to murder the entire jury with your bare hands.
right.
Yeah.
Right. Jeez. Welcome to the panel. By the way, we had some people join here. We've got the lawyer has joined in. Welcome.
What's up, man?
Not much. Glad to have you back. And Miss Emily Baker as well.
You left out the D.
I
It's
do.
unforgivable.
Big thing for lawyers. Big thing.
I have
Universal.
the least appropriate joke to follow up with that, but
Your chat will figure it out, I'm sure.
yeah. No, I'm just gonna say it. I always leave out the D except with my wife.
Yep.
So
Perfect.
can't Can't
That
be
was
doing
not
that.
the least appropriate thing you heard you hear.
It's
Definitely not
inappropriate.
the least appropriate thing I've ever heard you say. Definitely not.
Oh no, I'm a good boy. Come on.
Daytime streams.
Yes. But welcome so much. I'm so glad to have you guys here. So I know we've said it almost as long as these things have been on. The deposition testimonies are brutal to get through. They're just information dumps. They're uninteresting. The people who are involved in them have all been there for hours and hours and hours, and they know they have a long day ahead of them at the start, and they've had a long day by the time they get done. But how is the testimony going today? What and any major takeaways any of you guys have?
I'm seeing a lot of stuff left on the table. Again, it's kind of frustrating from my audience chair. Just some notes that I took over the course of that. Really left on the table the audio recording of everything happening in Australia when Nurse Lloyd is there talking to Dr. Kipper there, and they are hearing Amber Heard freaking out in the background. Perfect opportunity to refresh Nurse Lloyd's recollection by perhaps reviewing that audio and seeing what else she can come up with. Another thing that really jumped out at me is that a lot of the notes contained quite a bit of detail about Johnny Depp refusing medications. That quite frequently they were offering him X, Y, or Z, and he was refusing to take that. That's obviously inconsistent with this whole, characterization of Johnny as just some kind of drug-seeking addict. And so the fact that they didn't call that out and emphasize that more, I was disappointed.
Yeah, I didn't even really pick up on that, so I'm glad you mentioned it. And now I'm angry.
And the last thing too that I remember is there was a note at the very beginning about how Amber Heard expressed that she was supportive of the treatment plan. And I really would have liked to have seen more follow up on what exactly would being supportive of somebody in detox mean, and what would that look like? Would that be consistent, for example, with continuing to use substances in front of this person, who is attempting to not use them themselves? Flesh that out a little bit more in light of what we already know from Johnny about the kinds of problems that she was causing him with his ongoing use.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a simple witness that you're just getting in her notes. And so she's got to sit there and say, these are her notes. Yes, I wrote these notes. I don't remember anything outside the notes. I don't think they're getting a ton from the testimony, but I assume the lawyers are going to use the notes in closing, and we'll see these notes again, and they're going to connect dots with these notes, maybe use these notes with other witnesses now that they're, coming in. But I don't think she's doing a ton, which usually is not a good thing for the plaintiff in cases like these. But I think the notes will be something that the lawyers will find a way to use throughout the trial.
And the foundational stuff's boring. This is a lot of foundational stuff to get to later parts, and the foundational stuff is always boring, but it has to be done. I think the big takeaway from the doctor for me is that the doctor was treating both, and Amber never reported any injuries to him. And he supposedly saw her, 2 days after she had a broken nose and a split lip. I've broken my nose. I played water polo. I've had a split lip. I've had black eyes. Even with makeup, you have swelling and other indicia of injuries. So for somebody to see her just days after that and her not to report it to her private doctor that's on a $1,000 retainer when her job is basically having a face, there's no way.
Yes,
that's like a Marsha moment. If somebody hits you in the face, you're getting that nose reset. You're getting looked at. If you've cut your lip, you're getting looked at by a plastic surgeon so it doesn't heal improperly. And the first person you're calling is your concierge doctor. Even if you lie about how it happened, you're still making that call. So for me, that was kind of the most important testimony. I'm sure the doctors will hit it late, or the lawyers will hit on it later.
Objective evidence of an injury is something that we haven't seen anything of. They're gonna use the picture, and it's typical lawyering to make it sound like, well, you don't know about the cream and you don't know about the makeup, all the jokes, right? But it's typical lawyering saying, well, she easily could have covered all this up with just some makeup. And in reality, you don't go through life where nobody realizes that you have anything. Yet there are public pictures taken with the bruising showing, but that's the only time it was ever shown. Yeah. And then how the bruises got there, whole other issue to do some kind of clinical correlation like we do in tons of our trials. Just because there's an injury doesn't mean it happened the way that you say it happened. The way that you find that out is you find out when the injury started, when did it happen, when's the first time anybody saw it or reported it, what did you do, what did you report the injury as, what was the treatment post-injury. All that stuff comes into play, and they always need objective findings, right? Like an x-ray or a concussion test which came back negative, or an MRI, and I don't see any of that. It's all just he said, she said, and we have this picture, and she covered it up with makeup every other time every single person that's going to come testify said, except for her friends who will testify later, I'm sure. So to me, the lack of objective evidence is tough.
There's
They
no
have
way
a
you break your
picture
nose.
With the contrast turned up to about 500. That's their picture.
Yeah.
Do we have any resolution on the digital evidence that was the subject of that motion for sanctions?
Not that we've seen. I'll check and see, but
I didn't see anything on the court
Yeah.
docket. I really want to know. I'm stuck. I'm like stuck in a loop. I want to know what's happening with that digital evidence, because the nonsense, I want to know if the jury's going to get an instruction about evidence being hidden. But that kind of nonsense with evidence also doesn't go in the court of public opinion, I think doesn't go well for Amber Heard at all. Because if you trust the only evidence you have of these injuries, why are you playing games with it? So
yeah,
this is why I hate it.
And these are people, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are people that are photographed routinely, incessantly, to an extensive degree, and that's just what we see. We know there are tons of photographs taken by them that don't ever see the light of day. And the fact that Amber Heard, who, like you said, Emily, this is someone whose face is their living, isn't documenting these injuries for herself, like isn't taking a picture, just a little selfie, got a bruise or whatever, to send to a friend or a doctor or a makeup artist. How do I conceal this? How do I do this? None of that's happening ever. Like not even
And
once.
you've got a split lip. Lips don't heal easily. You've got a split allegations of a split lip. You don't go see anybody to deal with it. You've gotten a broken nose. The other thing I would think is you would end up talking to your cosmetic dentist. In the times I've been hit in the face, it has chipped my teeth. So, if you've got all these other things that were never done, and it raises a lot of questions when you have access to so much medical care. And it's Los Angeles. It's not like there's not a doctor or a plastic surgeon who would make themselves available to stitch up a lip immediately so it didn't heal badly, and leave a permanent scar or leave disfiguration in the lip. So it's
a
hard.
lip of Johnny Depp's fiance, who also happens to be an actress. Like you're going to get in. You're going to get in.
Well, that's also the point of having the concierge service doctors. They get you in. They make calls to make sure you get in, because they don't do all these specialties.
Yep.
But that's the point of having them. That's what's nice about having them, is you don't have to make your appointment with the plastic surgeon or the dentist or whatever. All those appointments end up on your calendar because you're paying somebody a lot of money to do that.
Chat, I am not a cage fighter. I played water polo at a Division I college, and I played men's water polo in high school.
I've never had any of that happen to me.
I got hit in the face on
no
occasion.
broken nose. Much tougher than I am.
I also broke my nose on a surfboard once. It hurt. Breaking your nose hurts like hell. It hurts so badly. And then having your nose reset hurts. And I grew up in LA, where everybody got a nose job when they turned 16, except for me. I got to break my face on a surfboard. So, those things take so long to heal, and they're swollen, and
you get black eyes. Like it's not just your nose.
It's not just under your nose.
It's all of this. You look terrible. You got snot and shit coming out of your face the whole time. It's blood and mucus,
and it's
because
hard
everything
to talk,
gets
you don't want to
dislodged.
move your face.
Well, and to stabilize it, a lot of times they got to pack it and tape it and all that stuff. I mean, it's completely incredible story.
And also, if you're going to lie about it, maybe other injuries, like an actual bruise to a cheek or something like there's a lot of ways people can be injured. That's not a broken nose. I think that's dramatic. And I think when people think of domestic violence, that's what they think of. But after 10 plus years of being a DA, there's a lot of ways people get injured. And in a lot of DV cases, it's injured where clothing covers it up.
Right. You don't have marks on your arms. You don't have scratches on your arms. You don't have scratches on your face. Like, because even if Johnny Depp's a guy, first of all, I'm not so convinced that Johnny Depp's fingernails are always short because he's kind of eccentric. I'm not thinking he's keeping mechanic cut on those fingernails. So if he's throwing slaps or punching or whatever, very good chance he's going to cut her or scratch her. Even if they're just grabbing, there's going to be some scrapes on her neck, on her chest, on her arms. None of that. You don't have a bruise on a rib cage or anything like that. I mean, there's pretty much one place you can hit someone and not have a visible injury is like the stomach. That's about it, because it just doesn't bruise that much. But anywhere that there's a bone underneath, that's going to bruise really quickly, or you're gonna have scrapes and abrasions. I mean, domestic violence issues are not like these clean, like you said, cage fighting punches where it's like, oh yeah, they're picking their shots. These are people brawling and screaming at each other.
And you're getting like the bruising on the arms is the upper arms where people are grabbing each other in the middle of a fight. And you often see scratches with that because somebody's trying to pull away. I don't know. My audience knows how I felt kind of since the beginning of it, but it's, there's a level of believability where you want to listen to what people have to say. But if you're going to file a case in criminal, you have to have corroborating evidence. And so that's kind of always where I come from in looking at things. And I'm like, okay, but where's the rest of it? I hear what you're saying happened, but where is the rest of it? And this case just has so little of that. But I worry at the end of the day, the jury's gonna hate all of them, and just be like, y'all are a mess. Why are we here for 6 weeks?
Well, but I think I'd love the panel's opinion on this. I think if they're a mess, like if the jury goes, these guys are a mess, then I think Heard might lose, because if you're just a mess, you can't really say you're being abused. Like, there's a big difference between having turmoil and conflict and having abuse. Abuse is about power, control, manipulation, and oftentimes physical violence. So if that's it, and she's supposed to be the face of domestic violence, but it turns out that she's just as messed up as him, I think the jury, when you get down to the balance of do they like Johnny or do they like Amber on the stand, I think that's where it could easily tip in his favor, and you could get a victory out of this.
Or she comes out of this as the face of domestic violence, because women can be abusive too.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what she always wanted.
I think a mess could go either way, obviously, just depending on it. I think in a lot of cases, especially civil cases, the client makes the difference, and it's whether or not the jury likes the client, regardless of a lot of other things. I think a mess kind of turns into everybody was abusive. And if everybody was abusive, sometimes lawyers can make a big difference in a case. Sometimes it doesn't matter what the lawyer does as far as what the outcome of the case is going to be in trial. And I think her lawyers have to do a really good job of connecting emotional abuse with this abuse, that they're really doubling and tripling down on this physical abuse and even sexual abuse, to talk about how, in her opinion, she was the victim of abuse, whether it was mutual, whether he thought he was defending himself, whatever it may be. She felt like she was the victim of abuse. That's all she said in the op-ed. Therefore, it's not defamation. Like, yeah, it's a mess. Everybody hit each other. She felt like she was the victim sometimes. Johnny felt like he was the victim sometimes, and maybe he was. The point is, if Johnny would have come out and said he was a victim, it wouldn't be defamation either, because they had an abusive relationship. And that's really going to be through effective lawyering, I think, getting the fact that it's an opinion that she was an abuse victim, and that's it. Try to simplify it there, because I think the mess is going to be obvious.
Heard's attorney kind of tried to shift that a little. I think the female attorney I couldn't listen to. I felt like I was being yelled at by umbrage the entire time she gave her opening. But her male attorney said, like, she reported that she was a victim of abuse. And I think they're trying to shift the defamation to be, no, she got a domestic violence restraining order. She called the police. She reported it and then felt society's wrath. And I think they're trying to shift it to being the fact of the reporting is what the true statement is. And so therefore it's not defamatory. And I thought it was an interesting shift, but it was so early on in the opening. And then the female attorney, who I find to be completely unlikable, comes in and not just pissed me off, but I think probably pissed off the jury, because she was just yelling and being like, oh, and then Tommy did this and Chad did that. And you're like, woman, what are you talking about? So if it relies on the lawyers connecting to the audience, that lawyer is not going to do it. She's not going to do it, because she is abrasive.
Awful. Yeah, the hectoring style, I just don't know really anybody that has successfully pulled that off.
Yeah. What were you saying, Tug?
They're building toward the they're also building the idea that he flees physical fights. You know, they've been building that. And they're going to build right up to audio tapes with that too. You know, they've been building that all the way through, and we're going to get to some audio stuff. But hey, I got to go. I've got something going on, so I'm going to go find something else out about the case. I'll catch y'all later.
See you.
Catch you later.
Go find something else about the case is vague and wonderful. So
Yes, we love that.
Tug has he has the scoops, man.
And he's been covering this for so long.
Yeah, he's been covering this for so long. He's got lots of good sources. The stuff he covers tends to come out. So you got to check him out, guys, if you're really into this case. I think he goes live 5:30 Central Time. And
does for the jury?
Does some updates
Yes, okay.
and his post day thoughts, all of that stuff. So again, everybody on the panel is linked in the description. You just click on their little names, it'll take you right there. Except for Andrea, who doesn't have a YouTube channel, but her Twitter is linked there, so you can follow along on Twitter.
Have you guys been enjoying this judge? I like her so far.
I think she's she had some. I thought she had some pretty shitty takes on objections in the first day, but I mean, if that's the worst you got, then I'm not so bad with it. Other than that, I think she's been fine.
It'd be frustrating though to deal with some of that to me because it just makes them do more terrible objections, and it's like
yeah.
So
That was
I like her disposition. She seems nice and she seems cool to try a case in front of, but that would be really frustrating.
And I didn't feel like they were slanted or biased. I just felt like they were bad. And that's like, look, consistency is key.
Yes.
If you got a consistently bad judge on ruling on objections, you try and bully the judge into ruling your way. And if you have a consistently good judge, then you know not to object until it's necessary. And that's, you just mold your strategy. But I just thought that first day, her objections were all over the board. I was like, what are you doing?
It's got to be a lot, though, for a judge from not a high volume, super high volume courthouse to have these fleets of lawyers on these teams.
Continue
for such a high
the
profile
testimony?
case.
Thank you.
It's got to be quite a lot.
Yeah, I agree.
But she's been dealing with them fighting for quite a while. So
Doug Murray says, Rackets, your wishes come true. Florida judges vacated the CDC mandate on all public transportation to include airplanes. No more masks.
Starting when? I'm going to be on an airplane tonight.
He vacated it today. So the order came out today.
I might still wear a mask on a plane because I haven't gotten sick while traveling. It's been kind of nice.
That starts on Depp.
I might still do it.
736 and goes on to 1737. Ms. Lloyd, do you see at the bottom here where it says 325?
Yes.
Okay. And
surgeon.
if we could just go to the next page.
This is what you would see if somebody went and got treated for a broken nose, though. You'd see the follow-ups.
Yeah.
You'd see all of this.
We don't want you guys to know that we highlighted this, so we took off the coloring.
No, it's just painful.
Pain is 4 out of 10. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And what does that reflect?
Pain was being rated at a 4 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10.
His pain was rated 4 out of 10. What does that reflect?
And then directing your attention down to the entry from March 26th.
The pain scale is kind of terrible. For someone who has to use it a lot in trial, it's pretty terrible, I think.
Just to
everybody's pain scale is
I'm
different.
not sure, but the prior 2 notes we looked at, those are also notes you prepared, right? Now, if you could, why don't you take a moment and read through this note and just let me know when you're done.
Oh, good. Anthony Zirk says, wish I had a concierge doctor when I was detoxing from a 7-year opiate addiction. Worst experience in my life. If I had to deal with Amber, I would have been in a criminal trial, not civil. Shit. Wolfram says, I don't recall. I don't even recall my medical training. I was just there to dispense drugs.
Now, the beginning of the note starts at 1:45. Do you see
I mean,
that?
she seems like a babysitter with a
At 1:45
lot of
in the
degrees
morning.
and access to prescription drugs.
And it says here,
Yeah.
RN called the patient's home. Upon arrival, patient and wife were fighting in the garage. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you remember this incident?
I do not.
It says when argument became heated, patient removed himself from situation and had security drive him to another home. You see that?
I love the rich.
Um,
Done fighting with you. I'm going to my other house.
Yep.
You just testify you don't remember witnessing this, correct?
And when they traveled, they would get 2 hotel rooms, right? Like 2 easy ass hotel rooms, like just in case I don't want to be with you.
Accuracy.
Yep.
You wrote down in your note, correct?
I do not.
I should do that when I travel with my kids, just in case.
Had you seen Mr. Depp remove himself from?
Gotta get those
before
adjoining rooms
in
with the
this manner?
doors.
Yeah, they're much better.
Yes.
Could they give a heads up, like, hey, it'll take us 100 years to ask our next question?
Which is on page. Depp.
I'm with Nick on the invest in better editing.
Yep.
The biggest problem is not just the editor. The lawyers have to then go rewatch it every single time an edit is made, and they don't actually watch the whole thing through, especially if they were there. They watch the parts that were supposed to be clipped out. That's the bigger problem when you prepare these.
Patient continues to CO pain.
I can't blame them. Watching this over and over would be brutal.
Causing anxiety and insomnia. You see that? And
Yes.
what does this mean? Plaintiff continues to CO pain 10/10.
Complain of.
Okay. And
10 out of
the
10
10
pain.
out of 10 is
Whew.
the pain on the scale.
This is when he was getting MRSA, I'm sure.
Correct.
Yeah, because when his finger got cut off, it was what, like 5 out of 10 or something.
Directing your attention.
Also,
down
you're going to
to
cut some of the nerves there, so you might not feel it as much until it starts to heal or not heal in this case.
says, at follow-up with surgery,
As Andrea was
patient
saying.
was removed from skin
That's what he
graft.
should have done, is just sued her for
Graft took
negligently cutting off his
100%,
finger
but there
and
was an
gotten as
infection under
much
bolster.
money as he could have for
Finger
that.
was drained, pin was removed, and Rosafin 1G was administered during appointment. Did I read that correctly?
The jury's not going to forget that his finger got cut off.
Yeah, it's a great detail for him.
What does this reflect that Mr. Depp had the bandage from his skin graft on his right middle finger removed on this date?
And they should spend a bunch of time on it. Like,
Meaning removed at that time or removed for good?
Just finger it forever.
Removed
We're
at
keep
that
talking about the finger.
At that time, that would.
And juxtapose it. Look, we've got a finger. This is all the medical notation. Where's the medical notation about the nose? Where is it? Where is it?
And when you say the bandage was removed at that time, are you clarifying that because another bandage was put on?
I don't remember. That's why I was clarifying.
Okay. Do you remember what type of bandages Mr. Depp had on his hand at the time?
I didn't hear you. What type of bandage?
Yes.
I don't remember specifics.
Was it a hard cast or a soft cast?
Soft.
Okay. Was Mr. Depp's hand I'm sorry.
I don't recall if it was a cast, but I know the bandage was soft.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. Depp could move the hand that was bandaged?
Hand, yes, for a while. His finger was like splinted.
Could he grab anything with that hand?
Oh, these details don't matter. They're killing me. I know why they're asking, but it doesn't matter.
Claw, he could do this.
Were certain
Could he
fingers
punch
bound
without a
together?
pinky?
I don't remember specifics.
well,
Were
again,
there
one
dinosaurs on the cast?
of the alleged instances, though, where he was hitting Amber Heard is while he's in the cast, like this, where he can't even make a fist out of it.
Well, it's the staircase incident that she already didn't recall.
Yeah. In your medical opinion,
I'm as bored as this nurse is right now. She's just like, can you? Depositions are the worst.
the time period we were just discussing, correct?
Correct.
And you returned with him?
Correct.
And how long did you stay in Australia on that trip?
I don't recall.
Did they have to shut down filming for his finger? Because he was there
Yes.
filming. Did they?
Yeah, I think they shut down production for a week. It cost millions of dollars.
Wow.
Entry for July 1st. Do you see that?
Yes.
Please take a moment and read through this and just let me know when you're done.
Robin Kellum says, if Johnny really abused her, laid his hands on her, hit her, she's so devious, she would have had video evidence. I mean, maybe.
It's not a bad point because she videotaped so much and they have audio tape of so much. And then this lack of much regarding the injuries is sus.
I do not.
It does. It hurts her when she, and the same thing came out with her photo. She had like 58,000 photos on her devices or something, and yet never managed to capture these severe injuries she's reported. She takes like 30 photos a day, but not of her injuries.
Yep.
Wife are
So weird.
doing, and RN should come to the set to see patient. Did I read that correctly? Sorry, I didn't hear your response.
Yes.
Okay. Who is the assistant referred to here, if you can recall?
I don't recall. He had 2 main assistants.
And who were they?
Stephen and Nathan.
Do you recall both of them being in Australia?
I don't recall. They were both there.
This is a lot of an entourage for filming.
Oh,
I mean, I guess that's to be
crazy.
expected, but it's a lot of people. A doctor,
I mean,
2 nurses, assistants.
Why did you understand?
It's a lot.
Right that.
But it was a lot of people everywhere, like in his life. Just give. Surround yourself.
Why did you understand that you were being called to set?
Lead attorney, check your Twitter, buddy.
Actually, hearsay.
I sent you an invite this morning.
I don't recall at the time.
All right, now directing your attention to the last part of this note that says 2100. Says here, between shooting, patient was able to express his feeling to RN. He explained that his wife makes him feel that he can never do anything right and that they cannot have a conversation without her blowing up. Do you see that? And I think you testified you don't recall having this exchange with Mr. Depp.
Correct.
Seems consistent with what their couples counselor said too.
Yep.
It goes on to say, patient was given positive reinforcement for expressing his feelings.
Good job
Patient
expressing your
verbalized
feelings,
he
Johnny.
knows it's best for them to take a break from each other when the fights start to escalate, but how she will follow him from room to room when he tries to get away. You see
Consistent
that?
with the therapist too.
Have you ever personally observed Mr. Depp try to get away from Miss Heard and her then following him?
I sent the wrong link to the lead attorney. Sorry,
You
man.
don't recall him telling you in this specific.
Sent it at 5 a.m. after doing my taxes.
Why are you doing your own taxes?
And again, you don't
Bad
have
planning.
any reason to doubt the accuracy of this note.
Totally fair.
No.
This appears to be the last note reflected in this document. Do you see that? And I think you said you don't recall specifically when you stopped caring for Mr. Depp, correct?
Welcome to the lead.
Thank you so much. Thank you for pulling me out. How you guys doing?
Correct.
Good.
Sorry, thank you.
If you had told me a year ago I'd be watching depositions on a case I wasn't working on, I would have said the hell I will be. And here we all are.
Here we are.
A full invoice of lawyers watching boring depositions.
Did you continue to work for Dr. Kipper after you stopped providing nursing services to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Now, I think you testified earlier, you don't recall the last time you saw Mr. Depp?
Not for sure, no.
What's the last time that you remember seeing him?
I went to his, one of his Hollywood vampire show out here in the desert.
Was Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard still in a relationship when you saw Mr. Depp the last time?
No. Not that I was aware of.
When was the last time you saw Amber Heard beat Johnny Depp?
When was the last time you saw Ms. Heard?
I have no idea.
It really is interesting how much the cameras focus on him and not her.
I think it's the hair. I think she created a shield.
Yeah.
And he had that going on the first days of trial. I think this is much better for the jury to see him and
So
see how
much.
he reacts and connect with him.
Mhm.
He seemed very hidden under his hair,
Yeah.
like an insecure junior high school kid, just like hiding under their
Did
bangs.
you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Ms. Heard?
No.
You had witnessed this, would you have documented it in your nursing notes?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I do not recall ever seeing him throw anything.
During the time you cared for Mr. Depp, did you ever see Ms. Heard physically abuse Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard throw anything at Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Did you get hit with a can of Red Bull? Can you just get to it?
Wait, did she get hit with a can of Red Bull?
Amber's story or Whitney's story was that Johnny threw a can of Red Bull and hit Nurse Debbie during the staircase incident.
Ah. Was that before or after she hit Johnny Depp with a paint can?
Yeah, let's talk about the can of paint.
Which time did she hit him with the paint can?
Were you ever concerned for Mr. Depp's safety around Ms. Heard?
And that was the one that folks followed the UK trial were very frustrated with because the judge essentially reasoned she could not have thrown a can of Red Bull because she was in
I
her
remember
pajamas.
being called over after fights.
And why, to the extent you know, why were you being called over?
My role with Johnny was medication or emotional support.
All right, I got to catch a plane. I'll try to come on later this week. Thanks, Nick.
Catch you later, buddy.
Awesome. Take care.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
How many
Imagine
times did you
doing work.
travel with Mr. Depp on
Silly.
The chat's asking if the Red Bull gave her wings.
Multiple, but I wouldn't.
They were fast on that too.
Number.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard get in arguments while you were traveling?
Yes.
And what would Mr. Depp do in those circumstances?
Run away.
I don't remember specifics other than the one time I mentioned on the airplane.
Did Mr. Depp ever book a separate room to separate himself from Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Oh, come on. You know some of
Have you
this
ever
stuff.
witnessed Ms. Heard lose her temper?
I don't recall specifics.
She's very, very
you recall
reluctant.
generally?
No, chat, the lead attorney and I didn't coordinate our purple, but I'm living for it.
She's got a
I know you love the
mandatory
purple.
reporting problem. You know, she can't
That's
admit.
right.
that
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Because she never reported.
She never reported.
Didn't she testify she didn't know who to report to?
Under the influence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was here for emotional support and drug dealing.
Look, if I have to report, I'll just Google it.
No, she wouldn't. She would have probably asked the doctor
Do you
what to
recall
do.
any
Yeah.
specific instances when you were concerned he was
He would tell
under
her, "Don't
the
write it in your
influence
notes."
of drugs that had not been prescribed
Possibly.
by one of his physicians?
It's Hollywood, man. If you report this, it's going to be the end.
Yeah.
Like, we're a concierge doctor making $100,000 a month.
Mr. Depp ever tell
You don't
that
report
someone had
shit.
taken his prescription?
True.
You see nothing, you remember nothing. That's what all this is. It's like you don't talk about Fight Club. She's like, I remember nothing I saw. I would like to still work.
Please stand by.
And they're also in a dilemma because Amber Heard is their client also. Like separately, she's their patient.
And just for the record, this is a document bearing the base numbers. Depp
Their job is to be discreet
78043,
and private.
7848.
728.
Reminds me of Michael Jackson's doctor. I mean, they do almost anything.
These are text messages.
Yeah, including kill him with propofol.
Yes.
Some portions of this.
Only when necessary.
We're answering Mr. Nadelhoff's questions. But I'd like to just direct your attention specifically to messages.
Yeah,
between
access
you
to
and
fame
Mr.
makes people
Depp
do
on
weird
January
shit.
7th, 2015, which appears on page 7841 and goes through to 7843.
Jane's Blonde says, MRSA is so painful you can't even imagine it. I almost lost my foot when I got from an open scratch. Stays in your body your entire life, and every time you have an open lesion, painful as fuck, indescribable pain.
Jeez.
I had two coworkers get MRSA at the courthouse where I was working
I'm sorry.
before the
just
tuberculosis
go
outbreak.
to,
Courts are nasty.
Page 7841.
Criminal courts more so.
And we're going to be scrolling through the pages after that. Get up to the 2 pages.
Mad 8 says, you know how to make a finger heal faster? Put it in
Starts
cider.
in row the
No.
320.
Just to not know.
Yes.
So
guide.
Inside who, your mom?
Please read through the text messages in row
Any thoughts on why this deposition took place so
337,
late?
which are
A lot of them did. I don't know if it was just resistance, last minute timing, schedules. You know, doctors are special when it comes to scheduling depositions.
Yes, very true.
I was over here like apple vinegar cider or like what type of cider?
The lead attorney's too pure chat. Leave him alone.
through 337.
Do not corrupt this man.
He's wearing a suit. He's got like law books and shit in the background. I won't even make fun of him for it like I do.
Are
to
those real books?
people.
They're real books from like the 1800s.
Yeah. Just as valuable as the real books today, frankly.
That's exactly right.
I have a copy of Restatement Second of Torts in here somewhere. I had to buy it because I yeeted it when I became a criminal attorney. And then I was like, damn it, I need this again.
Exactly.
Fail.
The books make all the non-lawyers feel comfortable.
They do. That's why I have toys instead of books.
Aren't they on the third restatement of torts now?
Yeah, the second one.
No
was
one's.
cheaper.
Has anybody actually adopted third?
No. Not that I've seen.
Some of the stuff in there, I haven't looked at it in a long time, but I remember looking at some of the stuff in the third going, what the hell is this? This is not good. This is, they only have plaintiff's attorney writing these now?
Yes. This tie on Depp is better than the mafia tie from opening.
Gosh, I was looking at his tie.
It's a great tie. It's very nice.
It's interesting. It's a little wider.
Yeah, it's one of those fat ties. Those are cool.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going full Elizabeth Holmes now. she's like going to lean into it.
You think she's going to get pregnant?
Doesn't she have a 1-year-old?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was by surrogate though.
Yeah, she
Look,
has a young child. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she.
There's never a bad time to get pregnant in front of a jury. I'm just saying.
Ask Alex Walker.
Maybe not right in front of the jury.
That might get. That could get him on your side.
We were promised a soap opera.
I mean, it's interesting because it's definitely distracting from the Kardashian Black China revenge porn trial that starts jury selection today.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. Do you recall this?
How pissed off are the Kardashians that they got scheduled after Depp, but during it?
Do you have an understanding of what you and
No cameras in that courtroom though. So
I mean, just from what the text messages says, I can see what he was saying.
And what was Mr. Depp saying?
That his as needed medications were missing.
Anything else about how they came to be missing?
I already don't remember what the above text stated.
Okay, let's go to the text that's in row 33, please. Oh, 333, please. And it says here, saw them, she wiped me out of everything. Need Adderall in the PRNs. I don't like to be out of stuff on the just in case kind of deal. I can't believe she's got the balls to flat out steal my meds for her fucking debaucheries. Hard game, after all, she is the sister. X me. Did I read that right?
Objection here.
Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Depp is referring to there?
I do not.
Do you know who he's referring to when he says she is the sister?
I do not.
Sure.
Whitney.
How did Ms. Heard treat you when you first started caring for Mr. Depp?
She was accepting.
Did that ever change in the time you treated Mr. Depp?
I felt it did.
You felt that at some time Ms. Heard's demeanor towards you changed, correct?
Huh.
Yes.
Okay. When
0% surprised.
Recall her demeanor changing?
I don't recall specifically.
How did her treatment of you change?
It wasn't so much her treatment of me hearing that she didn't want me around from other members.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall specific. It was from other staff, people that we worked with.
Squad. It was from the squad.
Understand? Squad. Do you have any understanding?
You're a
as to
fairly
why she
attractive emotional support pillow for her boyfriend slash husband. I mean,
no,
you're not going to be lasting too long. In my opinion.
She got called to pick him up when he got in a fight with Amber and take him elsewhere. I mean,
yeah.
So just to be clear, you're understanding that Miss Heard's feelings towards you changed is based off of what you heard from other people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was that, as you said, she didn't want you around, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp was your patient, correct?
Oh.
Correct.
And Amber Heard was not your patient. Is that right?
Correct.
Back to the
You had testified before, I believe, that you said one of your roles for Mr. Depp was providing him emotional support.
at least his cadence of speech is faster.
Correct.
That
Small
you didn't
blessings.
have that role for Amber Heard. One of the exhibits I saw, it was exhibit, I believe, Lloyd 22. There was a reference to polysubstance abuse. What is that?
Polysubstance abuse is used to determine the use of different drugs and or alcohol.
So it's abusing more than one drug or alcohol. Is that right?
Kind of like being polygamous.
It's the term means.
No.
Yes.
More than one.
It's a term for abusing more than one spouse.
We go to Lloyd 23. So this Lloyd would be the March 7th, 2015 entries.
Polyhansery, I think.
I mean, I've learned new words in this trial too. I didn't know fecal phobia was a thing till opening statements. I had to
Wonder
Google.
if we'll see the medical records on that one, the
I
diagnosis.
sure fucking hope so.
I don't know how you can be a mom of
Can you see the
anyone and
entry
not
for
and have fecal
1300?
phobia, frankly.
Accurate.
Yes.
Shit everywhere.
Patient was having a hard
You ever had a
Most
dog?
of you grew up breaking horses. How can you have a fecal phobia around horses?
to see
Yep.
patient upon arrival to house. Patient
I'm waiting for
are ready to leave.
Depp's team to come in with she broke Depp just like she tried to break horses. I don't know if it helped her that she broke horses and was like, I will break your will until you submit to me. I don't think that was a helpful characterization of Amber Heard's personality.
I don't recall what that first sentence is regarding.
All right, you don't have any reason to question the accuracy of the statement?
I do not.
And then at 11:30, the bottom entry.
Was it her fecal phobia that caused her to flee the turd that she left on Johnny Depp's bed?
After the
That's what they talked about. That she would never do it because of the
upward
fecal
patient
phobia.
Valium 10 milligrams IM to help with his anxiety and anger, but patient refused. You wrote that?
I did.
Okay. And you have no reason to question the accuracy of that.
I do not.
Was Mr. Depp expressing any, you recall Mr. Depp expressing any anger?
Only what I see I referred to earlier in that note, the portion that was highlighted.
Okay.
A lot of notes.
Then the highlighting goes going into the next page. Patient was talking about wanting to drink alcohol but did not obtain any. You wrote that?
I did.
And that was based off of what you saw with Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And there's no reason to question the accuracy of that note?
Correct.
And then 3/8/15, 145, you write, patient has been on phone with his security guard that is staying with his wife at their rented house. Patient is discussing wanting to go home to LA tomorrow and rehashing night. Patient's personal security guard came to stay with patient. RN will be next door and instructed security to call during the night if needed. You wrote that?
Correct.
Do you know what you meant by patient is discussing wanting to go home to LA tomorrow and rehashing night?
I do not recall what that's referring to.
I believe you testified way in the beginning that you go to Dr. Kipper as a patient. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Not going into details, but how long have you been his patient?
Since before I went to nursing, early 2000s.
Okay. And do you consider Dr. Kipper to be a friend?
Yes.
When you were with Mr. Depp in Australia, was he drinking at that time?
I don't recall him drinking.
Do you recall that he was specifically abstaining from drinking during that time?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard drink in front of Mr. Depp while he was abstaining from alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever, did he ever ask her not to do that, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
All right.
Your next witness?
Oh, thank God.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Sean Beck.
Sweet Jesus, we're free.
How do you spell the last name? I'm sorry.
B-E-T-T.
B-E-T-T. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, let's light this up for the end of the day. Come on, Depp
Camille,
team.
bring it, Camille.
Entertain
I like
me,
her a lot.
please.
I've liked Camille.
I think Camille's done a great job.
I think so too.
Oh, that's the short one. Okay. I don't know any of their names. I'm bad with names.
Camille Vasquez, who Heard's attorney keeps calling Vasquez, which I just think is rude.
Yeah.
I mispronounce names all the time, but I tend to not do it on purpose unless somebody's pissed me off.
I was not the biggest fan of her opening just because, like, her opening substance is fine, but I did not like her holding that paper. I thought that just killed the whole.
I agree with you. I didn't
Everyone
like her
hated
holding
the
that.
reading.
Yep. And if you're going to do that, put it on the lectern and stay near the lectern and glance down at it. Don't block your body with it.
And it's just like, this is like a 25-minute opening. You can do a 25-minute speech. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, I hope they turn that fucking ambient sound off. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bett.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Joshua Sean Bett.
Oh, I'm going to turn him down a hair.
Mr. Bett, what is your occupation?
I'm currently security with Johnny Depp.
And your current employer is Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
And how long have you been in private security?
Approximately just over 20 years.
Prior to working in private security, what were you doing professionally?
I was with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
And how long were you with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Just over 14 years.
Oh, look, a whole bunch of credibility just landed in my lap.
Over those 14 years, would you please
Not uncommon in LA for
your
LAPD
responsibilities in each position
and
you held
sheriffs
with
to
the
become
LA
security.
County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I was assigned to custody division where we handled the intake.
He knows
and
how to
outtake
talk
of
to the
inmates.
jury, turns his
Then I was
chair.
Turns and
assigned
looks.
to patrol division.
This dude will have testified a
I was
whole
assigned
bunch
to
in his
crime
career.
units where we were did calls for service.
I mean, if he did
proactive,
custody,
reactive arrest.
he's dealt with
After that,
all
I
the
was
things at
assigned
Men's
to
Central.
gang details where we focus and saturated in certain
And that's where he would have
areas,
testified a lot in gang
concentrated
details.
on gang shootings and things of that nature. Then after that, I was assigned to gang units where I performed
Your experience with gangs, did you ever meet anyone as evil as Amber Heard?
Worked with special enforcement bureaus to combat a lot of the crime that was taking place in our area.
Would have testified so much.
Did it come to a point where your employment with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department came to an end?
It did.
Yeah, I can make a lot more money in private
did that
security.
come
I said, fuck this shit.
I was in a couple of really
Right.
bad traffic collisions. And during the course of duties, the County of Los Angeles issued what they call a medical retirement or discharge. And so
Oh,
I
they
was
first retired him.
forced out based on my injuries.
Don't you get a pension for that?
And after you
Yes, you
left
do.
the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, what did
Then you
you
go to
do
work for
next?
Johnny Depp with the pension
I
on
was
this
doing
gravy.
some private investigations.
And their medical
I
retirement
also
pension
was
is quite
doing,
good. Wait, good.
security, estate security at various residents and offices, and working with different executives on certain details.
And when you were doing estate security, did you work with a certain clientele?
I did.
What type of clientele?
It ranged from CEOs, VPs of Fortune 500 companies to certain types of celebrities as well.
How did you come to be employed by Mr. Depp?
During the course of working estate security and the type of private security, you come in contact with a lot of other individuals and security companies. What we like to call networking. So when you network,
We like to call
What we call
they call you from
networking in the business.
to ask you if you're available to work certain
It's a
days,
tactical
weeks,
term.
events.
Picked it up at the academy.
So I was
What we
asked
call the internet.
individual if I wanted to work the estate
Have you received specialized training in networking in the course of your employment?
part-time basis at the time.
And
Yes,
where is
15 hours at the academy.
Depp's estate?
It's
Move to
in
qualify
West
officer. That is an
Hollywood,
expert.
borders of West Hollywood in the city of LA.
And approximately what year was that?
That was at the end of either 2006 into the beginning of 2007, around that time.
And since 2006, 2007, have you been employed exclusively by Mr. Depp?
I have done other work over the years on a part-time basis with other firms, but primarily within the last, I'd say, 6 to 8 years, it's been with Mr. Depp and his family.
And would you please describe for the jury your general job responsibilities when you first started working for Mr. Depp?
It was mostly state security, so we controlled the
That lip smacking is
people
getting
that
on my
arrived at
nerves.
the estate. We were there to monitor the streets to make sure there were no overzealous fans or paparazzi that would hop fences or would try to sneak in bushes and take pictures of the family. It also entailed taking the kids or the kid's mother to school or shopping or out to dinner and things of that nature.
And when you say the kids, do you mean Mr. Depp's children?
I do.
And who was their mother?
Vanessa Paradis.
Based on your observations, Mr. Bett, would you please describe what it was like working for Mr. Depp in the beginning?
When I first met him,
Excuse me, objection what?
Calls for different.
At the foundation, I guess.
Objection vague. It's foundational. Stop it.
What's going on? I just.
Vague foundation,
Vague.
also just relevance.
All
It
right.
is foundation.
What's the relevance?
The relevance.
It's
is
foundation.
Background, just to understand.
I'll sustain the objection. We can move on.
Okay.
Lay your
So-
Over
foundation.
the years, Mr. Bett, has your responsibilities evolved over time as you've provided protection for Mr. Depp and his family?
it has.
And how so?
I started to travel a little bit more with them out of state and then eventually out of the country and worldwide.
The nice thing about witnesses who testify a lot is they know how to pick up on the information you're trying
Your
to get,
interactions with Mr.
and they can
Depp's
weave it
also
into their
evolved
next
from
question like he
beginning
just did.
to now?
Especially a
They
guy
did.
who's
I
done
was
this a whole
around
bunch.
him, quite a bit when he was in town. In the very beginning of my employment with him, he was doing a lot of movies. He was out of the state. He was out of the country a lot. So
Everybody
once he
take a
was back in
shot for
town,
each lip
I
smack.
wasn't with his children, taking them around to school and so forth. I would be around Mr. Depp and provide, security for him when he went out and about in public and so forth.
Did you provide security for him
Could you please
against Amber
describe for the
Heard?
jury your general access to Mr. Depp while providing security for him?
I had access to him at any given time. He had an open door policy. I had access
Weird
to
question.
his residence, the inside, all the rooms at any given time in the event there was an emergency or anything like that.
And when traveling with Mr. Depp, was the access the same?
It was. I have access to his hotel room. Again, if there's an emergency, I have, wherever he's at, I make sure, and it's mandatory that I and other security personnel have access to him.
And would you please describe for the jury your current job responsibilities?
Basically,
the lip
provide
smacking.
security for him, albeit if he's in a hotel, a residence, or when he's out and about in public.
Has your job title changed from the beginning to now?
Yes, I primarily now just work with Mr. Depp, not so much with his children anymore. So I guess you could say, for a term, when we're in the United States, I'm kind of his lead security guy.
Are there other members of Mr. Depp's security team?
There are.
And would you please name some of those security members?
That would be Malcolm Conley, who primarily does his European security, although he does come from the States from time to time. Leonard Damian, Mark Gibbs, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins.
Who is Jerry Judge?
Jerry Judge used to be his chief security individual. He was with him well over 20 years, I believe, and we lost him a few years ago to cancer.
Over the course of your employment with Mr. Depp, have you seen him consume alcohol?
I have.
How frequently?
It ranged. Sometimes.
Thought he
I
said it
wouldn't see him
rained.
Drink it all.
Who's from the sky?
And based on your observations, how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor after drinking alcohol?
His demeanor is the same as if you were talking to him. I would joke around with some
We've
of
seen the
other,
text messages.
security personnel. He's, my terminology would be he's kind of too cool for school. He goes into that kind of Jack Sparrow mode, and he just, he's very likable.
Remind the
whether
jury who he
drinks or he
is.
doesn't drink.
Quirky.
And Jack Sparrow.
Based on your observations, have you ever seen
Lovable.
Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
Or does he just always seem intoxicated so you can't tell?
That's not a leading question.
Poor Johnny.
That wasn't a leading question.
I've seen him slightly intoxicated.
And again, based on your observations, what is Mr. Depp's demeanor like when he appears slightly intoxicated?
It's the same as if he, had a glass of sparkling water. I mean, he's just very low key.
What?
He's easy to get along with, and he just seems.
Then
to
how would
me,
you
I mean,
know?
he handles alcohol a lot better than I would.
And
But this is good. This is the second witness who's tested that he can hold his liquor.
Drugs?
Yeah.
Oh, the first one
I
was
haven't.
stricken. People are still going to remember it.
Yep.
Are you generally aware that Mr. Depp has used drugs over the years?
I am
And how are you aware of that?
from him.
I held the rolled up 100 so he could snort cocaine.
Do you know who Miss Heard is?
I do.
Notice he never said he worked in narcotics units.
He is Mr. Depp's
Sheriff's
ex-boss.
Department gangs. Worked
When
gang.
did you first meet Miss Heard?
It probably would have been around 2011, 12, maybe around 2010. It was some time ago.
And how did you first meet her?
She came over to his Hollywood estate.
And would you please describe for the jury some of your early interactions with Miss Heard?
She was very pleasant, very easy to get along with. I mean, she was almost as if she was a next door neighbor, just always had a smile to her face, and no issues at the time. And, I liked her a lot.
In the early days of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship, did you have an opportunity to observe them together?
I did.
How frequently?
In the early stages, it was kind of on a part-time basis because a lot of times, he was traveling or he was out of town working on films and so forth. But when they were in LA, I saw them quite frequently, which could have been the days that I worked, which varied anywhere between 4, 5, 6 days a week.
And based on what you observed of them together, how would you describe Miss Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp when they first started seeing each other?
Yes. Objection, foundation.
All right. Foundation.
Your Honor, I believe I've laid the foundation that
Yeah.
you saw them frequently together when they first started dating.
How he would describe their relationship.
That's not a foundational
I'll sustain the
issue.
objection. Next question.
That's calls for speculation or anything. When she sustains it, just kill me. Like, just
After
kill
Mr.
me.
Depp and Miss Heard started a romantic relationship, did you become familiar with any of Miss Heard's family or friends?
I did.
Which ones?
Her sister, Whitney,
Are you guys drunk yet?
her good friend, Raquel or Rocky Pennington. Another friend.
I actually hadn't noticed it until just then. I was like, "Where's the lip smacking?" I'm not hearing it
Miss
now. I hear it.
Pennington's boyfriend at the time, Josh Drew.
And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp's interactions with Miss Heard's family and friends?
I did.
And how would you generally describe their interactions?
He was very open and warm to them. He, offered them, whatever they needed. They were constantly coming around the estate. Eventually he let a couple of them live in his penthouses downtown for free. He would let a few of them drive his nice Dodge Challenger in and around town and take on trips.
Did you have an opportunity to observe how Miss Heard's friends and families treated Mr. Depp?
I did. They were obviously very pleasant to him because, from observing, they were taking advantage of him. So they were.
Oh yeah,
being
she's never had
obviously
cheek
extra nice to the
fills.
hand that
Never.
feeds them, and that's just progressed over a period of time.
How did Miss Heard interact with you?
All right. What's the relevance?
Was she an abusive bitch?
Yeah. They're not good at countering objections either.
It's
like
just
Johnny.
background is not a legal response to an objection.
Yeah.
It's just background is inviting the judge to say, let's move on.
They have not been great
Were you
at
present,
responding.
Mr. Bett, for any conversations
I agree.
amongst Miss Heard and her friends?
I was.
Can you describe any particular one that stands out to you?
Objection,
Your Honor.
hearsay.
Leading calls for hearsay.
All right.
Well, to the extent, Your Honor,
It's not
we're
leading, but
offering misheard statements. It's not hearsay.
All right.
Um,
If you can lay a foundation to that. Let's see.
Do they
recall
have
any
to
specific
stand to
instances,
object?
Mr. Bed, where you heard Ms. Heard say something to her friends?
I do.
Do you guys not
I-
stand to
I-
object?
situations?
No, not in,
Yes.
not in
The
criminal
first
California. we
one,
didn't.
I was taking her from Mr. Depp's property to her apartment in the south end of the city that I believe Mr. Depp was paying for. She was sitting next to me in the vehicle. She was talking to a girlfriend or a friend where they were talking about another male. And she says to the girlfriend, whoever she was talking to, you know, all men are idiots, you know, you shouldn't trust that guy. And then she turned to me and she said, you know, sorry, Sean, not you. I didn't mean that. And I just shrugged it off like it's not a big deal.
Do you remember approximately when that conversation took place?
I would say probably maybe 2012 or 13, perhaps even a little bit sooner than that. It was a long time ago.
And over the years of Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationships, did you have an opportunity to observe how the relationship evolved?
I did.
And
Well, I'll just see what the next question is.
That was foundational. Ask the
Did you
next
notice
question. Don't
any
object.
changes
Save
to the
them.
relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection, vague, foundation, relevance, and leading.
This just signals to the jury they really don't want this information in, which makes everybody perk up late in the day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And of course
notice
this is
any
relevant.
changes
This
in
is
the
about their
relationship
relationship,
between
which is the
Mr. Depp
object
and
of the
Ms. Heard
statements.
after the initial stages of them beginning to engage in a romantic relationship?
I did.
And would you please describe those changes that you observed?
Well, I noticed they went from being that loving, almost like high school couple where they were very giddy towards each other. He was very happy. She was very happy to, they started to argue.
Till they lived
started
together.
To argue periodically, and then the arguing started to progress more and more and more. And it was always taking place because, you know, Ms. Heard would start this argument.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard drink alcohol?
I did.
How often?
It just varied. There would be, you know, some days when I was working that I would see her. There would be other days I didn't see her or she was out of town working. So it just really depended on when she was around. And when she was around, for the most part, you know, she was drinking. You know, sometimes I'd see a glass in her hand, and sometimes
When she was around, she was
beer, you
drinking.
know, have 2 glasses if I was in the presence of her and Mr. Depp, obviously.
Sometimes she had 2.
Based on your observations, did it ever appear that Ms. Heard?
But sometimes she was out of town.
There were times when I went in.
She was drinking or she was out of town.
We were at the Hollywood estate, and you know, based on my training experience in law enforcement, I could tell she was, you know, slightly intoxicated.
Excuse me.
That's kind of
Oh God.
getting in the realm of expert.
Oh, voir dire him as an expert.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Perhaps we can have him answer the question without any citing to any experience in law enforcement.
Oh
Mr.
no,
Bed?
bring him in as an
No!
expert.
Go to the next
Bring him in as an expert. Come on.
Oh yeah.
Stumble,
Great
Danielle,
expert.
That was a stumble.
Do you recall observing any arguments between Mr. Depp and
We'd be
Mr.
happy to voir dire him as an expert, Your Honor.
Several.
She should.
Yeah.
If they don't finish, she might.
Have you handled domestic violence cases before?
Comes to mind?
There was an incident, for example,
And intimidation. Lots of witness
I
intimidation.
just happened to be on the floor of their penthouse, which is on the top floor of this building. I was outside by the pool area reading a book, and when I was walking back
nice. Yeah.
past their door, I could hear shouting. I could hear her voice shouting, you know, at a very high pitch. So I didn't rush in right away or anything. I just kind of stood by the door. He was, you know, speaking with her, and then the voices, you know, the shouting dissipated, and then, you know, there was music playing, and then they started talking. So I kind of just stood by the door briefly, and then I went into another section of the penthouse floor.
Do you recall approximately the time frame of that argument?
As far as the year or how long it lasted?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Bett. The year.
That could have been perhaps 2012, 2013.
They're the same. The year
Maybe a
and
little
how long it
thereafter.
lasted.
Did Ms. Hurd ever confide in you about her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Briefly.
Do you recall her saying anything in particular about her relationship with Mr. Depp?
There was a couple occasions. There was one occasion in which they had an argument at his West Hollywood address. Johnny told me, just take her downtown to the penthouse so she can relax and cool off. As we were driving downtown, she was crying. This was at the point when the arguing was taking place quite frequently. And I was telling her, I said, Amber, this can't continue. You guys are either going to kill each other, or you're going to be in jail. And, with tears and everything, she says, but I love him and I'm not going to lose him. And I says, but you guys can't keep doing this. So we eventually got to the downtown apartments. She said, thank you. I dropped her off. And then I went back to the West Hollywood address.
I mean, he hit on it. When you're an adult, fights are going to end two ways. You're going to kill someone or someone's going to go to jail.
I think Johnny's team is
can't
fully
continue
comfortable accepting
when you
like a
told Ms. Hurd
mutual abuse,
The
tumultuous
constant
relationship
arguing
stance.
and
More and
bickering
more
and so
convinced by
forth,
the day.
Because, as I said, it was slowly progressing.
There's no way around that. That's
it was just going to turn
what
out
the
bad.
therapist said too.
eventually.
Yeah.
It's going to
Well,
go
we'll
bad.
see what Dr. Curry says. That's what I'm waiting for.
I didn't hear who you said,
Dr. Curry, the IME.
which will be very interesting.
Testified earlier that
I want to hear what Johnny says. Like, put him on the stand.
Ms. Hurd.
Have you
The
ever?
rumor
hit this
has it
lady?
it's tomorrow.
Ms. Hurd
by
said
the way.
Really?
Really?
they were arguing.
When's Elon testify?
There was an incident because, as I said, the arguing progressed over and over as the years continued. He would text me when I was working saying,
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain that objection if you want to.
But it's his
But
text.
Just focus on what Ms. Hurd, you overheard Ms. Hurd say while observing arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd.
I overheard her saying to him, he's a fat ass, fuck you, Johnny, and you too, Sean, at one time when, she went to throw a water bottle or a plastic cup down the stairs and it bounced kind of in Johnny's direction, but I ended up getting him and we, got out of there as soon as possible.
He put his jacket over him and caught him away.
Ms. Hurd throw anything other than a water bottle?
Say the paint can.
It was a water bottle or a coffee cup. It was something plastic.
Other than a water bottle or a plastic cup, did you ever see Ms. Hurd throw anything else?
No, other than what he told me when she threw a broken bottle and sliced his finger. And
Objection, 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 objection.
This
All the
guy has
objections.
testified.
Yes, when there's an objection, do not speak, okay? Thank you.
He knows better. He's law.
He got that in on purpose.
I wanted to see him wink at Johnny.
Very clever, Mr. Bett.
After observing several arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd, what happened next?
See what she did just there? After observing several arguments.
A time frame.
He really has to
well,
describe several.
As I said, the arguing, when it would continue, we would always, I'd put him in the car and we'd drive back to his West Hollywood address. At which point it just depended on the week or the day or the month. They would reconcile within hours, or it might take a day where he would stay overnight at his West Hollywood address. And then, I would take him back the next day and, they would reconcile by, talking, and she would have, candles lit or
makeup sex,
a bottle of wine open.
A full cycle of contrition and abuse. Contrition and abuse.
Evenings, I'd get a text message from her, asking me to go pick up dinner at local restaurants they frequented.
Go pick up dinner and some handcuffs, please.
Did you ever see any violence
Only the
between
fuzzy
Ms.
ones.
Hurd and Ms. Depp?
No.
Who has the energy
Other than
for
the
this?
occasion
I'm
when
sleeping here. I'm sleeping
Ms.
there. I
Hurd
can't. I
throw
mean,
something plastic on Mr. Depp's
way
record.
too dramatic.
Did Ms. Hurd hit Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Heard?
I didn't.
Did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Heard on occasions after Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard argued?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
What?
If you want to lay a time frame to that.
She just laid the foundation, and that time
The
frame's so
occasions that
vague. That's
you
not what they
witnessed
objected
The
on.
time frame was in it after the fights.
Did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Heard?
It's the same question. All right.
What?
Okay.
No,
After
don't just
any
move on.
fight ever.
Ask a better question. Don't
See, this
just
is what
move
I.
on.
At any point
This is a
during-
part of this judge
during
I'm not a
Ms.
big
Heard's
fan of.
And Mr. Depp's relationship, did you ever see any injuries on Ms. Heard?
No.
How about on Mr. Depp?
Time frame all.
Yes.
When did you
This is good.
observe injuries on Mr. Depp?
The first time
Just
would
throw a
have been
bottle up and slice his finger
around
off.
2014, I guess.
Coming in.
In which he had his finger was damaged from an incident in Australia.
Do you know how Mr. Depp's finger was damaged?
Yes. Just say it.
Let's say yes.
Insider.
It's just
Oh.
if he knows. I won't ask the
I'll
following
sustain the
question.
objection unless he was in Australia and saw it himself.
Okay.
Okay.
When else did you
Johnny's
see
going to
injuries on
testify
Mr.
to
Depp?
it, but
So it's going to be fine.
I saw another injury around would have been March of 2015.
the jury
He
knows,
had,
by the way.
a swollen kind of cheekbone eyelid.
They do know. And the objections bring their attention back to it at the end of the day at a long day.
Your Honor, if I may.
That
please
flurry of
pull up
objections and the
photograph
attorney
that
standing up and down is like, ooh,
Amber
something's
146.
happening.
Just to the witness.
Just for
And then
the
there's a photograph exhibit, which is also like,
We're going to
ooh,
start
something's
seeing
happening.
photos of Johnny's injuries.
plaintiffs.
No, it's not going to be published, though.
146.
She said just for
They've
the
got to lay
witness.
the foundation first.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they can publish it.
Yeah, exactly.
She's playing Nickelback. Look at this photograph.
Nobody can hear that song anymore, Nick.
Ruined it.
Matt, do you recognize this photograph?
I do,
And how do you recognize it?
because I took that picture.
You want to take notes on foundation? This is how foundation works.
Photograph?
Well, we needed it as evidence in case
In case what?
Somebody
Mr.
made it
tried to
abuse
make
house.
allegations towards Mr. Depp. I was emphatic with him, telling him that's a serious mark, and we need to photograph it.
There you go. Oh my goodness.
Perfect.
I'm a cop, and I went into cop mode and said, I need to
He tried to
document this.
he tried to
When did you
object
take this
afterwards
photograph?
too.
It would have been around March of 2015.
The chat
Your
says
Honor,
to
we
see
ask
the
that
new
this
photo Chad.
Please be published to the jury. And
We
admitted into
object.
Evidence.
Photo
Any
bet.
objection to 146?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 146
Really?
evidence and be published to the
You're not
jury.
going to try and
They can't-
object?
What can they object to?
Foundation!
I don't know, but they're trying on everything else.
Mr. Bett, what does this photograph show?
A contusion.
It depicts a swollen upper left cheekbone with redness to it.
Thank you.
Was it before or after
Do
he
you
put
notice any other
cream
injuries
on
on
it?
Mr. Depp?
On that specific day, no,
Later in time, did you ever notice any other injuries on Mr. Depp?
I did.
Can you please describe what you recall?
It was around December of that same year, 2015. He got into an argument with Miss Heard, and she scratched him, and he had injuries.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Only your observations, sir, what you saw.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Bett,
Says
can
with
you
a
please
smile.
describe the
My
injury that you
apologies.
saw on Mr. Depp?
Yes, he had scratch marks.
It looked like a
around his
woman
nose
approximately
area.
5'10" had scratched him.
I believe on the sides of his
Upward
face, in the
trajectory.
cheek area, and then on his forehead.
And if we could just have, just published to the witness, plaintiff's exhibit number
We're
65.
going to have to lay foundation for every single one of these.
Oh my goodness.
You know how
Oh
it
yeah, they're not
is.
They're not going to let him get away with anything.
Uh,
They're very defensive and very objection heavy.
Yep.
As we've seen.
And
There's
Mr.
a-
Beck, this is a 3-page.
There's been what,
document,
15
so
minutes
I
of
can
testimony in this case and
Mr.
5
Arnold,
objections.
Please scroll down.
I mean, though sometimes we give attorneys a hard time, like during the Rittenhouse case, for not objecting. It can be a strategy to not object. And you don't want to highlight how important something is or how
Okay,
much you want to
thank you.
keep it out sometimes
You
because the jury
recognize
can
these
take inferences
photographs?
from that.
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
But moderation in
Because I
all
took 'em.
things. Yep. Some objections,
When did you take them?
just not all of them.
December, mid-December 15th.
And why did you take these photographs?
And that's where it
I
comes in.
took him to show proof that he once again had injuries sustained in an altercation.
Yep.
Your Honor, we'll move to publish these photographs to the jury and for admittance.
All right, any objection to 65?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 65 in evidence, it can be published.
So
I
in all
wonder
these
if they're-
altercations where Amber's going to claim abuse, he's got
And Mr. Bett, would you
documentation
please
of his
describe-
injuries. She has none.
And only because his
Helpful
security
example.
guard made him do it, it sounds like.
The first picture, there's a laceration on the left side of his nose. It looks like the left upper
Laceration
cheek
sounds
has
strong.
a slight bruise to it.
Swollen.
Bit strong language on that. I call it a scrape.
And then on his forehead, right above the ridge line, just almost to the center, it looks like there's a red scratch mark above his left eye and to the right.
Oh, damn it.
Do you see that in the same subsequent pictures in page 2?
Okay, page 2, I see a scratch mark, a vertical scratch mark adjacent to his right ear on the right side of his face.
Same question for page 3.
Page 3, there's a scratch mark on the lower right portion of his chin. There's that same scratch mark on the center left side of his nose, and you could see the frontal portion of that bruise. It's on the left side under his eye.
Over here.
Were you surprised to see Mr. Depp with these injuries?
Objection leading.
All right, I sustain it's deleting.
Why did you take the pictures?
Did you ever see any similar injuries on Miss Heard?
None.
Did you ever see any injuries on Miss Heard?
I didn't.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you she was being abused by Mr. Depp?
She didn't.
Did she ever ask you for help?
No.
Did you ever see any evidence that Miss Heard was being abused by Mr. Depp?
I didn't.
Turning to April 21st, 2016, Mr. Betts, do you remember anything about that day?
Yes, that was the day or evening that Ms. Heard was celebrating her birthday with some friends.
Do you recall what birthday Miss Heard was celebrating?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall what birthday Miss Heard was celebrating?
I believe it was her 30th, 29th or 30th.
Was it in fact her dirty 30?
Your Honor, I think we may. We just
Objection. My client's only
30.
28. We all know that being late to a birthday party is a cardinal sin, in fact.
Oh, yeah.
Other than Miss Heard's birthday celebration that evening, do you
Usually
recall anything
paying
else
roses,
about
not in
April
laundry bills.
21st, 2016?
He had a
The guy that had to pay to get the
meeting
phone
that
back.
afternoon, and which extended into the
security guard.
evening. And
Yep.
that was as I said, the night of her birthday party, where they got into another argument, and she had struck him in the face.
All right,
objection move to strike, Your Honor.
sir, if you didn't see it, you can't testify to it, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Strike the strike.
Strike that answer. Thank you.
Your Honor.
He was asking how he remembered it. That's how he remembered
You
it. He's
just
like, well, I
mentioned
remember
that
because this
when
happened.
you
Yeah, it's a
attended,
present sense
the
impression.
meeting that you mentioned earlier.
I was.
And if you know, who was
I was
that
in an
meeting with?
excited state of mind because I heard
He
she
was
had
with
beat him.
his accountant.
who is Mr. Depp?
Ed
He was
White.
on guard. If your security
Where did
detail
that
and someone
meeting take
hits
place?
you're protected.
Actually, yeah.
Place at his
Literally,
production,
yes.
his old
You're
That's
in-
good.
production
You're in
office
work mode.
in the Los Angeles area.
What happened after the meeting ended?
When the meeting ended, we drove to his West Hollywood address, which might have been maybe 5-10 minutes away. He had to go inside the house and retrieve something. I don't know what it was. We were only there a short period of time, and we were kind of rushing because we had been running late because it was a birthday dinner, and then we eventually left thereafter and headed back down to the penthouses downtown Los Angeles.
He's afraid of being late.
And how would you describe
getting
Mr.
her
Depp's
present.
demeanor after the meeting ended with
Probably.
Mr. White?
To me, he looked fine. You could tell he was in a hurry, and he was, telling me, okay, we got to hurry up and go to the house real quick before we go downtown. But other than that, he appeared fine to me.
Also, LA, getting
And,
from the west
based on
side
your
back to
observations,
downtown
is that
absolutely
Mr.
fucking
Depp
sucks.
appeared to you to be intoxicated?
He didn't.
I believe you testified that after you left the meeting, you went to Mr. Depp's home, his residence in West Hollywood, and then on to the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What happened after you arrived at the penthouses for Miss Heard's birthday dinner?
We went upstairs, and she was having a dinner with her friends, and one of the penthouses, I believe it was penthouse number 5. We entered the front door to that penthouse. Amber stood up. She walked towards Mr. Depp. She had a look of, you could tell she was upset the fact that he was late. Mr. Depp apologized to everybody, apologized to Amber, and, told her, sorry, baby, or words to that effect for being late. She gave him a hug and a kiss and said, come sit down, sugar.
Was that a nickname, a common nickname Miss Heard used for Mr.
Objection
Depp?
Foundation.
Yes, she used to call him that quite frequently in front of me.
No, they want to leave that in because it makes her seem like she's sweet.
Yeah.
Approximately what time did you arrive to the Eastern Columbia building?
It would have been somewhere between maybe 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening.
Do you know what time the birthday dinner for Miss Heard was scheduled to start?
I can't remember the exact time.
Are people still counting the lip smacks, or is it just me?
You and Mr.
Just you.
Depp were to
What are
the
you up
birthday dinner?
to?
Though the chat's probably now
I
drunk
knew
because
we
you
were
told
running
us to
behind.
shot
but
every
I just
time.
didn't know actually what time the dinner was starting.
And once you arrived at the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building, did you go inside?
Briefly, I had a couple of Mr. Depp's computer bags and bags with me, and I just set them down in the corner, and then I exited thereafter.
How long did you stay at the Eastern Columbia building after exiting the penthouse?
I was probably there perhaps maybe another hour or two, and then I would have been relieved by the night shift security personnel, Travis McGivern.
Night shift Travis.
Did you happen to work the next day on April 22nd, 2016?
I did.
I wonder how much he makes.
Where did you start working on that day?
For this kind of
On that
security.
day, I
it's a lot.
started, I drove to his
Defense
West Hollywood address.
should be asking.
Because
They should
Mr.
be.
McGivern had sent me a text
Tomorrow.
message stating
They
had an
didn't ask
argument
the nurse, though.
All right, so staying as the hearsay.
Is he trying to button his coat each time he stands up? Because that's
Yes.
an entertaining game
Yes.
to watch.
And he
This
unbuttons
is,
it when he
this is
sits
what
down.
we do, and
Why
we
did
do
you
this
start
in Atlanta, though, Emily.
Suites
When
or
we
not?
address the court, we always stand up, and then gentlemen button their suits when you stand
Yep.
up.
We always
because
stand up
that's
in
where
court to
Mr.
object
Depp was
to.
at the time.
Really?
Emily, I think you're the odd one out.
I probably am. I mean, California is a little wacky, and criminal is a little less formal sometimes.
Do you recall anything specific?
I would
about that
actually
day,
argue
April
that him
22nd,
stating that they were in
2016?
an argument was a party admission against his interests.
Just, he had told me they had
So
a,
I'll
Objection,
sustain
hearsay.
objection. You cannot say what he told you.
I'd
sir.
say it wasn't offered for the truth.
It's not.
It's his reason for going.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you see Mr. Depp when you arrived to his West Hollywood home on April 22nd, 2016?
I did.
Did you
But they're going to
observe
keep
anything
vigorously
on Mr.
objecting because
Depp?
it does throw her off a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And they're getting sustained on each
This
one.
time
Like,
frame
why
of April
stop?
2016. Do you recall Mr. Depp's mother having any health problems?
Yes.
What do you recall about her health problems?
At that time, she was very critical. She had been suffering from cancer for some time, a few years, I believe. And,
Objection, he's not an expert
at
on
that
cancer.
Stage, she was slowly deteriorating. So it was approximately a month before she passed.
Do you recall when she passed away?
I believe it was around May 20th, 19th.
And how did you learn that she had passed away?
Mr. Depp told me.
And again, based on your observations, how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when he informed you that his mother had passed away?
Well, he just lost his mother, so he was, you could tell he was, very sad, and he was mourning. And so I just left him alone until he needed me for whatever I had to do for him that day.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Bett, when was the next time Mr. Depp saw Ms. Heard?
Maybe a month later, sometime in May.
And I'm sorry, was that a month after the birthday dinner on April 21st, 2016?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain as to leading.
Okay, that doesn't really
To your
imply
knowledge.
the answer. He could just say no.
Yes and no answers are not,
When
they're
did
not,
Mr.
they're not necessarily leading questions.
Well, she
my
was trying to
brother
narrow it down as
was
to time, and he was unclear, and so she tried to narrow it down further.
And you're recalling back to previous testimony.
And was that after Mr. Depp's mother passed away?
Objection
Correct. That would
leading.
have been a day after she passed.
Sustained.
Approximately 10, 15 minutes.
I'll let you finish. Is that okay with the jury? We'll finish at least the direct. Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine.
Turning to May
Going over
21st,
time.
2016.
Was there a point to April 22nd? Did I miss?
It was the day after his mom died, but they didn't get back into it.
No, his mom died in May.
That's Hollywood
Oh,
Address.
so
He jumped
then
from
I
April
missed
to
it.
May, and I don't know why.
Jerry Judge, his chief security guard, was with me and with us at the estate at the time. Later on in that evening, Mr. Depp told us that he wanted to go down and retrieve some items from the penthouse. And he also wanted to talk briefly with Ms. Heard.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
It's
just
explaining.
established.
All right, you want to talk to Ms. Heard? That's fine. We'll leave it at that. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So you were working on May 21st, is that right?
I was.
They really need to work at countering these objections, though, because
Did
it's just
you
to
end up taking
establish
Mr.
is
Depp
not
to the
helping you.
penthouses
Correct.
at Eastern Columbia Building?
I did, and Mr. Judge was along with me as well.
I wonder if
you
they're
remember
much more
approximately
used to
what happened
depositions
prior
where
to
there's an
the
objection, but then you just keep going because it gets sorted out
Would have
later.
been
Not
Yeah.
after
trial work.
7:30, maybe 7:45, 7:15, around that time frame.
And was that in the evening?
It was.
Did you enter the penthouses with Mr. Depp?
I did, myself and Jerry Judge and Mr. Depp.
And what did you see when you first entered the penthouse?
When we first walked in, on the center island in the kitchen, there were candles lit on the table. There was a couple wine glasses that were empty, and there was a bottle of wine that was open. There was also music playing in the background through the speakers that were in the wall.
Did you see Ms. Heard when you first entered the penthouse?
I didn't.
What happened after you entered the penthouses?
After we entered the penthouses, Jerry Judge told Johnny that myself and
Yes.
Objection hearsay.
All right.
It's not.
Okay, next question.
Did you stay inside the penthouse?
Jury judge is dead and
Mr.
unavailable
Judge
for
and Mr.
testimony. Isn't that a hearsay
No,
objection
shortly thereafter,
or exception?
Mr. Judge and I exited
Unavailability of the
the
witness.
house,
It's not being offered for the truth.
outside the door briefly.
Yeah, it's not offered for the truth.
How long would you estimate that you stood
And they
outside
need to
the door
keep
of the penthouse?
reminding this judge that there's a lot of
It would
foundational
have
stuff that's
been
not offered for the truth.
approximately
It's
maybe
explaining
10
behavior.
minutes, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less.
Eric Ellerbrock says, "What is foundation? How can be sustained or overruled?" You're not going to find out from this
And
trial.
after standing
No.
outside the penthouse for 10
Everything is a foundation in this trial, apparently.
We walked
Everything
down
and
the
nothing.
hallway to penthouse number 5. Penthouse number 5 has 2 doors. There's a main entrance that takes you into the living room. Next to it, around the corner, it's a continuation of the penthouse, which is like a storage area. It also has, it had a couch at the time and a TV for the security personnel. So once we were at the penthouses, we could go in there, have lunch or dinner, or watch a little bit of TV. And then, you know, whenever Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard would leave and I'd have to drive, or the other security personnel, we would get a text or they would come knock on the door and we would leave.
And when you first arrived to the penthouses with Mr. Depp, based on your observations, was he drinking?
He had had some glasses of wine at the meeting he was at with his accountant.
Apologies, Mr. Bett. I meant on May 21st, 2016.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you observe Mr. Depp drinking any alcohol that day?
He might have had a glass of wine in the car, but as far as the entire day, I wouldn't have known how much he drank.
Did he appear intoxicated to you when he arrived to the Eastern Columbia building?
No.
So you went to the storage area of the penthouse area. How long were you there?
We might have been there maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes. We got something to drink and then we exited that penthouse I described, or that penthouse storage area.
And where did you go next?
We walked down the hall towards Mr. Depp's penthouse, which would have been penthouse number 3.
And did you stand outside the door or did you go in?
As we approached the door, we could hear the screaming and shouting from Ms. Heard. So I immediately opened up the door and Mr. Judge and I ran in there.
What do you remember Ms. Heard screaming or shouting?
It appeared she was shouting profanities. So once Mr. Judge and I went through the front door, Mr. Depp would have been standing directly in front of us, maybe about 20 feet, because parallel to us walking in or running in, there was a wall. It was the way the kitchen was set up, it was almost like an L shape. So you walk in and then you
Show
have to
him
make
the
a left.
diagram.
Mr. Depp would have been standing in front of us and he glanced at us. As soon as Mr. Judge and I rounded the corner, I saw Ms. Heard standing next to her good friend, Raquel Pennington.
And how was Ms. Heard standing? Where were her hands?
Her hands would have been in this motion. Once Mr. Judge and I rounded
What
that
motion?
corner and she
Note for
saw
the jury, what
Victoria and
motion?
she
For the
had this
record.
look of surprise on her face, and then she looked at Mr. Depp and us, and she shouted out loud, "This is the last time you do this to me." At which point Mr. Depp looked at her and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" At that point, Mr. Judge tapped Mr. Depp on the arm and told him, "Boss, let's leave." So we gathered, there was a couple of computer bags that was right on a table, and we exited the front door to penthouse number 3.
Without asking Johnny if he
Based
needed
on your
anything?
observations, did you have
Security,
a clear view
let's
of
go.
Ms. Heard?
Yep.
I did.
Did you have a clear view of her face?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on Ms. Heard's face?
I didn't.
Did you see any redness,
I didn't.
swelling?
None.
Was Ms. Heard holding her face?
She wasn't.
So what happened next?
We exited penthouse number 3 and we walked down the hallway. Right when we were getting close to penthouse number 5 door, Mr. Depp says, I need to get in here and look for something. So I opened up the door for him. We went inside, and that's when I saw Miss Hurt's friend, Raquel Pennington's boyfriend, Josh Drew, and another unknown female that I'd never seen before. And there was a small dog kind of walking around. Mr. Depp, I believe he said, get the fuck out of my apartment. So Mr. Drew nodded his head and basically said, okay. The female picked up the dog and they exited the front door to that penthouse.
What did Mr. Depp do next?
He was walking around the kitchen area, living room area. He might have gone upstairs briefly. I can't remember. I don't know what he was looking for. I didn't ask him. Mr. Judge didn't ask him. Eventually, he didn't find whatever he was looking for, and we exited penthouse number 3.
And while Mr. Depp was in penthouse number 3, did you observe him cause any damage?
No.
Did you observe him cause any damage to any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
Oh, is this the time when they
Body cam.
Yep.
Did you see Mr. Depp become violent with anyone while at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
Objection leading.
That's not leading.
I didn't.
It's specific as to time. Otherwise, it would have been vague.
Become violent with Ms. Heard.
I haven't.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. You can stay right there, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony for today. So I'll release you. We'll be back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please have a safe, quiet night. Please take care of yourself. Take your vitamins. We need you. And we will see you in the morning. Don't talk to anybody. Don't see outside research, okay?
Don't be on the internet.
You all should have learned earlier that
How
one
many
guy with a
mistrials
hernia
has
could get out.
everyone had over internet research? Is it just me that has had the multiples over internet research?
I've not had a mistrial due to internet research. Thankfully, though, the kind of cases I was doing when I was in trial were all criminal. So people don't really need to research what a robbery is. But in civil, I can see that being much more
Mr. Bett,
common.
since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you cannot talk to the attorneys or Mr. Depp about your testimony or about this case, okay?
I understand.
All right, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Okay, sir?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You're released. All right. Anything else for this evening?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Just,
goody.
Wanted a point of clarification.
Okay. Yeah, okay, sure. Go ahead.
Perhaps we
Would you
should
like to approach? Okay,
No,
sure.
no,
Oh,
no. You dirtbag.
we want to hear.
Let him talk. Let it go. Jury's out of the room. What can you harm?
Yep, we want to hear.
Well, that lady's not going to understand what's going on. I listened to her opening statement. She's not a lawyer.
Her opening statement was one of the worst things I've ever seen.
So bad.
Oh no, it's absolutely topped by the cross-exam of Isaac Baruch, which actually I'm planning. I don't have a YouTube, but I'm going to make one for the specific purpose of doing a clip video to just walk everybody through piece by piece every moment where that cross-examination went wrong.
It went wrong in a wonderful way for Johnny Depp, though, because her terrible question opened the door for him to say, it's not right what she did. It's not fair what she did. She opened the door, and then I imagine if the camera had panned to her, she would have been like,
I loved when she said, I didn't ask a question that led to that. And it was like, oh, yes, you did. Because it did.
Exactly what you did. If anyone in the audience wants to know what lawyers do, they ask good questions. And when they don't, it can go very badly.
Yes.
And that's why on cross, you do not ask an open-ended question unless you want an open-ended answer. And
Well, and
that
she
guy
should
was
have
just
known-
waiting.
She should have known from the very outset that this witness was not under her control at all, one bit, and that makes him extremely dangerous. That's a witness you have to handle with extreme discipline and caution. Get in and get the fuck out before something like that happens.
Ask him how much he's made from Johnny, how much he's, that he's living, that he's paying the way. Just make all those little points that
Yes.
Johnny Depp is paying for his whole life and get out and argue it in closing that nothing he says needs to be relied on because he is on the gravy train. That's it. That's all. Get out.
Yep. Oh man,
No,
it was,
but we
it was
needed
so
to spend
great.
45 minutes on Amica cream.
Yep. Do
And
you know
you
what
could
kind of
see Amber
foundation
Heard
she wears? No.
writing to her attorney, the other attorney, writing vigorously when it was the Amica cream, trying to fix it. And there was no fixing it. The Amica cream is out of the horse and there's nothing that can be done.
Yep. Well, that's it for testimony today. We'll be resuming back at 8. Well, I'll start between 8:30, 8:45-ish tomorrow. I've got a bunch of super chats that I'm going to go through and read to my panel. You are welcome to stay, of course, but I never want to have anybody beholden to that. I know everyone's very busy. So if you want to say anything before I get started reading, please do, and tell people where they should find you and all of that good stuff. Anybody's welcome to start.
Yeah, I think I'm going to duck out, but thank you so much for having me
What
on.
did you think of the day? Where can people find you?
Yeah,
I'm going to duck out.
I'm going to duck out. But you guys can find me on YouTube, just the lead attorney. And I just talk about, gossip and whatever.
All the good stuff.
All the
You're
good
really
stuff.
selling it hard.
I know. Like, please come over. No, I'm not.
And
y'all stay over here. This is where it's good. Like, I'm trying to be over here. Like, I prefer this channel than my own channel. So you guys are in the right place. But thank you so much for having me on, and it was great to hang out with you, Andrea and Emily as well. All right.
Super nice to meet you.
Yeah.
It's good to see you.
I'll keep sending you. I'll keep sending you links. Although this time I'll get them correct. And if you have any time and you want to pop in, you're welcome anytime, man.
That'll be great.
Have we added Lloyd to the group chat?
No, I'll add you. I'll add you to our group Twitter chat.
Also, lead attorney, can you tell us if Tasha K is going to jail? Because I'm starting to get tagged in a bunch of stuff on Twitter. Apparently, her team went off today on Instagram and was saying that she was going to jail today for not taking down videos. So can you please figure out what's going on and let me know?
Yeah, it was a hoax. It was like there's this TMZ reporter that has it in for Tasha K. Really hates her, and he was doing a lot of the coverage, and he's super biased against her, right? But he was the one that floated around. Oh, if she doesn't take down this stuff, then she might go to jail. And then she spun it. So she had her friend get on a phone and be like, oh, Tasha K's in jail, but I'm bonding her out. So of course, all of the bloggers started saying, oh, she's in jail. And Tasha K was the one like holding the phone. So they just kind of, they kind of did a little joke and played it out. But
their grift is strong.
Yes, Tasha K she knows how to turn a buck on this YouTube thing.
Does.
She really she'll do it any way she can. But yeah, that was just more of a hoax than anything else. But it did have some people excited. People are kind of in, everybody's got their camps. Either they're team Tasha K or team Cardi B, and so that they've got the territories kind of marked out. And
I'm team. Anytime you get to file the, civil thou shall not say in court, and it includes every word you can imagine. It was great. It was great going through it. It's like hashtag herpes B with and without the space. It was
that's how you have to be, right? You have to be so specific, because she will look and she will find a way, because she was just making so much money. People don't realize sometimes how much YouTubers make. And she was making so much money on that one specific topic. And so she would work in Cardi B in on subjects that didn't have anything to do with it. She'd be talking about, soup at Olive Garden. It was like, oh, this soup is so good. It reminds me of Cardi B and that herpes that she has on her lip. I bet she would burn her lip with that soup. I mean, anything that she could say to tie in Cardi B. And for the record, Cardi B does not have herpes, right? But
what about on her lip though?
Well, here's the thing, right?
She provided her medical records, and it was saying that she has herpes is defamatory.
Yes, down here in Georgia, maybe in other places too. And it was a little
lot
confusing.
of places. I started looking after this case at saying somebody has a communicable disease is defamatory in quite a lot of places.
Defamatory
per se defamatory. Yeah.
Yeah. And she just kept on it and on it and on it. But she was making a lot of money off of that. And so, of course, she got tagged with the 4 million. Now, she's saying that she doesn't have it. And other times she's saying that she's got insurance that's going to pay it. And
these YouTubers out here being like, my insurance is going to pay for my defamation lawsuit. That's not how that works, friend.
Right.
Hey, I don't know if you've had a bankruptcy lawyer on yet, but I'm dying to find out if these defamation judgments are going to meet the exemption for discharge for willful and malicious injury.
Yes, I did have a bankruptcy attorney on, and she said that no, she said that you're not going to be able to bankrupt it.
Yeah,
I did have a bankruptcy attorney on, and he said yes, but then another bankruptcy attorney came on and said no, and she gave the site, and this is why you can't bankrupt it, because just like you said, Andrea, it's willful. I don't really know anything at all about bankruptcy, but
I mean, especially when you get that public figure defamation with the malicious aspect, it's not people, especially YouTubers, keep trying to think that they're the New York Times and it's going to be like, oh, it was an error and it's not a public figure. It's not that. When you get to this public figure defamation with the malice, it's even if they do have insurance, which I think most YouTubers lie about, even if they do have business insurance, it's not going to cover intentional acts.
Right. Which is kind of like the insurance or the bankruptcy thing. Like there's a little carve out for that. You can't just do things intentionally and get away with it.
Yeah, shockingly,
at least that's the intent, right?
Your business or your home, a lot of cases, it's homeowners insurance. It will pay for your defense unless you lose. And then when you lose, it's like, yeah, but that was an intentional act. Just like if you got charged with assault on your property, like you claim self-defense, and they'll bankroll your defense until you lose, and then suddenly you're on the hook to them for anything they may have paid out, because assault is a crime of intent. You don't get to do that. So
that's a great point.
That, however, will be dischargeable.
Yeah, but that's a great point, Andrea. The bankruptcy attorney said no, like she's stuck with this almost $4 million verdict. Now she's making a lot of money, but $4 million is $4 million. That's a lot.
That's
a lot
big
more
judgment
money
hanging over your head.
Yeah,
for a very long time.
She's filed.
Go
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that she's filed an appeal, so we'll see how that goes and whenever it comes back out.
Has she filed a written appeal yet? I saw the notice of appeal.
Well, that's a great distinction. She's filed a notice and she says that she's going to appeal using the same attorney that got her into I don't want to say the attorney
got her into this mess.
Right? Yeah, I was kind of going hard at that attorney a little bit, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, Tasha, she said so many things on the stand that were surprising to me. Apart from being a lawyer, just as being a new YouTuber, I got my channel monetized last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all this stuff, is still kind of new to me in a lot of aspects. And to hear, just the lies, that she was admitting to on the stand, like, oh, I lied about this, and yeah, I lied about that, and I lied to my subscribers about this, and I lied about that. And it was like, wow, you can get to it, because she has for anybody who doesn't know, this is how she's a big thing in certain sectors of YouTube. She has 1 million subscribers. Like, that's hard to get to. I mean, it's hard to get to 100,000. So 1 million is tough. And to know that she got there with so many significant and substantial lies. And when it came out that she lied and everything like that, she lost about 5,000 subscribers. So she was at 1 million. She was at almost exactly 1 million, lost 5,000. So then she was at 995,000. And she recently, I think last week or something, 2 weeks ago, got back up again to the 1 million, and she got her play button a couple of days ago, right? So you can get a YouTube 1 million subscriber play button through lies.
After losing a defamation suit using their platform. That's shocking.
Yeah.
There's a Minnesota attorney who's been dodging a few defamation suits who may have something to say about
lies. If you start talking about Voldemort, I am out.
I'm just laughing. The impenetrable woman cannot be sued.
Impenetrable woman. I'll have to look that one up. I don't know what we're talking about.
Oh, I'll DM you, Lead. We won't bring
you
it up.
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
Also, but yeah, this defamation stuff is interesting. But how do you guys feel about the way this case is going? Because I agree with Nick. Like, it looks like it's kind of like a mutual combat. It's all type of messy type of thing. But if I'm on the jury, just trying to look at the law, I say, well, if it's messy on both sides, I don't know how Johnny can win. Do you want to say that if, let's just say that you slap your wife one time across the face, is that not domestic abuse? Like, what is the definition of a domestic abuse?
Well, the jury's going to have to decide some of this, aren't they? Because if
Yeah.
mutual combat, a lot of the time, she could still be abused in one of these incidents, and they can be like, well, she said she was abused, and we find even though she initiated it, she still believed what she was saying to be true.
Yeah.
I think he's doing this to clear the story, and I think this clears a lot of the story.
Yes. Like,
Yeah,
even if he doesn't win, he kind of wins. Like, he wins on his objective, right? Which might not be money at all.
The other, on the converse point of that, though, if the jury finds mutual abuse, they are free to find, or mutual sort of combat, whatever you want to call it, they are free to find that her characterization of a tumultuous relationship that goes both ways as abusive is part of the lie, and it was intended to destroy him. And if they do find that, they could certainly find statements to be defamatory, even if it would be reasonable that she might have that opinion. Because like, let's say you hit someone 15 times, hypothetically, and they hit you back once. And while that hit back may have been abusive, are you a victim of domestic abuse if you have done 15 instances of domestic abuse first? Some people say yes, some people would say no. If the jury is on the no camp, then they could go all in and say, you know what? We can tell that she exaggerated her status. She lied about some of these instances, and she did it intentionally to ruin him, because there's some kind of troubling audio for her out there. And if they find that and they don't like her, I mean, they could award a big judgment to him, and then she's going to be at the mercy of an appeals court.
And then she'll lose her counterclaims, because her counterclaims are for them saying it's a hoax. So, and then she loses her counterclaims too.
Yeah. So it's,
well, I see this case, it's very incremental so far. And that's part of the challenge that Johnny has, is there's just, there's a billion pieces of information that have to get in front of the jury. So much is by deposition. So it's very hard to tie these pieces together. But we know from the UK, he is going to unequivocally deny ever having struck Amber Heard. There's like one instance where he talks about when she was attacking him and he's trying to hold her away, and there's an accidental headbutt. And so that's like the best evidence there really is of any assaultive behavior on Johnny Depp's part. So from my perspective, and this goes to part of what I mentioned earlier, Emily, this is why I'm so excited to hear what Dr. Curry has to say. Dr. Curry is the independent medical examiner. She's a forensic psychologist with a lot of, background in domestic violence and things like that. These are the types of experts I see in battered women defense cases. They're there to talk about the abuse dynamic. They talk about what that means from a coercion and control standpoint, that part of what you are doing when you're investigating allegations like this and trying to figure out who is the abuser here, is looking for these patterns of dominance and humiliation and, just similar abusive behavior. So I just have a strong suspicion that is where Johnny is potentially hanging his hat on this mutual abuse claim, to say, no, it's actually very common in abusive relationships when somebody has been hit and hit and hit and hit. Yeah, they might defend themselves on occasion. Yeah, they might, finally reach a point where they lose it and fight back. So these are not uncommon dynamics at all, but it doesn't change the underlying dynamic that one person in this relationship is primarily the abuser. And in this relationship, it just seems overwhelmingly evident that that's Amber Heard.
Yeah. And I think we even saw that with their couples counselor. I mean, they laid that groundwork with the couples counselor, and a lot of people were like, this is bad for Johnny too. I'm like, I'm hearing the couples, the one like mutually abusive is the only thing she said that I see can go both ways. But the thing that she said that was most striking to me is even in couples counseling, he couldn't talk with Amber Heard there. He got cut off. It was that domineering, like me when I get really excited on a chat, just going and going and going. And, that's what they brought of that dynamic. So it'll be really interesting to see when we get to the other expert, how that dynamic plays out, and how much more dominant she was. Because even the testimony later today about him needing to be on Valium because to be around her is all going to play into that dynamic.
That's crazy. Okay. I'm getting message from my wife that I actually need to be done in about 10 minutes. Cause, some things changed and I have to take a kid into town. Which I didn't think
That's
I
a
was
lot of
going
work.
to.
You live out in the boonies.
Yeah. And our person who would normally drive her is not available. So, that's up to me today. So I'm going to,
You got security too, right?
no, we have a nanny because we homeschool 5 children, and I was sitting in town all day for extracurricular activities, just sitting in a parking lot waiting for kids to be done with stuff. So we had to get someone to help out with that, but she's not available today. I did not know until just now. So,
awesome. Well, let me just duck out then. But thank you guys so much, and love hanging out with you, Andrea and Emily as well. Thank you always for inviting me up, Nick. I appreciate it. Well, I'll come back another day, maybe tomorrow or something like that.
Sounds great. See you then.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye. All right, Emily D. Baker. People can find you on YouTube.
I am at the Emily D. Baker all over the YouTubes. My podcast is on all your favorite podcasting apps. YouTube's way more fun. The Law Nerds gather on Tuesdays and Fridays for live streams. I'm on the other socials as well at the Emily D. Baker, but you guys know where to find me if you like. And, we talk mostly pop culture on my channel. So everything from Housewives to Depp and Heard to Duggar getting himself sentenced next month.
Great coverage, great attorney with all sorts of experience and insight. Guys, check her out. You can click, again, everybody's in the description. Make sure you check out Emily. And Andrea Burkhart can be found on Twitter. Andrea, say something about you.
I'm at A Burkhart Law on Twitter. That's pretty much where I reside. I have some YouTube presence on the channel of Colonel Kurtz on YouTube, but I don't currently have a channel of my own. So come looking for me on Twitter if you want to catch my takes on this trial. I'm also commenting on the Marilyn Manson lawsuits as those are starting to gear up. So that is a to be continued.
Yeah, I cannot wait for that Marilyn Manson one. That's going to be good stuff.
Epic.
Good stuff. Well, thank you guys for being on. I'm going to read the last of the 20 plus super chats. And then guys, I will get the other super chats at the end of the show, maybe tomorrow after the stream tomorrow or during the stream tomorrow. I'll incorporate them in. I usually like to do it now, but my situation has changed, which
Thanks
is
for being such a good host, Nick. I will see you later. I'm going to pop off.
Bye.
Have a good one, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bounce as well. Appreciate the invite, Nick.
Yeah, I'll invite you more.
Awesome. Thank you. Take care.
Bye. Okay, guys, let me hit a couple of these. Spatula says, RE judges objections. How much do lawyers study prior transcripts to strategize around how judge handles objections, or is that too much research? Generally, you might have local counsel that you either have on your team who has experience with the judge, or you might hire a consult with local counsel to find stuff like that out. Studying prior transcripts gets expensive and tedious when you could have a consult with another lawyer who could give you, like a 30-minute breakdown on it. Or you already have that person on staff, or your research attorneys have dealt with this. Even if you haven't personally dealt with it, someone else, you might have uncovered that incidentally from other cases. So hope that helps answer that question. Ethan says, my ex-wife would intentionally say things she knew would make me angry and trap me in the bathroom when I tried to remove myself from the situation. It's one of the worst feelings ever, and I can't help but feel for Johnny Depp. Yes, abuse like that is abuse, and it is horrifying, and it often goes unstated in favor of the more traditional notions of physical abuse. Let's see. Stephen Cooper says, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Amber Heard's really pulling off the relaxed eyeless she-wolf of the SS look today. Yep. Unknown Kingdom says, Google for Amber Heard mirrors Johnny Depp outfit. When Depp wears an outfit to court, she wears the exact same thing the next day. It is super weird. Crusadist Viewing says, I got field goal kicked in the eye socket while I was in full mount beating on someone else. Cracked my 2 front teeth, broke my nose and my orbital. Holy shit, that sounds horrible. Brittany Venti says, even after all this, there's still a simp somewhere for Amber Heard, I think is the brackets there. Next, we have CS. I'll repeat at $20. There is no mandatory reporting of abuse of adults who are not elderly, disabled, or wards. You simply document some follow-up, like inform client of local authorities they could phone, etc. S. Asp says, hey, Emily, sorry cuck and crime is doing their cuckiest cuck to you. Hopefully your lawyer is laying the smackdown. Love your work. Keep it up. Long Crime actually withdrew their strike against Emily Baker before she even had a chance to appeal because she lives a charmed and wonderful YouTube life. No, I'm just kidding. But they did do that. They removed it, which is good because it was a false strike and they should know better. Elizabeth Williams says, asking for Fan Hart best case management for a small solo firm, criminal law. Asking for Fan Hart best case management for a small solo firm, criminal law, personal injury, estate, probate matters, 1 paralegal, 1 attorney. Love you, Emily and Nick. Oh my God. Elizabeth, can you email me and clarify your question? I'll make sure Emily sees it too if you want. Dirty Dan says, I don't think lead attorney is pure because we asked him the same question we ask all newcomers. Whatever purity he had is gone now. Igor Slagathor says, when a witness or Depp or Heard mention their usage of illegal drugs, or even when other celebrities tell stories of their illegal drug use during interviews, can they have charges pressed against them? If not, why not? Not really. Not really. Oftentimes it's outside of the statute of limitations. Other times it's simply the possession of the drug is the charge. And if you don't find someone in possession, it's hard to have evidence that they're in possession, even if they admit to using. It's weird, I know. It's kind of a technical thing. Usage of the drug is not typically the actual charge. It's typically possession. And they have to prove all the particulars of that possession, how much they had, when they had it, where they had it, what the circumstances they had it in were. Was it actually in their possession or was it in someone else's, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it just becomes an almost impractical case just from statements made in court. Anger on the Red Angel says, apparently a federal judge voided mask mandates as of 3 hours ago. I hope so. Scarfy says, watch the next witness be BoJack Horseman complaining that she was a terrible horse breeder for using only surrogates and Mr. Ed's stable was never clean because Heard was fecal phobic. MLP Cass calls her manipulative. She seems manipulative, actually. Yeah. 64-bit goodness says the only foundation being allowed in this trial is the kind that miraculously covers Amber Heard's bruised and broken face. One last idiot says, Nick, Sid Alpha just posted the links for the funding, the lawsuit, and a video posted a few minutes ago. Could you please try and get Sid or someone in the group on to talk about it? Yes, I would love to. I just got to find time. Okay, guys, I got to go tonight at 11 p.m. Central. If you're new here or if you're old here, I do a live stream every night, 11 p.m. Central on weeknights. And tonight I will be interviewing the DUI guy, a practicing DUI attorney with a very popular YouTube channel with some great videos about how you cross-examine witnesses, about how you impeach the credibility of officers, about how you go after DUI prosecutions as a defense attorney. And it should be a great show. And it should be a lot of fun. So come back tonight at 11 p.m. or both if you want. Come back tomorrow, 8:30 to 8:45 a.m. We'll get started for day 5 of Depp versus Heard. You guys have made this amazing. Sorry about the super chats. I will read them hopefully tomorrow during the broadcast. We'll find some gaps to cover them. Thanks, guys. Have a good day. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glen live it. There's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more a love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear love's blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear love's blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet,